And just for everyone's awareness, we are live now.
Morning. Who are our clerks this morning?
I'm in the clerk's chair, Mr. Mayor, and we have Richard and Tracy in the room as well.
Excellent. Morning, Mr. Beaudry and
Morning.
And Poe. Thank you. So welcome back to the never-ending public hearing, though hopefully we'll get there today. Thank you to all of our speakers on the two Garneau items that we started last week. We did try to accommodate you with a specific time today for both of them, recognizing there's a bit of overlap in the speakers list. We're going to move through them in order, starting with in the order in which they were on the agenda previously. So I'm going to roll call speakers in a minute just to make sure that we've got everyone back on the line. Is there a revised speakers list, Mr. Clerk?
There is a revised list. There are no new additions for these first two items, and Tracy will be sharing that list with Council in just a moment.
Okay, great. Well, I'll work from the paper that I have from last week. If there are no additions, there might be some deletions. You can let me know as we go. But before I go any further, I should probably roll call members of council, and realize at this particular desk I don't have a normal attendance sheet, so bear with me while I try to do this from memory. Councillor Banga?
I'm here, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor RST Cartmel?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Katarina?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Car before cat.
Yes. Yeah, the cat's before the car. That doesn't go well for the cat.
Doesn't go well.
Is it Councillor Knack next?
No, but you jumped a lot of names.
Zadok, yes.
I'm still here.
Zadok with a D, right. Councillor Zadok, and then Councillor Knack.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, and then Councillor Essinger. Oh, God.
And good morning.
Terrible start. Councillor Hamilton is here. Councillor.
And I am here also. Yeah. Now you can go to Councillor Knack.
Now,
good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm here too.
K. Yes. Okay. That's how the alphabet goes. Cool. LMNOP. Who's next?
McKean.
Councillor McKean.
Present.
Good morning, Councillor McKean. You must be feeling a little bit better. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
And Councillor Walters.
Mr.
He had let me know he's got a personal commitment today, so he won't be able to join us. But that's, I think, everybody else. So apologies for not having that committed to memory. I really am reliant on that orange piece of paper that is in the recycle bin somewhere. All right, so for the two items we have left, the way this will work, just to refresh you, is we'll get the presentation from City Administration, and then we'll move into speakers in favor, who will each have 5 minutes. In this case, the questions will come to you immediately after you present. I will ask that you all try to mute yourselves when you're not speaking or answering questions. And I also would ask respectfully that no one use the chat function in Google Meet here, because it can create issues of fairness and decorum if it's being abused, and also interfere technically with the live stream. It is a public hearing, so our main objective is to hear from you before making decisions, but to hear from you verbally in your allotted presentation You will also have an opportunity under new information to respond to anything that's come up in the public hearing that requires clarification or a rebuttal. And so I will loop back around under new information. The way this will work is if you can email the clerks if you have new information, that is helpful to us to build a speakers list for any required new information when we get to that stage. You can do so at city.clerk@edmonton.ca, and you can also reach out to that email if you're having any technical challenges or have any process questions that clerks can help you with. So we appreciate your patience as we do this almost completely virtually for public health and safety. It is a little trickier to manage. One thing I will also ask you to do is keep a countdown clock for yourselves if you're able, your phone stopwatch feature or something like that, just to help manage your own 5 minutes. I will enforce it fairly rigorously given the number of people we do need to hear from today on these matters. So just some advice to do that. I think those are the process things that we do need to cover here today. Again, if you have any questions, please reach out to city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Okay, so welcome everyone. I will just take attendance for the first item here. Is Jared Candlish here?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, and we can hear you loud and clear. Great. And Janish Deshpande?
Yes.
Welcome. Justin Wu?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Marcelo Figuera?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. James Cowley?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Michael LaFleur?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm here.
Good morning. Dorothy Pinto?
Good morning.
Good morning. And Bryce Pinto?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome. And if you can all mute yourselves again, that would be great, just to cut down on any echo and transient background noise. Next in opposition, I have Megan Rich.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning. Then I have David Buchanan.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning. Then Nancy Hunt.
Yes, good morning.
Morning. Then Douglas Gorman. Douglas Gorman.
Douglas Gorman here.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I just made it in.
Oh, great. Well, we'll come to you in a moment. I'm just taking attendance here, so welcome and good morning. Next, I have Steph Neufeld.
I'm here riding my bike though, but I'm all good.
Well, stay safe. Next, I have Katie Josie. Or remind me again the pronunciation, Katie?
Yeah, you got it, and I'm here. Thank you.
Josie, got it. Okay. I did make some kind of pronunciation guide note to myself 2 weeks ago, which I guess I can still read. So
thank you.
And then I have Benjamin Gradanis.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome. And I believe those are all of our registered speakers for the first of the Garneau items. So that hearing from everyone will take a good chunk of the morning. I don't know how far we will get today. It really depends on the to and fro. So to those of you who are with us here for the second Garneau item, please hang in there. I will take attendance similarly when we get to it. I would say we're going to be, an hour or two at minimum on the first item here. So if it's easier for you to monitor this meeting on the live stream at edmonton.ca/meetings and then log in when we get back to the other item, you're free to do that. Or of course, you're free to stay on the meet here and monitor until the item comes up. So let's get started with the administrative presentation on bylaws 19592 and 19593.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. This application is to rezone a site in the Garneau neighbourhood from the RF3 small scale infill development zone to the UCRH urban character row housing zone. The proposed zoning would allow for the development of up to 3 units of multi-unit housing at a maximum building height of 12 meters. Next slide, please. The 490 square meter site is located on the interior of the Garneau neighborhood, on the corner of 88th Avenue and 110th Street. It's directly across from the University of Alberta East Campus Village and a block from Garneau School. Bus stops on 109th Street are within 200 meters walking distance of the site, and the University LRT station is within 500 meters. 109th Street will be part of the ETS frequent transit network, and a protected two-way raised bike lanes are planned along 88th Avenue and 110th Street. Next slide, please. The proposed UCRH zone would allow up to 3 principal dwellings of multi-unit housing and up to 3 secondary suites. The current RF3 zone also allows the same, but as a result of recent changes to that zone, additional units in the form of garden suites are permitted, which are not allowed in this zone. The proposed zoning would also allow an increase in the current maximum height from 8.9 meters to 12 meters, and the minimum rear setback would decrease from 16.1 meters to 12.1 meters. The proposed zoning provides a transition in scale from the University of Alberta East Campus Village student housing immediately to the west, and the properties across the lane to the south, which are zoned RA7 low-rise apartment zone. The transition to the single detached house to the east is considered appropriate, having similar setback requirements to the RF3 zone and a modest increase in the maximum height. Next slide, please. The application largely conforms with the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan, which designates the site as being appropriate for single detached, semi-detached, row and apartment housing containing not more than 4 dwellings. The proposed zoning would allow a maximum of 3 principal dwellings. Secondary suites are not included in dwelling counts in Edmonton statutory plans, and the zoning bylaw states that secondary suites are not included in the calculation of maximum densities. In addition, the proposed zonings represent a decrease in the number of secondary dwellings allowed. The only required amendments to the plan are administrative in nature, as the UCRH zone did not exist at the time the plan was adopted in 1982. Next slide, please. The city plan identifies University Garneau area as a major node. These nodes are described as large-scale urban centers that serve multiple districts and are typically anchored by public institutions and significant employment centers. The desired built form of a major nodes includes mid-rise and high-rise buildings, and the minimum density is 250 people and/or jobs per hectare. Although the proposed UCRH zone does not provide the level of intensity desired for these nodes, it is considered appropriate in the context of the subject site. Next slide, please. So to conclude, administration recommends the approval of this application because it proposes a moderate increase in building size on a site already zoned for multi-unit housing. The proposal largely conforms to the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan, provides sensitive transitions and setbacks to adjacent properties, and is located within the University of Alberta major node identified in city plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. First, then, we're going to hear from Jared Cantlish.
Thank you. And can I get the clerk to pull up our slides, please?
Yeah, just a note, if you have presentations, make sure that those are sent through to the city clerks so we can queue them up, just like we have here. So thank you for sending it in advance, Mr. Cantlish. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
I think this is just the wrong presentation. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we won't start your time then.
Okay, thank you.
Do the clerks have a presentation attached to Mr. Cantlish?
Yep, that's the one there.
Cool. Okay, proceed.
Can I get the clerks to move to slide 3, please? Thank you. So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My presentation will focus on how the context supports the rezoning. Next slide, please. This development is proposed at the corner of 88th Avenue at the end of the block, flanking 110th Street. The site itself is the right location for low-density row housing and aligns with the planning policy best practice, as the development will address the street and avenue equally. This particular area of Garneau has a number of historic homes, most of which are located further north on 89th Avenue, and this development does not replace a house on the city's existing historic resource inventory. The development complements the existing context and supports the implementation of the city plan, and the area is identified as a University Garneau node in the city plan, which is a major node. As a major node, The area is anticipated to grow between 6,000 to 13,000 dwelling units as we grow from a city of 1 to 2 million. And the city plan paves the way for significant changes to Edmonton, and all neighborhoods should contribute, including Garneau. According to the city plan's nodes framework, different built forms rather than just single detached housing will be coming to the neighborhood in the future. With regards to existing development rights and allowable built form within the surrounding context, it's important to consider that 87th Avenue is already zoned for up to 4 stories. This allowable built form, shown in blue, is across the rear lane from the site to the south. And that block face is zoned RA7 low-rise apartment zone, which provides a higher density of development along the corridor. 88th Avenue on the west end provides a direct connection to the gateway at the University of Alberta East Campus Village, where there is a high concentration of student-oriented housing. And to the east, the avenue is anchored by local commercial and retail amenities, including destinations such as the Sugar Bowl, Red Bike, and the High Level Diner. Next slide, please. 88th Avenue itself serves as an active transportation corridor for pedestrians and cyclists. The road includes a 2-way on-street bike lane with 1-way westbound traffic and on-street parking on the north side. The bike facility will be improved to a raised, protected bike lane through the neighborhood renewal process, which is currently underway. Recent developments along 110th Street, such as Rockcrest House and Speedwell House, provide a glimpse at the future scale and massing of redevelopment along 110th Street. Next slide, please. Garneau is one of the top 4 densest neighborhoods in Edmonton, but to be clear, this project does not increase density. The development checks many of the boxes of the University Garneau node in the city plan. For example, it fits the 15-minute district concept, which allows people to easily complete their daily needs through a variety of travel modes. It adds to the housing diversity while supporting various household incomes in proximity to amenities and multimodal transportation opportunities. And it encourages gentle density to support future pedestrian-oriented residential development fronting onto 110th Street. That's within walking distance of the U of A, the University Hospital, the LRT station, and the River Valley. Thank you. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Candlish. Councillor Henderson, do you have questions at this time?
Yeah, I do. Just a quick one, and because I'm not sure who the best people are, knowing all the speakers that are coming, if you want to defer these questions, it's fine. But I think, the important question here is, and I'm going to be frank, we've, with these town housing quite size of units on residential and flanking lots, the issue has always been what happens to the neighbor's yard. So the real question here is, this is not about density, because you have that density with the RF3. You can actually put in more units with the RF3 than the UCRH. But the UCRH, and I just want to give you a chance to respond to this, UCRH actually has the potential of making the problems that we often have with these flanking sites worse, because you get significantly more height and you get to push way further back on the lot. The issue is always around the backyards. So I'm really puzzled as to why the need for the UCRH, given that the density question is answered by the RF3. So, if you prefer to defer that question to someone else, I'm happy to wait.
Sure, and I appreciate the question, and Marcelo and Yanis and James will also be speaking to how the zone kind of mitigates some of those. So I'll defer that question to.
Okay, great. I will ask it. I figured probably Marcelo was the best person to ask, but I wanted to do a double check. Great. Thanks. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Candlish? Not seeing any. Then next up is Mr. Deshpande.
Yes. Thank you. Can we please go back to the slide, please? The slide deck. Okay. So next slide, please. And another one. So good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Today, in my presentation, I'm just going to talk about the urban design concept associated with this site. In our opinion, it is generally a good practice to provide higher intensity residential development such as row housing or townhouses at the corner of either an urban block or at the edge of the neighborhood. This is considered as a good urban design practice. And City of Edmonton has implemented this in a number of planning documents. Your recently approved Jasper Place area redevelopment plan has this principle implemented, and number of rezonings have happened based on that principle. As you can see in Garneau neighborhood, you already have this sort of like situation at the intersection of like 88th Avenue and 109th Street, right next to the Sugar Bowl Cafe and the existing residential area. You see that condition where higher intensity commercial development is at the edge of the neighborhood and at the end of the block. So next slide, please. As Jared mentioned, this site is located the way the city plan envisions it. The Garneau area is a major district, and this area, the East Campus Village, is already undergoing a transition. There are like a number of like higher intensity developments within East Campus Village. You can see this particular slide is 110th Street looking north, and on the west side you have a 3.5-story student housing building, and this building is actually fronting onto the street, so it creates that active urban frontage. So on the east side, this is where our site is located. Right now, the side frontages are actually along 110th Street, so there is a real opportunity to make sure that the future developments also face with active frontages on 110th Street. And our project is really trying to establish that urban interface and contribute to the overall development of the area. Next slide, please. At the same time, I would like to stress the fact that the Garneau neighborhood is undergoing a neighborhood renewal, which means a significant amount of public investment in the area. One important thing I would like to highlight is new bike infrastructure. So there is a proposed bike route along 88th Avenue and 110th Street. So the images on my left or the slide, the left side of the slide, you can see 110th Street, where a proposed separated bike infrastructure is proposed along the west side. So that bike facility is going to be there, and I think once you have like such a significant public investment, it is iterative that the build form on both sides can also respond. So what our project is trying to do is not only like providing a sensitive infill at this location, but it provides like frontages along the avenue and also along the street. And we strongly feel that this sort of like infill will contribute to the public realm within the area. So next slide, please. This is my last slide. As you're all aware, Edmonton's Infill Roadmap 2018 provides direction for sensitive infill development within Edmonton. And as a result of this infill roadmap, one of the implementation items was updates to a number of infill zones within Edmonton. And in 2019, there was such update to UCRH zone. So we strongly feel that UCRH is an appropriate infill zone at this location. It provides enough direction to planners, urban designers, and residents to understand what architectural features and design features need to be incorporated to provide that appropriate transition between low density residential development and higher intensity development. So as you can see in this image on the right hand side, you have like 3.5-story student infill housing and low-rise residential development, and in between is this approximately 3-story, 12-meter row housing project that we are proposing. So we strongly feel that it fits the overall context. And the last thing I would like to stress that UCRH zone has been implemented both in urban situations and in suburban situations in Edmonton. So we strongly feel that this project fits the context, and UCRH is the right zone for this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Henderson?
No, I think from the instructions I got from the first speaker, I'll wait and ask my questions of Mr. Figueroa.
Well, let's go next to Mr. Wu.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll start with the next slide, please. Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present. For my portion of the presentation, I will showcase the project design and adherence to the UCRH guidelines, as well as the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan. Regulations for the UCRH were specifically written to suit the surrounding neighborhood, and they serve as a transitional framework between built forms. The regulations that we comply with in the zone have been crafted to influence our design decisions and to ensure the development is built simulating characteristics of the surrounding urban setting. Our proposed development looks to combine the utility of a larger building while maintaining the current aesthetic that's coherent with the neighborhood. And ultimately, our objectives are to create a development that is providing a modern family housing solution with prominent community details that are woven into our design to maintain the proper aesthetic. I'll take a quick walk around of our project and illustrate how these design techniques are being utilized. Next slide, please. On the north facade, we replicated architectural design elements that are commonly found in the community, including sloped gable roof forms with open eaves, hung-style windows with mountain bars in single and tripartite configurations. We have window shutters, decorative brackets, materials that emphasize the neighborhood traditional palette, such as horizontal lap siding and shingles under the roof. And we had an importance placed on providing a front entrance along the north facade. This ensures that the building continues the established pattern of a front entrance along the avenue. Next slide, please. The south facade incorporates a similar design approach as the north, and including such details as traditional roof forms, variations in materials and color, window configurations, variations in materiality to reduce the building massing and to complement the existing conditions in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The west facade is where the design takes a slightly more contemporary approach, while still following the regulations and community characteristics. The images on the right-hand side of this slide feature a site that's just one block north of ours on 89th Avenue, and it has an emerging contemporary design. Our design looks to incorporate this contemporary approach, and it includes such elements as variations between vertically and horizontally oriented windows, variations in color to define different elevations, and large vertical windows over the main entrances to help define the units and provide transparency into the building. The west facade also includes separate main entrances for each unit. This provides a more active frontage along 110th Street, and with large windows contributes to the seamless observation of the streetscape. Next slide, please. On the east facade, here we have materials and colors that are again used to delineate the units, provide visual interest, and break the visual weight of the building, and to reduce the wall effect. But on this facade, as it faces the neighbor, significant considerations were also used to implement design elements and reduce impact to the neighboring property. We tried to reduce overlook and impact as much as possible. Reducing and minimizing the window placement on the first story of the property in left and central units eliminates overlook and maintains privacy of the neighborhood and yard space. And this approach is preferred by the development officer of the mature neighborhoods. Also for privacy, all the windows along the east facade will feature a frosted treatment, further reducing overlook. In addition, false windows, trellis structures, and planting are used to break the impact of the east facade, and the goal was to create a pleasing face towards the neighboring property. As you can see, we have great efforts extended to create the sense of privacy. And to also eliminate the wall effect along the property line, we're providing a step back on the top story. We pull the building away from the neighboring property, and it again further reduces the visual weight. On this east facade, it completes my walk around, and it's been an outline of our efforts towards providing a development for a modern housing solution while respecting the residential design criteria in the Garneau area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Maybe and if you want to defer your question to the next speaker, that's fine too. I think what we're going to hear from the community, and particularly from the neighbor next door, the major concerns given particularly their rear yard, are how far back this comes on the property, and the additional height. Understanding that RF3 would have allowed the same number of units. So I just wouldn't mind hearing a little bit from you about that and what the rationale is from going from one to the other. And I would also say that we're not approving your design; we're approving the standard zone and everything that's possible within that. So.
Thank you, Councilman Henderson. I'd like to defer my question over to Marcelo. He still has an opportunity to present.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
For
no,
my
that's
portion,
fine.
it was really just the aesthetics, but we will have some comments that deal
Okay.
specifically with what you're
No, I just want to make sure I'm asking the right person. Great, thank you. No questions then.
I see no further questions for Mr. Wu at this time. Next, then, will be Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you just move to the previous slide, please? So good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My presentation will focus on why we believe this zone is the right zone for this site. Typically, developers apply for rezoning when they want to change density or land use. This is not the case before you today. This application tends to simply change the build form to allow for large row house units. Large units can accommodate more people, and more people means families, which is the density that matters. As you can see, the CRH can act as a transitional zone. In our case, it fits well between the university residents across 110th Street and the adjacent single detached house to the east. This is achieved through clear design regulations to ensure the massing of the building is crafted to mitigate impacts. The next slides will show how the two key differences between the RF3 and the CRH provide an alternative build form, those differences being just additional 5% in site coverage and an additional 3.1 meters in building height. Next slide, please. In order to choose the right zone for this project, we look at some precedents in other neighborhoods, like those ones in Westmount. And we found that the UCRH zone can provide much better results than row housing projects approved before the infill roadmap. You see, based on the old zoning regulations, a row house building could extend from the street all the way back to the back alley, creating a wow effect on the adjacent house. The new UCRH mitigates this issue by requiring the rear setback to be a minimum of 30% of the lot depth, which is, in our case is 12 meters, and the front setback to be a minimum of 3 meters and a maximum of 6 meters. If you were to apply the M&O regulation on this block face, the front setback would also be 3 meters. The pictures on the bottom of the slide demonstrate that abutting developers do not necessarily need to have the same size to be compatible. With difference in size and setbacks, there's often some overlap, such as, for instance, in suburban neighborhoods, like the image shown in Chappelle, or right here on the east side of 88th Avenue in Gardner. Particularly in our case, the adjacent house to the east, shown on the bottom left corner of the slide, does not have the same depth as the existing house on our site, potentially creating some impacts. And that's okay. This kind of a building interface is just how cities evolve, and it happens in suburban and urban neighborhoods. The bottom line is that a range of build forms is more interesting, and the urban design perspective is much better. Next slide, please. So we chose the UCRH because it provides an opportunity to design a product tailored for families that would like to live more urban, but not in a compact unit. But there are trade-offs that the developer must be aware. As pointed out by the administration, this developer is actually giving up existing zoning rights in the RF3 in order to build the right size units for families. The RF3 allows for 3 principal dwellings, 3 secondary suites, and 3 garden suites. And under the CRH, the developer has to choose between secondary suites and garden suites. This demonstrates this development commitment to the type of units he really wants to build. Next slide, please.
So just to interrupt this, I think what's happening is the clerk has put the slides. What Marcelo is talking about a different slide, and the slide on the screen is a different one. Sorry,
Mr. Deshpande, we can only hear from one speaker at a time, and we've already heard from you. So it's Mr. Figueroa has the floor at this point.
Sorry, can I continue then? Sorry, I was actually, you're right, I was speaking to slide 21. If you just can go back, and I'll just reset my time. Thank you very much. So what I'm saying is that because the developer is actually giving up some development rights, it demonstrates how he is committed to the type of units he really wants to build, which is family-oriented housing. Can you go to the next slide, please? So key regulations have other benefits. Before the infill roadmap, most infill zones had density caps. So developers will try to squeeze as many units as possible. But now that our zoning bylaw is promoting a competitive housing market, people are demanding more spacious units and amenities in order to decide where they want to live. Also, before the infill roadmap, there was a perception that the lack of regulations to address building interface would make the UCIH a suburban zone, perhaps because it is a great zone to implement the goals of the EMRP growth plan. But this is the past. The UCIH zone is now urban and suburban. The reality is that UCIH incorporates some MNO regulations to provide a better interface when development is located within or abutting a site under the MNO. For instance, as shown on the screen, a 1.8 meters step back at the second story is required when the development is adjacent to a single detached house. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, that's the slide. So in closing, I just want to say that the UCIH provides certainty regarding quality design and building massing. And as you can see on the screen, the impact on the adjacent house is minimum. From a land use perspective, nothing will change, but the UCIH will implement a high desirable build form, will provide an appropriate interface to the adjacent house, and we will revigorate 110th Street. So thank you, and I'm happy to take the questions through you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Yeah, anticipating, I think, what we're going to hear from some in opposition, I think the two big questions here are around probably the height, which is an increase from the RF3 of, in feet. It's about probably around 10 feet, if not more. And what happens in the rear, what happens in the rear yard, and the effect that will have on people's backyards. We've had this issue before. It's not new to us with these corner situations. So to my eye, what is allowed under the UCRH makes that situation worse than what's allowed under the RF3, because it allows for even more. It allows for a much more site coverage, but in particular, you can be closer to the back lane. And I think that's what's creating the worry. So can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, sure. So as I pointed out through you, Mr. Mayor, so as I pointed out in my presentation, builders, they don't need to have the same size to be compatible. The existing condition has been around for many years. The house next door is actually longer than the existing house on this site, and there is some overlap, and that's that's okay. That the Ionish and other presenters they show similar situation happening on the north side. The key thing on the south side is that it still have 12 meters going to the back of the property to the building. So there's a lot of space there. And as I show, there is no consistency between backyards on that block. So there are some overlapping, existing overlapping on both ends. The house next to the further east to the existing house is actually also the same situation. They have a different backyard. They have a different garage. So this is just common development that happens everywhere.
But they're not what is it, 12 meters high.
Right,
it's
right.
the combination of the two things together that I think are creating concern.
Right.
Because that has implications to sunlight, right? So that's the main thing I think that we're going to hear. I don't know. I don't want to presume what we're going to hear from the other speakers.
Yeah, and we in the next presentation we will show the sun shadow study that we created, so it will be a clear understanding if there are what the impacts are and when.
Can you suggested to me too, and I just want to check. I can ask this of administration with UCRH that, and I'm just trying to look up alone that there's a ruling around the step back when you're next to another building. Is that actually in the zone, or is that a choice that you're making?
No, this is actually in the zone. So the way it works in many zones now, the RA7, the RA8, and the UCIH is that you can choose to have a larger setback, which is 3 meters, and go all the way up with the maximum height. But in sites like this site is 12 meters wide.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, so, I got it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so the option is go to the height of the house, which is 8.9 meters in all the zones, and then step back 1.8 meters. So we have the same 3 meters separation from the house.
Okay, but currently in RF3, you're only allowed to go to 8.9 meters, period, correct? So it
Yes.
would have, so in actual fact, that wall would be the same either way. I guess my question is, why go? I mean, you could have built a 3-unit townhouse here with the existing zoning without even rezoning. So why, what is the attraction of rezoning? What does that? Why are you going through this effort, given that in actual fact, in terms of unit count, you could be higher with your existing zoning?
Yeah, sure. Like through you, Mr. Mayor. So what I try to highlight in the presentation is that these extra development rights give an opportunity to build larger units, and with the third story, it becomes a family housing. So with the IF3, although I could have the same amount of units, they will be much smaller. So because of it is a corner lot, so I can only have 2 bedrooms maximum there. With a 3-story, I can create the master bedroom at the top, and for that we're giving up the rights to have a garden suite. So that's the main thing. Like it's the way that the developer is trying to address what the market is asking for in those areas. So it's some people who choose to live in a small unit, and that's fine. They have like plenty of other developers that will create that kind of a unit market. But in what we found in these particular areas is that some families still, they want to have like a good size 3-bedroom unit, and that's what we're trying to do.
Just to give you a chance to respond to it, because I'm guessing this will come up later as well. It's my understanding that you guys did try to go forward with an RF3 with variances, and SDB, I think, said no. Am I right about that?
Yeah, and Mr. Pinto will address that. So
okay, great.
Yeah,
good, because I don't know that history. I don't know exactly what the rationales were or what you were proposing. So
yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Figuera? Seeing none, then next we'll hear from James Cowley.
Okay, down a few slides, please. 3 more. Oh no, you have to go way down. Or no, yeah, no, sorry, yeah. Go up a bit more. Keep on going, please. No, up. Right there. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. My presentation focuses on potential impacts on the adjacent house, including privacy and shadows. There is not a consistent backyard area within the block, as the distance between the houses and the detached garages vary, especially on the west side of the block where our proposed development is located. The adjacent property, according to sources found in the city of Edmonton, was constructed in 1927, at a time when our site was vacant. In 1935, the house that sits on our site was constructed. During the design of this house, the concern of privacy was addressed. There are no windows on the ground floor of the east facade. There are 2 smaller windows, however, on the second floor that overlook the adjacent roof. Over the years, the adjacent neighbor has had the ability to look into our property via windows on their west facade. Even though unintentional, it does happen. Next slide, please. On the west side of 110th Street is Rockcrest House, a large residential building built on the university campus. As it sits now, the Rockcrest House can have the ability to look into not only our adjacent neighbor's yard, but also their house. The image on the top right, the red dashed lines, show the line of sight into the neighbor's backyard. The green dashed lines are line of sight into our house. When we add our proposed building to the site, we see that these privacy issues are eliminated. Next slide, please. This is a simple diagram that shows how shadows are cast on a particular day of the year. City of Edmonton asks that sun shadow studies show the sun for shadows during the March equinox. This year it was March 20th at 2 p.m., as seen below. At mid-afternoon, our structure has no impact on the adjacent neighbor's amenity area. Next slide, please. We have also included sun shadows for the summer. So let's start by looking at June 21st at 9 a.m., far left of the screen. You can see the property to the east. So our neighbor, their neighbor to the east has 2 large trees as well as a garage. These are casting shadows into our adjacent neighbor's property. As the sun gets higher by about 11 o'clock, we see the sun has moved up above these trees, and our neighbor is getting more light into her backyard. As the day moves on, we get to about 3. The corner of our building is just starting to cast a shadow on their northwest corner of their lot. Their amenity area is still in full sun, just minus what shadow is cast from their garage. As the sun starts to go down, our house and the backyard start to experience some shadows. I hope this explanation suits our. I hope this makes sense to you, and I hope we can earn your support with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Cowley?
Maybe just really quickly, I think just to catch you a sec there, that last one was this time of year at 5 o'clock, which is still, you said as the sun starts to go down, but that's still this time of year in summertime, even now in May, that's still some 4 hours away from sunset and the sun going down. So it would create a shadow in that yard for everything from about 5 o'clock on then, correct?
I won't argue that the sun does, in the midsummer, it's daylight till 11 o'clock. However, when you're that deep in town, there's shadows coming from all around. There's large buildings beyond our view. There's trees. So even though it's still daylight, they're still getting ambient shadows throughout the city.
Fair enough. No, I just wanted to question the sun was going down at 5 o'clock on June 21st. That's actually a good 4 hours away from sunset, I think. So, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Cowley? I'm not seeing any. Then next is Michelle Lafleur.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My presentation will focus on property values in Garneau and the potential impact of new developments that may have on neighboring properties within Garneau. After examining property values in Garneau based on MLS sales and city tax assessment values, proximity to new developments in the neighborhood will have little to no impact on the property values of the existing neighborhood homes. At a high level, all of the well-maintained, upgraded, and/or historical homes in Garneau have sold and will continue to sell for a premium compared to other neighborhoods in Edmonton. Next slide, please. When looking at sales values of the existing or older homes in Garneau, an evident pattern is that bungalow values in Garneau are trending downwards, meaning they're more likely to be closer to the city tax assessment values or arguably towards lot value, whereas the values for the larger build styles, such as 1.5, 2, and 2.5 story homes, they are trending upwards. This trend is true in Garneau today, as well as most of the world, to be honest. Lately, everyone is wanting more space since we're all spending a lot more time in our homes. From the last 2 years in Garneau, there were 28 detached single-family properties sold. Of these 28 sales, 13 of them, which is nearly half, sold for less than $500,000 at the low end of values for the neighborhood. From those 13 properties sold under $500,000, 10 of them were bungalows. Of the 15 sales over $500,000, only one of them was a bungalow. All of the other sales over $500,000 were 1.5, 2, or 2.5 story homes, which had more above grade usable space than any of the single level developments that came to market. Said differently, vertical space in Garneau commands a premium compared to single level developments in the neighborhood. This trend is obvious in Garneau, with or without infill and new development in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. There's an emotional argument that suggests single-level homes next to higher density and/or multi-story developments are always at a disadvantage. The neighboring property, Ms. Hunt's home, is a bungalow which is already sitting between two two-story homes, and it is effectively surrounded by two-story homes, including to the west with Campus and the Rockcrest House. When looking at the existing single-family detached homes in Garneau, many of them are either directly neighboring, across the street or alley from, or are visible from the upper levels of multi-story condominium developments. Over the last 2 years in Garneau, 119 condo units sold between 33 different condo developments. The majority of these condos are apartment-style buildings, meaning 3 stories or taller, as well as several townhouse and duplex-style condos that are built either 2 or 3 stories in height. There are at least 45 different condominium developments in Garneau and at least a dozen privately owned non-condominium apartment buildings in the neighborhood. And outside from the condo developments, the prevalence of secondary suites is another form of density commonly found in Garneau. With nearly half of the detached home sales in Garneau that sold over the last few years having had a secondary suite, there's no evidence to suggest that proximity to higher density or larger properties has any negative impact on property values in Garneau. Next slide, please. Speaking specifically to land values and redevelopment costs in Garneau, this neighborhood is quite different compared to many other infill locations in the city where 50-foot subdividable lots are readily available. The lot dimensions in Garneau are generally smaller, which forces developers to push the density vertically, often pushing the limits of the current RF3, RA7, 8, 9 zoning regulations that are currently found within Garneau. This portion of Garneau, meaning north of 87th Avenue and west of 109th Street, is arguably one of the most exclusive and most desirable locations in the city. In the past 5 years in this portion of Garneau, literally every house, with the exception of one brand new infill, that was listed on MLS has sold in 90 days or less for higher values than city and neighborhood averages. If there are any homeowners within Garneau who are concerned about the saleability and market value of their homes, should this project be approved, I'd be more than happy to provide them with a free CMA and realtor service. I could sell those with confidence, guaranteed. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Lafleur. Questions on that? Not seeing any, then next will be Dorothy Pinto.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Could we just go to the beginning of my slide 35? Thank you. My name is Dorothy Pinto, and I'm the wife of Bryce Pinto, the developer for this project. I want to take a few minutes to talk less about the project and more about who Bryce and I are and what Edmonton means to us. Both of our parents immigrated to Canada about 40 years ago, and we both grew up in the West End. My childhood is filled with memories of getting up early and skiing at Snow Valley, hiking in the River Valley, and attending the Heritage Days Festival. Bryce and I both went to the U of A, where we started dating, got married, literally on campus, and now we are raising our kids in Edmonton with 4 eager grandparents who love taking them skiing to Snow Valley, hiking in the River Valley, and attending Heritage Days. We love the diversity of this city and how that diversity is continuing to grow as evidenced in Edmonton's ever-evolving food scene and its wonderful festivals. We love that it's an active city with amazing parks, playgrounds, and recreation centers. We love that there's always something new to discover here. Edmonton's our home, and we care deeply about its future and that it remains an affordable city to raise a family. Next slide, please. We both own businesses in Edmonton. I've started an evaluation consulting firm that supports government, nonprofits, and businesses, and my husband owns a few different companies that employ professionals in the city and provide engineering services across Canada and the US. We are concerned about the rising cost of living for families in Edmonton and the long-term sustainability of our city. We were very happy when the city plan was passed, providing a sustainable framework for Edmonton as our population base continues to grow. The city plan sets the stage for significant changes in certain mature neighborhoods in our city, and these neighborhoods should be engaged around these changes. As an evaluator, engagement goes to the core of my work. I engage with stakeholders on behalf of my clients to help them do what they do better, be it delivering settlement services to newcomers to Canada, optimizing primary care in rural areas, or improving programs to accelerate technology startups. I firmly believe that true engagement goes 2 ways. And in the case of developers, we have the responsibility to meaningfully engage with the communities in which we are building and to be open to community feedback. And it is the community's responsibility to meaningfully engage with us. It's not true engagement when the developers are not open to making changes to designs and superficially engage with communities to check off a requirement. And at the same time, it's not productive when community members are firmly against any change and will not engage with developers to improve development projects. Bryce and I believe in meaningful engagement with communities on development projects. And for us, this wasn't about checking off a requirement. We wanted to understand and address the community's concerns, and in particular, the concerns of our neighbor to the east, Nancy Hunt. And since December of last year, we've met 3 times with members of the community, the Garneau Community League, and our adjacent neighbor, and met again with the Community League representatives. We met with Nancy Hunt a couple weeks ago to provide her with the latest updates on the project as well. In these meetings, we conveyed the potential of this conventional zone, and community members provided us with feedback that led us to make changes that we believe have improved our original design. Ms. Hunt expressed appreciation via email for some of those changes and for the work we put in over the course of a month to modify our design based on community feedback. Our business philosophy is simple. We work hard to create architecturally unique designs that respect the character of the surrounding neighborhood. We go above and beyond what's required by zoning, have multiple quality engagement sessions with community members to understand their concerns, and make meaningful changes wherever possible to the design to address those concerns so as to submit the best project possible to the city. True engagement is hard work, and we value the result of this process. It will not be possible to bring the vision put forward in the city plan to life with no impact on mature neighborhood communities. But with true engagement, we believe pain points can be reduced and new benefits and amenities can be realized for Edmontonians. So in closing, Bryce and I believe in Edmonton, and we look forward to playing a part in helping build its future.
Thank you, Ms. Pinto. Questions? Not seeing any. Then next up will be Bryce Pinto.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Slide 38, perfect. My name is Bryce Pinto, and I'm the owner of Pinto Properties and the developer of this project. As my wife Dorothy mentioned, Edmonton has always been and will always be our home, and we care very much about the city's future and how it grows. We employ professionals who live and raise their families in the city, so we have been and will continue to be committed to this city, and we want to be part of its progress. My company, Pinto Properties, will be coming before this council on 2 more projects in the next few months to build in the communities of Garneau and McKernan-Belgravia. Our goal for each of our projects is the same: to target the growing population that wants to live centrally and have a more active and car-free lifestyle, and to build in locations that are close to public transit, bike paths, major employment hubs, and provides easy access to the River Valley. And finally, to promote a sustainable lifestyle while making some of the best and most expensive neighborhoods in our city accessible to the average Edmontonian. Next slide, please. My wife Dorothy talked about our belief of having meaningful engagement with the community to really listen and address as many concerns as we can. And I'd like to provide more details on our approach. In addition to the city online community engagement, we held 2 additional community meetings via Zoom. These discussions were to provide updates to the residents on what we were proposing, listening to feedback, and making changes where possible and reporting those changes back to the community. We had smaller separate meetings with the adjacent neighbor, Ms. Hunt, to share updates on the design and get her specific feedback. Meaningful engagement requires each side to really listen to the other and be open to feedback and willing to understand a different perspective. Next slide, please. In order to illustrate what we mean by meaningful engagement, we decided to bring to the public hearing a few examples of design exercises undertaken on this project and changes that were made as a direct result from feedback from the community. The community asked for architectural features that blend in with the existing homes on 88th Avenue at our very first community engagement. And over the course of a few months, we put a lot of work into redesigning the facades and achieving that 88th Avenue aesthetic. In the initial design, backyard entrances were located at the east side of the row house. And Ms. Hunt expressed in one of the engagement sessions that she did not like those entrances being there because she would constantly hear doors opening and closing and lots of foot traffic by her fence. So we totally reworked the design so no entrances are now to the east side of our development, which eliminates any foot traffic along her fence. And as Dorothy mentioned, Ms. Hunt expressed gratitude in an email that we actually listened to her feedback. The community felt strongly about the project addressing the avenue as well as the street, and so that's what we did. We added an entrance on 88th Avenue in addition to the entrances on 110th Street. Next slide, please. A year ago, our approved development permit was revoked by the Subdivision Appeal Board due to the development officer's failure to properly follow community engagement processes for the variances being requested at that time. After more thinking, we realized the RF3 was not the right zone for this lot. Our goal has not changed. After getting advice and support from experienced urban planners and consultants, they took us down the path of finding the right zone for this unique location in North Garneau. This rezoning doesn't increase the number of dwellings, as you've heard, but allows for larger dwellings. It does not increase the density in terms of units, but it allows for families to live here, which is the density that counts. By approving our project, council may increase the chance of families staying in this neighborhood for longer. It is not only people in the suburbs who desire more space. We can also give that to people who want to live centrally. Next slide, please. The Garneau Renewal Program is funneling taxpayer dollars over the next couple of years into the community of Garneau. the residents will enjoy new sidewalks, upgraded green spaces, upgraded infrastructure, and other amenities. My view is that Garneau is already a great place to live, and the neighborhood renewal project just makes it that much more amazing. With all that money being spent, I understand the residents of this neighborhood don't want to see change, but change is needed to get to a sustainable city. And let's make this neighborhood accessible to more people and a more diverse group of people. The hearing today is a culmination of my team's efforts for 2 years to develop this unique site. Some people in the community would prefer that we develop a single-family home or duplex, which is just not economical for how expensive land is in this part of Garneau. We will never satisfy everyone in the community, but we really tried to listen, make meaningful changes to the design that respect 80th Avenue, the facade facing the university, and most of all, our neighbor, Miss Hunt. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Yeah, just curious because I don't know by any means the whole history. I just had heard of the original application for RF3 and that SDB had said no. I hadn't realized why they'd said no. So were you, but I don't have any sense of what you were applying for with that RF3 and what variances you were looking for. I'm assuming you were looking for variances or it wouldn't have ended up at SDB to begin with. So what if, you know, in that RF3 and the variances you were looking for, what was in play there that you had originally applied for?
Yeah, so we were looking for additional variances. So a reduced setback on the west side facing 110th Street. We were looking for an additional few meters for the property to be extended south, which is what the UCRH allows us to do. Like in our view, we believe having a garden suite, like so basically a 2-story garage, that would cause more detriment when it comes to sun shadow and Miss Hunt being able to enjoy her amenity. When you look at the size of that, what that would look like at the back of the lot compared to what we're able to build here. So those variances we're trying to get to UCRH, but quite frankly, I never really even knew at that time what UCRH was. And it's only through talking to consultants and trying to discuss what we were trying to achieve with the development on that site, with these townhomes, to make them of a reasonable size, as Marcelo was saying. Otherwise, they're just way too small. And so that's basically what we were trying to do. We got a development permit approved, and then the neighborhood appealed, and because of a technicality, the development officer with the variances requested did not follow the proper public hearing or community engagement requirements, and it was revoked.
Yeah, I asked the question in part because, you know, I wasn't sure that, and we'll see. I mean, I'll ask this question of the folks that are going to speak in opposition as well. But the rear setback seems to be more important to them than the front setback. And I didn't know if that was one of the things that you know, obviously RF3 I think has more of both. But I just thought I'd explore that a little bit with you because, you know, if it's that overlook over the back that's the larger issue, and the overlook and the position on the front is a lesser issue, I just wanted to get your thoughts about that piece of the puzzle. Right, if it moved closer to the avenue, which I think probably wouldn't have been allowed in the RF3 except with the variance. But it would have created more space in the back. You know, what your thinking is around that.
Well, like I said, I mean, we were trying to gain a little bit of square footage. I can't remember if we were looking for variances on the north side, closer to the avenue.
Yeah.
I can't remember right now, but I know we were looking for a smaller setback on the south side. So. And now the other thing with the RF3 is at that time, because we had to provide amenity space, the amenity space was located along the east side of the property. So that was adjacent to Miss Hunt's property. And I don't think she would have appreciated that either, because we would have a back door, 3 back doors adjacent to her property. And that's her.
RF3 also looks for a smaller side yard, a larger side yard as well. I think it's 3 meters instead of 1.2. So although it doesn't have, you know, and it doesn't have the step back, but it wouldn't need the step back because the step back's over 8.9 meters anyway. and RF3 because it's part of the mature neighborhood overlay would have been capped there. So,
Yeah.
okay, great. Thanks. That's helpful. I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to those questions because I suspect they're going to come up later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Pinto? Don't see any at this time, so thank you. We'll now pivot to those registered to speak in opposition, starting with Megan Rich.
Thank you. Okay, so the Garnet Community League Planning Committee opposes the rezoning of this site. It seems like since the new city plan, and even before it was enacted, a giant target was set on our neighborhood. The city plan does not mean it is open season on every lot, regardless of location and surroundings. Speaking for our community league, good planning principles, our city's own planning guidelines, and the Garneau ARP are being disregarded as the support of these applications show. There's no consideration for development impacts on the surrounding residents, nor is there consideration for the sustainability of the community. Garneau has accommodated a lot of development over the past couple of years. This does not even for McLab, Knox Met, Westridge, Douglas Manor, 106A Street, among others. This does not even take into account the countless RF3 lots that have been developed appropriately into duplexes and triplexes with secondary suites and garage suites. In fact, we have been so accommodating that we believe we have already surpassed the density goal set by the city plan, but as the node has no boundaries, it is difficult to calculate. If you're still considering density and in cost, the RF3 does allow for more units, as Councillor Henderson stated. In fact, the UCRHR takes it by away 1/3 of the units allowed. While the city planning office states for this proposal that rezoning is only a moderate increase in this site in coverage, it's not in the actual mass of the building, which is actually going to be more than double the size that would be allowed in RF3. And Nancy Hunt will go into detail about that. We respectfully ask that you reject this proposal as it does not fit with the surrounding of the area. It is too big, too imposing, and will have a negative impact on the adjacent residents' enjoyment of their properties. We are more than willing to work with Mr. Pinto to find a better alternative that would fit with the current zoning. And the property value is only if you want to move, and honestly, we would like to keep our neighbors here, and I don't think any of them would like to move. And I'd like to make a correction in the city report that it's a mature neighborhood overlay. So the setback is actually 8 meters, not 6. That's everything.
Thank you, Ms. Rich. Questions?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not clicking on fast enough. The one thing, Ms. Rich, I think, understanding that this already could be townhouses and always could be in the Garneau plan. But I wouldn't mind you talking. I think you're probably the best person to talk a little bit about where this part of Garneau neighborhood sits in the plan. This is the North Garneau area that was great worry that the university was going to expropriate, correct? And there was a huge fight to hold on to it.
Yes.
And I wonder if you could speak a little bit about that, because I think it's part of it, understanding this is one of our really historic neighborhoods, and this is one of the remaining kernels of that. Whether 88th Avenue is as important to that as going even further north is an interesting question. But I'm wondering if you can just speak about that a little bit, and this idea that suddenly this would be an area that we would significantly, what the implications would be of significantly changing this area.
Well, if you start with one lot, it'll move on to the next, as Mr. Lafleur said about property values going up. That just means people moving out, and that's losing the families that have been here for years and years and have established their lives and go to the school and do everything like that there. If you start when the U of A tried to expropriate 89th Avenue and 90th Avenue, I believe they tried a long time ago, but the Save Garneau came up, and a lot of people from all over the city realize that these blocks are beautiful, and there's something unique about this tiny part of our neighborhood. And slowly everything's getting chipped away. And I think putting this there is just setting a dangerous precedent for the rest of everything. There are appropriate sites just right behind on 87th Avenue for this development, and we'd even approve something higher there. But just right on this neighborhood block, this is a historical block. It was written, the Garneau Block book by Todd Babiak was written about this one block. I mean, it's got a feel. People from all over the city come to this block, and if you start chipping away at it, it's going to be detrimental to not only the people that live here, but the people that visit here.
So understanding and the difference between the UCRH then, and I'm guessing, and the RF3 is in that scale of built form, correct?
The scale of built form, the fact that it can be 50% bigger, and it also just this, I understand the university residences are across the street.
Yeah.
That's owned by the university, not the city. So what I think is 110th Street is a good dividing line, and we should try and preserve some of the older houses in some of these neighborhoods. And we have a lot of development going up in East Garneau. We have a lot in South, RF3s all over South Garneau. And then the 112th Street is going to be taken over by 6-story buildings. So we need some single family homes left here. And I don't mind the triplexes with 3 families or whoever families are a broad definition of what is a family. And we think that the RF3 absolutely suits this, whether it be bigger and maybe cast more shadows or something. It keeps with the character of this block rather than building what looks just right across the street like the university residence is another one.
Can you speak a little bit to the idea that if it can be a little bit bigger, these units may be more attractive to families, and you're thinking about that? Because I thought that's an interesting argument given
it's
desire to actually hold on to family.
It's an interesting argument, but we've also heard from other developers that families that live like this actually don't want larger units because they're going to. So I mean, I don't know. Every development that we face has a different definition on what a family wants. So I can't get, and who lives there? I mean, we hope families move in. We love families, but we also like single peoples and renters, and we like all different, we love the diversity of our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is diverse, different economic levels, different everything. We are a very diverse neighborhood. So to say that this is going to bring diversity to our neighborhood, I don't see how this one building will, but we are already a very diverse neighborhood. So
and the Garneau plan then, because there is a significant amount of density that's been added over the years, but it understood that there were different parts and wanted to be able to hold on to certain areas.
Yes.
And the university, correct me if I'm wrong, but the university has backed off now and is committed to not expropriating it. They did that a number of years ago, correct?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So and precisely because they wanted to be, there was a recognition that holding on to some of that traditional character of this historic neighborhood was important. Yeah,
exactly. Yes.
And there's quite a few. This is where there's a lot of those old craftsman houses in there. These are part of the original Garneau that still exists.
These are the original Garneau houses.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thank you. There we go. Sorry, just got a cough there for a moment. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Ms. Rich, for coming. So I wanted to double check it in a response that I just thought I heard you say to Councillor Henderson. So did I hear correctly that even, and I'll come to a second question after about the standard zone of what's allowed in a UCRH versus what's being talked about, but I thought I heard you say that you would actually prefer to have a smaller, the RF3 zone, even if it created a greater sun shadow impact for the neighboring residents. Did I hear that correctly? I just wanted to. Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna. We can't claim until we know what's going to be built. We don't know the sun shadows. So, so I would say though, but it would keep more within character of the block. It would also split up where the back garden suites would go and leave some break in there.
Okay.
So a little bit of break right now as the design that we were presented, like I said, but we don't know what we're actually going to get built in the end if it's approved, is she has 1 meter between her garage and her backyard without a building next to it, a 3-story building. Yeah. And it would also be shorter.
So, okay, that's helpful. And that was leading into the second part of the question, which is that because recognizing what we're being asked to approve today is not the presentation we saw.
That's
right. It is the zone itself. But I do want to ask the question, because I think that goes into this question of what should have been a direct control, something like that. And maybe you've answered that through your previous one, but it felt like to me that, let's say this had been a direct control zone with what we just saw, that would have been far better in terms of overall impact, in terms of the ability for it to then, and I'll say fit within the area. versus the standard RF3 zone. Recognizing that's not before us, but I just wanted to see if you felt that way of if you had certainty that what is being proposed, the presentation we had, was going to go forward exactly as shown. Do you still feel the same way that you would have preferred an RF3 standard zoning?
Well, what was presented to us, I mean, we see flaws, but everything has flaws.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything we get, nothing will ever be perfect, and we completely understand that. With the direct control, we find anything with the DC, we actually get better community engagement, and not that the Pintos didn't try to engage. I'm not going to deny that they didn't engage at all. It was just something that we couldn't see Miss Hunt having to step outside and have it's a wall. Her whole backyard and her whole front yard now is a wall. And that's something that, you know, as a community league member, is to see another community league member, and we hope that when they develop, we have more community league members, to have, I mean, it's something hard for her to accept, and when I looked at it, it's hard for me to accept that somebody should have to live with that next door to them. That's all.
So, and obviously, I think, you know, Ms. Hunt is probably the best person to ask the question of too, but I just, from a community perspective, and again, recognizing what's not before us today is the very specific piece, but I just want to ask it so I've made sure I've understood that if we knew exactly what was being presented was getting built versus the RF3 zone, in my mind, what was being presented would actually be better for the immediate neighbor in terms of those impacts. But is your perspective from a community that in fact it wouldn't be? That's just what I'm trying to make sure I understand here.
I guess in my experience here is 2 years on the planning committee. It starts with what you're going to get, and then there's always little changes and everything. But Nancy has to live next door to it. I live 5 blocks away, so I walk by it a lot. But you know, you can run past that little half block. That's fine, and not be affected by it. But when you live on the block, and the people that are speaking after me actually live on the block, so they all live in North Garneau. So
perfect, and they'll probably be able to provide that response. And again, recognizing that's not what's before us today, I do think it's important for me to understand the local residents, if they actually feel that if it was built exactly as is versus the standard RF3 zone, which in fact would be better, because there's also other questions. So that's helpful context. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other questions for Ms. Rich? We're not seeing any. Next up will be David Buchanan.
Thank you. I live south of 87th Avenue in Middle Garneau. My children attend Garneau Elementary. My wife works at the U of A, and my family frequently walks and bikes in the area of the proposed development. I would like to address several aspects of the report by administration. The summary of the rationale for approval offered by administration is, in my view, at once vague, incorrect, and short-sighted. The proposed structure does not conform to the guidelines of the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan. It is not sensitive to nearby property owners, and it cannot within reason be described as moderate, given either the size of the adjacent property or the character of the neighborhood. The underlying issue with this application is a familiar one. Over and over, applications that do not meet the GARP and are openly opposed by local residents are approved. Based on the report, the reason seems simple: misapplication of the city plan. The problem is that almost anything could fit with the city plan because it is a high-level planning document that does not address on-the-ground realities of the community. This approach is deficient for at least 2 reasons. First, it does not work for the people that must live with the consequences. The proposed structure will add 3.1 meters in height and significantly reduce setbacks in the front and rear. The result for the family next door is a great wall that will block sun and light and sky. The loss of enjoyment, however, will be felt by all who live in, frequent, or visit the neighborhood. Second, people buy single-family dwellings in North Garneau to live in an area of single-family dwellings that adhere to consistent development guidelines. The report states, although the proposed UCRH zone does not provide the level of intensity desired for major nodes, it is considered appropriate in the context of the subject site. On the one hand, this is an admission that the proposed structure does not contribute to the development of Garneau as a high-density major node in the city plan. On the other hand, the suggestion that the proposed structure is somehow appropriate to the location is disconcerting. The selective replication of architectural features is not a justification for rezoning. In relation, the report also mentions the family-oriented nature of the proposed building, as does the developer. First, this is mere speculation. No one knows who will rent the units. Second, it is ironic as RF3 with mature neighborhood overlay supports families. And it should be added that it hardly makes sense to rezone for so-called family-oriented housing that negatively impacts surrounding families. Administration's additional rationale for approval is that the development site is located within the University of Alberta major node identified in the city plan and in close proximity to transit service. This is not an argument at all. Many properties in Garneau are located within the University of Alberta major node, and all are in close proximity to transit service. If the unstated inference is that increased density justifies rezoning, this does not work, as the UCRH zoning would only add building volume, which in no way ensures either more people or family use. In short, the report offers no solid justification for approval. There seems to be a great hurry to prepare Edmonton for 2 million people and to fit as many people as possible in Garneau. My understanding is that the purpose of urban planning is to ensure orderly development that enables a high quality of life for all residents. Uncritically approving the piecemeal development of single lots based on a vague overview of long-term priorities in the city plan will not work for either existing or new residents. Private developers should not dictate development priorities based on self-serving interpretations of either common building practices or the modern city. In relation, presentations on property value, personal history, and building philosophies should be considered nothing more than distractions. City planners, in turn, are doing city councilors and residents a great disservice by using the city plan to misrepresent and dismiss the negative impacts of ad hoc rezoning and inappropriate development in Garneau. I respectfully ask that you do not take either the developer's presentations or administration's approval at face value. The reasoning is frail and the justification effectively non-existent. The proposed rezoning is quite unnecessary. RF3 with mature neighborhood overlay meets the requirements of the city plan and the GARP, and it enables infill consistent with the character of the neighborhood. I respectfully ask that City Council stand with the people of Garneau and in support of better development by rejecting this application. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Then next up will be Nancy Hubbard.
Hi, I do have some slides, so we just wait. Here we are. So here I am. I'm the neighbor that we've all been talking about. Happy to talk to you today, and I'm here today because it is massive. I think it's simply excessive. UCRH is double the size of an RF3 build. RF3 is big. RF3 is substantial, and I'll show you some pictures to show this. On the next slide, we can move forward quickly on this one. I think Megan talked well about the character of the neighborhood and the minimal inventory of RF3 that exists. So let's move on to the next one quickly. The main concern I have is I don't see this as a moderate change, and I don't see this as a sensitive transition. And we'll look at a couple of pictures to help us see that. The next slide is about the height. So this is the first issue. So UCRH is a lot bigger than what we have today and is a lot bigger than RF3. So importantly, so my house is the short one. The existing house is 2-story, but as you can see, the houses on the block today are not maximizing RF3. So RF3 would give you a substantial, noticeable, large infill. UCRH towers over everything else, in my opinion. We can move forward. Skip the next one because I think the developer showed that really well. The other big change versus RF3 is the setbacks. And the front here is unique. So as Megan mentioned, the front setback today is actually 8 meters because the mature neighborhood overlay applies to RF3. It turns out the mature neighborhood overlay does not apply to UCRH. So these things that are protecting the neighborhood and keeping similar setbacks go away if you rezone to UCRH. So our houses are far back in the front. So mine is approximately 9.5 meters. The UCRH allowing just a 3 meter setback, this would be dramatically different. And the block is all similar. I took a good look at all of that. So you add up the front and the back, you're talking about a 9 meter longer building, UCRH compared with RF3. So that is a lot of building. It's like another building, really. So that's a lot. We can move forward. So I like math. So what all this adds up to is, well, it's double the size. As I said, it could be bigger, more area, taller, and deeper. To the next slide. How do I visualize that? Well, excuse the lack of architectural interest, but it is 4 times the size of my house, literally. And it actually is 4 times the size of the house that's there now. Mine just is deeper, that one's taller. So we're talking a really big change versus today. So importantly, what everybody's been wanting to know is, how does this impact me? Why am I here? Why didn't we already agree on what's happening here? And the reason is, you know, we did have some nice meetings with the developer that addressed some fine details, but the general design was already decided. So it kind of happened late. And what we were requesting is to look at some different designs that there's many examples of them, particularly further south on 110th Street, that use the RF3 in an interesting way on a corner that still fits the design of the neighborhood and accomplishes things, you know, profitably and providing units. So that's what we were looking for. So if we go to the next one, let's talk about how this is for me, because that's what's really a problem here and why I'm here. So there's 2 areas. One is the wall effect. And you're talking about a wall that extends through most of the front yard, the full length of the house, minimizing, you know, actual light coming in, and the usable area of the backyard being between my house and the garage. So the wall effect. The other one is in terms of the people. They've indicated to us maybe around 15 residents, and the vehicle access in particular. I'm quite concerned about the alley, to be honest with you. We saw in the renditions just now that there isn't any, there wasn't any vehicle access drawn in. I don't think there was garbage cans and bike parking drawn in yet either, but this is early in the design. But I bring this up because this is really impactful. Our alley is busy, and I live here because I don't like to drive very much. But I do need to drive my kids places sometimes, and I do need to drive to work sometimes. And we know that 15 people will have skipped the dishes and will move in, will move out, and you know there's going to be a need for coming and going. And I'm concerned about how that is going to be handled. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see the wall. So we wanted to get an understanding of how big is 12 meters, and are we worried about it? That's me in the blue, and that's my son. So we found something nearby, actually. So yeah, 12 meters is tall. It's really tall. And I can't remember how many meters there are between my chair and the wall, but it's close, right? So you're sitting in the front yard, and you'll have this wall, so I just can't see. Part of it is the sun shadow, and we saw in the presentation that the usable time of day, being my after work, after school time, were in shadow. And that's a particular problem for my kids, because that's when they like to run in the sprinkler or the kiddie pool, and that water's not going to warm up. So that's, oh, I seem to have lost my presentation.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the time, the 5 minutes have been up for some time now. Thank you.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. There are questions for you, though. We'll go to Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, and maybe I'll preface this by saying that, we've struggled with a whole bunch of these situations with, ironically, going from RF1 to RF3 and sometimes RF1 to RF5 on these corner lots in terms of this kind of impact. Yours is not a unique situation. So I'm wondering from your point of view, what the largest, obviously take the height out of it, which I'm hearing from you in terms of the height of the wall. But, if the building was further forward, in terms of those trade-offs between front yard and backyard, those kind of things, because this does allow it to move further forward than the RF3. What are the bigger concerns for you? If this was an RF3 that had a variance to allow it to move further forward, that opened up space for you in the back, would that be preferable to what we're looking at now, or would you still be concerned about that front yard piece?
Yeah, the rear setback is what's been my consistent concern. That's why I appealed last year, because of the rear setback. And the front setback is less concerning because I don't use it as much. I use it a bit more now because of COVID. Of course, visually on the block, that's different. You won't want to put that as dramatically as it can in UCRH, but the back is where it's just nice to have lined up kind of spaces, house to house.
So because this is, as I say, we've been debating this for a long time, and a lot of these zones I think were imagined being mid-block rather than corner. They make sense on the corner because you can make them happen on one lot instead of needing multiple lots. But I'm just trying to find out what's the most so the biggest concern is that space you have in the backyard and the change to it, correct?
Yes. The height factors in as well, but the height factors in because of the depth.
Yeah.
Right. If it's the height that's beside me, I have a house that's double the height of mine beside me now, and it doesn't really matter.
Right. Because, what's interesting about RF3 is somebody could build a single family building exactly the same size. So, but that's not, your issue's not with the number of units, correct? Your issue is the built form. Because you could have the same number of units and the same built form as the single family house that could be built as of right now, in RF3 anyway. The built form's the same. Doesn't matter how many units you put in an RF3.
Right.
So this isn't about the number of units. This is about the built form for you and what that effect has on you as a neighbor.
Yeah, I think so. The fact is you can have units, and I just want to have nice neighbors and something nice to look at. And I look at an apple tree now. That's good. And I think the wall effect, it's not just about the sunlight. It's about being blocked off from the community. You're in your yard or your front or your house, and now I see around. I see what's going on. I see people walking by. I get a sense of being in the bigger community. So this blocking out, it's just very, very large. It's just at scale.
Now, in terms of that trade-off of the width, the side yard next to you, an R3 would have probably created some. There'd be more space, but it would be space that could be used. And just your thinking on that, because I heard that was one other thing that I think you've been talking about with Pintos.
If you mean like the recreation space?
Well, just that, again, RF3 works differently that way. So
right. And I value land. I plant potatoes. They have put in garden boxes in the rendition, which, I appreciate this sort of thing. I think based on the whole vehicle access thing, you won't have that much space and you need more of it. I think anybody who wants to live around here, you want a bit of yard space as well when you're living on a block like this. So, but that's just me projecting what I value.
And I'll just say that we're stuck in a position here where we can't unfortunately approve the design we're approving zoning, and then you hope the design happens the way it's being committed to. It's a very difficult position it puts us in because there's no reason to believe that isn't what they're going to build either, right? But we can't mandate it. Great. Well, thanks. I'm out of time.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Hunt, for coming. I really appreciate that your information. So just maybe jumping off on Councillor Henderson's last point there. So it's not before us today, but as an example, there's a lot of different options. So had this been a direct control zone where you could require that, and council's got all different things. Council could refuse the application today. We could accept it. We could refer it back and ask for something like that. So I just wanted to make sure I'm clear that, that question I was asking Mr. Rich earlier is that, let's say this was sent back to be a direct control zone, to actually require what is in the presentation you saw today, and maybe some additional tweaks just based off some additional, conversation that would occur. Would that be more or less desirable than the standard RF3 zone for you, based off what you're looking to preserve, which is, from how I understand, that the most important part to you is that space between your home and the garage, and how you get to interact with that space?
Yep. So what we saw presented today, UCRH, is less desirable than an RF3.
Okay. And it's because that extends further towards that open space that you would, because that's the part for you. You want to preserve as much of that space and that opening that exists today. That's your goal.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of lot coverage and a whole lot of height. The height is the lesser of my concerns. But we see in the report a number that it's 45% lot coverage in RF3 and 50% in UCRH, and that's kind of a red herring. When you actually measure it out, as I've done even with my tape measure and figured out the setbacks and everything, 9 meters of length is just, a really much larger coverage on the lot than RF3. So I prefer the RF3.
So RF3, and I know we have some big built form. The way we understand it, and I want to make sure I go through this at the admin side too, is that if they built with the standard zone, it would not extend as far back towards the alley under the zoning. That is the understanding, correct?
Correct. My house is actually at the
where it would be. Okay.
I'm in the
Yeah, because yours is situated for the back.
As far back as you can go.
And just, this is maybe a small question, but just because you said height, not necessarily the biggest issue. I'm guessing that's because, and I can't tell through the Street View Google Maps, the trees that are alongside your fence on your property at the back there, I don't know how tall they are. So is that part of why you're a little less worried about the height and more so worried about just the physical built form being further back?
I'm more concerned about the physical built form being further back. My trees aren't very high.
I couldn't tell when I was down at Street View if they were big trees like some of the ones or if they were smaller ones. So, okay. I think that answers all my questions. Okay, I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hunt. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions, just ensuring that I am understanding your issues properly. And the first of all is you said sun shadow is not the main issue in your objection or objections.
No, not quite. I said it's just one of them. So the sun shadow is the issue in that the time of day that me and my kids are available to enjoy the yard, we are in shadow. So that is, yes, it is one. I think what I was trying to say was that's part of it, but the other part of it is just that, being boxed in by a wall.
Okay. And leaving everything aside there, you showed a picture of you and yourself and your son right beside a building. When you are standing there, whether it's 9 meters or 12 meters, you said you don't see around. I know every building that's going to be built next door to you is going to have some kind of impact. But what that impact is, so I just want to understand, how does 9 meters differ from 12 meters? I mean, you know, if you're standing there 3-4 feet from the wall is the wall.
So you're wondering if it's the height difference, and
yeah,
really, that's where I think I was saying to Councillor Henderson as well. It's that combination with the depth that causes it to be so problematic. So you look up, you're not going to see the moon, that's the star. You know, you're just seeing less when it's 3 meters taller, but it becomes exacerbated because of the depth. And it's, you know, even looking out my front window, I'd be seeing wall rather than seeing who's driving by.
Okay, so is the main issue about this, is it the setback, or is it where the setback and everything? Like, what is it? I just want to understand.
Yeah, it's the size. So it's just massively bigger. RF3s, you know, are quite big, and you see them in the neighborhood, ones that are fully developed. And it's really because of the biggest dimension that's creating this size is that combination of front and rear setback. So it's the depth of the building that's massively bigger. A 9 meter longer building, it's like an additional building, right? It's a lot longer of a building. That's allowed.
Yeah, and you also expressed some concerns about number of people moving in.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that would be probably a good situation. Just keeping the schools open, and I mean, I don't know. People are looking for people to move into their neighborhoods, especially in the inner parts of the city.
I live around a lot of people because I live across, you know, only a door down from the university residences. So yeah, it's not really about the number of people around. It's about how they can actually get in and out of this particular location. So it's just about the spot. If this was across the alley, we'd all be happy. We wouldn't have to have this conversation because that's what it's designed for. So it's the access to the spot. So, you know, I'm concerned that our alley is going to be clogged up at the end here. So whatever happens has to allow for the coming and going of whoever.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Hunt? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Then next will be Douglas Gorman.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Garneau is a great neighborhood, and I appreciate that the Bryces recognize that. And so do those of us who live here. And one of the concerns that we have in living here is that it's a very active neighborhood. That's embraced by everyone, but one of the activities that we seem to enjoy the least is the activism that's required in order to deal with the developments that are brought to us time and time again. So I am coming to you out of frustration and a plea for some return to certainty. And I think you'll hear these again and again. I don't want to reiterate what Mr. Buchanan said, which I think was spot on, nor what Ms. Hunt had to say about the detrimental effect from what is, in essence, a monster structure. And it's a monster structure that is entirely out of character for this sub-area of Garneau. I grew up in Edmonton, in the burbs, went away to law school at the University of Ottawa, lived in a leafy green neighborhood with all kinds of beautiful old houses. And when I returned to Edmonton, that's where I chose to live. And it's not because of density that I chose to live there. It was the historic nature of the community and the diversity of different types of accommodation. I lived in a condominium initially, and then I had the opportunity to purchase a house in North Garneau, not far from Nancy Hunt. My concern is this. It's the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan that has created this neighborhood. And sticking to that area redevelopment plan that has meant that the historic blocks and the single-family bungalows, which are an historic resource, whether they are noted as so or not, it is those that provide the character for the neighborhood. And the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan tells us that the low-density residential area of Garneau should be preserved. This is from 1982. So if there's anything to be learned, it's that this neighborhood has managed to preserve being a good neighborhood by sticking with the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan. And if we can have the cooperation of the developers and continue to follow the guidelines that are in there, that would benefit everyone, so we don't have all of us here today talking to City Council about a 30-foot lot. I find it an incredible situation, frankly. There's such a thing as the rule of law. The Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan gives us the rule of law. And frankly, I have some questions about the ethics of spot zoning like this. We had Mr. Lafleur bring up the indication about the property values. Well, to me, it's a concern, and it's almost institutional block breaking or block busting to have a developer come in, buy an RF3 zoned property, and then upsell it into something else. And there should be a concern that the rule of law should apply to this rather than these individual problems. I just wanted to make one point about the entire neighborhood of Garneau. There's 153, Nancy Hunt counted them, areas where these kinds of developments could be done, and they have remained undeveloped. To me, that speaks of this concern about having an unethical advantage of moving in and receiving a carte blanche from City Council or administration to say all density is good density. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for your comments. Next will be Steph Neufeld.
All right, I also have slides. They were the first ones presented. They just haven't made it back up yet. Great, nice to see you again, slides. So I live right across from the Sugar Bowl. I'm an aquatic biologist. I have 2 little kids, and they're always playing in the front yard and running up and down the block all the way to Nancy's house, as are my cats. And imagine if there was a neighborhood-specific plan that could get us away from all of this, and that would determine appropriate zoning and development in Garneau. Imagine that, hey? Well, when I was 2, there was a plan developed, and it was the Garneau GARP, right? And if we follow GARP, and if we continue to follow GARP, we wouldn't be here. And if developers continue to follow those guidelines written in this development plan that was way ahead of its time, way probably older than lots of us here. If we could just follow that, we could maintain what the intent of GARP is. And what is the intent of GARP? The intent of GARP is to preserve the residential character of Garneau. That makes it an awesome place to live, a challenging place to live, and a place where it brings a part of Edmonton. And because I live across from the Sugar Bowl, I see all the people who come biking here, eating ice cream, doing all the things that they do, and we love it. But there's been a continuous pressure since 1982 to develop this area. And so this pressure is not new. And the reason why GARP was developed was to deal with this pressure. And there continues to be this uncertainty of this future character in the community. So on the next slide, the overall GARP objectives, if you haven't read GARP, maybe it's time to go back and read it, because they're great objectives and it was ahead of the time. This concept of this missing middle is already accounted for in GARP. It already identifies a bunch of different types of residential forms to meet the needs and the needs of different types of people living in Garneau. Next slide. So we haven't seen this map yet, but there is this map that identifies the area. Almost 50% of it is already higher density, medium density, and just the light white is what's left of residential housing. Specifically in the area north of 87th Avenue, the concept is that it will remain low density housing with an emphasis on family accommodation. That's what GARP wants. So next slide, and I only have 5, so the question is, does moving from RF3 to urban character row housing meet the intention of GARP? And the simple answer is no. The intention of GARP is low density. UCRH is medium density. So that's a pretty simple answer right there. Is it a way to fill in the missing middle? Well, GARP already identifies a missing middle and accounts for it by having a plan, this overarching plan that maintains the character of Garneau. And I think Doug said it pretty well. Let's just keep with that plan and continue to develop. Maybe GARP needs to be rewritten or reconsidered, but this one-off development doesn't do anyone any favors, including all Edmontonians who come to these areas. Let's be consistent with our planning, get away from ad hoc planning, and respect the intent of these, because we all want character neighborhoods in Edmonton. We don't need increased density targets. There's lots of development that could occur on 87th Avenue. There's lots of empty lots. We would love to have development there. This is not a NIMBY, because if someone wants to develop behind me, go ahead, because they're not developed and we need to incentivize that. But at this point, putting something like that at the end of the block pushes values of houses out, and it makes single families not able to buy in, because developers come in, push the market prices up, and single families can't move into this home. So it starts to erode the ability of single families to even live in these neighborhoods, because we're priced out of the market. So, I would leave you with, for people who live here, let's maintain what's happening in GARP. Let's potentially rewrite that plan to account for some changes in city planning initiatives, but maintain the intent of GARP, and that's to maintain that residential character. It's not no development, it's the right development, maintaining those low density housing. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Neufeld. Questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Ms. Josie.
Hi there. My name is Katie, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to chat today. I don't have any slides. I'm a community member here in Garneau, and I really just wanted to speak because we really support diversity in our community. I'm not against development, me and my family, or multifamily dwellings, different kinds of housing options, people that own, people that rent. My husband and I and our kids, we rented in this community for quite a while before we purchased a home here. But development needs to happen within reason. I'm here because I really care a lot about my neighbors. I care about Nancy, who is really contributing member to our community and has a wonderful role in supporting families and kids in our community. And I really feel for her going up against a consulting firm and developer who wants to build this huge property right next to her home. It's just too big in my opinion. And on our street, we live just 1 block away from Nancy. We've had some new development under the RF3 with mature neighborhood overlay. That has worked really well. We have a duplex that was built across the street from us, and we get to live near students, and we've welcomed them as a part of our community. But it just fits so much better than this huge building that is so has such a large impact on Nancy's home. The other thing I just want to say is our community is really precious to us, but I think it's also precious to a lot of Edmontonians. People come from all over the city to be in Garneau, be around the old homes, the feel of our neighborhood. They come to the restaurants, park on our streets, and enjoy it. And we love having that influx of people in our community. But we need to protect it and protect this precious historical nature of our community. So I would ask that you don't let Garneau be lost to all this huge development. Sorry, I have another call coming in. And then the last thing I would just say is that I attended the consultation about this development. And I want to say I'm not a consultant or part of a firm or anything, but I wonder what is the point of consultation? We went to meetings with the developer and or I went to one meeting and kind of expressed the concern about the size and how it doesn't fit in our neighborhood, and it's and nothing was changed. So it just kind of felt like I don't know what the point of going to that meeting was if it wasn't really a collaborative feel. So that was the last thing I wanted to say.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, then last but not least, we'll hear next from Benjamin Greydanis.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I just had a couple of things I wanted to touch on. Most of them have been said by my neighbors already, but we live one block away from Nancy's house and the proposed development. We asked the council consider our views and decline this application to spot zone this into a larger for opportunity for a larger building. Our two, well, I echo Nancy's concerns. The two big concerns are both the scale in terms of height and length throughout the entire lot. And I wanted to point out a couple of things with the shadow effect that was demonstrated. It's kind of convenient that they only showed the spring shadows at 2 o'clock, which was when the sun is coming from the south. And then the summer in the middle of June when the sun's at highest it is in the sky for the whole year. The rest of the year, most of our sun, we have a very similar lot to Nancy, and the usable part of the day is after work. And for most of the year, that would cast a shadow throughout the entire yard, not to mention your windows in your houses. So I think both the fact that it's a complete wall from front to back and the height is quite concerning. I also want to speak to the point of just the process of doing this. I appreciate the democratic nature of being able to be a citizen and express our views, but it is skewed against us. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're homeschooling our children. We both have to take a morning off work to do this. It's eight of us, or I'm not sure how many of us are speaking. There are a lot more neighbors that would be here if it was more accessible. And the presentations given by those in favor of this is really by one person, Bryce Pinto, and nothing against him, but he's the sole owner of the company and has the resources to hire and recruit people to speak on his behalf. And so it creates this. It's a lopsided. I just want you to hear that this community is strongly opposed to this proposal, and it seems quite lopsided, and we feel at a disadvantage compared to the resources that the developers have. In terms of, I also wanted to just give one more point about just the context of this neighborhood. So North Garneau is very unique, even within Garneau. Our street, we're on 89, 1 block away from Nancy. There's only one house here that is not original. Our house was built in 1912. Every other house here was built within the 1930s or earlier. And they're all mostly two-story homes and very unique for Edmonton. We are very close as a community. We know our neighbors, and we feel very privileged to be here. The 110th Street is not a major corridor. And if you haven't been to this neighborhood or live in this neighborhood, you may be fooled to think that it is by looking at the maps, but it isn't. It's a one-way residential road with a bike lane that's going to be installed after the neighborhood renewal. We asked for the school bus to come down 110 in order to pick our kids up and drop them off, and they rejected that because it's not a major corridor for them. They didn't have the room to pull over the school bus, okay, on 110. So 110 is not like 87th Ave. It's not like 109th Street. It is a residential one-way road for residential access. So it doesn't fit, in our view, with the idea of building density along major corridors. And using the example of the university, which is across the road, and their development, and trying to mirror that is inappropriate in the view of the houses which are right next door. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Godinez? And not seeing any. Thank you all for your submissions this morning. Please stay with us here if there's new information. Now what we're going to do is pivot to councillors asking questions of city planners on the application. So I'll go to Councillor Henderson first.
Yeah, I guess my major question, and this is not new, we keep on bumping into this, are these flanking, going with RF3 and these flanking conditions, and often in the past it's been about whether or not even to go from RF1 to RF3. So in this case, the flanking condition exists. And one of the things that's built into that, understanding that, built form is built form and doesn't speak to how many units are there. Is how we deal with the rear setback, I think, is put into RF3 for a reason, because it answers some of the questions of the neighbors in terms of overlook, in terms of how close that wall is, in terms of and in terms of ability to get sunlight and through a backyard. This is not the first time we've had this discussion. So I'm a little bit puzzled that we're here with this, which actually UCRH seems to me, to my eye, make all of those issues worse, not better. And I'm wondering if you can just speak to that a little bit.
Thank you, Councillor. You're correct. We've been here a number of times addressing the flanking condition when it comes to a row house next to a single family. Just first off, we'd like to note that the rezoning is from an RF3 to a UCRH, which means both the existing parcel and the surrounding parcels have those RF3 development rights.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's understood that and empathizing with the change that is coming to the neighborhood, but we are evaluating this on the RF3, not necessarily what's existing on the lot next door, which is a 1927 house that is far smaller than what the RF3 allows. So what we see in this slide here is a comparison between the RF3 built form, which would be allowed on both the site today as well as a neighboring site. So we reviewed the application based on the incremental change between these two allowable built forms. So if we can just get to slide 8, there's a table of what those changes are in terms of that building volume. So if we could just move to slide 8, please. One more. So on the biggest difference as seen in those blocks, can I just get one more slide, please, to the table? Thank you. So there are incremental differences between the UCRH and the RF3 on the height from 8.9 meters to 12 meters. Along with that comes a different setback up to the front of 3 meters from 6. The interior side setback is similar to a single family house until it gets to the 8.9 meters, and then it's further stepped back to the 3 meters, which matches the row house. And the site depth changes from 40 to 30%, and then the overall site coverage is 45 to 50%. So what this means, doesn't mean that every edge can be maxed out, because that site coverage is only increasing by 5%. You can't hit each one of those minimum setbacks through a development. So there's that interplay through the development permit stage on how to move and place the building throughout the site, and whether or not there's an accessory building or a garage, which would then further take up some of that site coverage. So when we're looking at this, the building itself compared to the RF3 is a very similar built form in terms of what it can cover on that site. Yes, it can move forward a little bit more, and yes, it can expand a little bit back.
If I can just interrupt for a sec, the only question I would have about that is, ironically, the one thing that actually has to be a greater setback is the thing that I think is mattering least to people, which is the flanking side setback, which is what will actually be on the street. So some of that site coverage is dealt with there, and I'm not hearing anybody questioning that, right? You know, there's an irony here in that the one place where the UCRH has to be further away is on the 110th Street side, which is not the issue. I haven't heard anybody express that as an issue. And some of the site coverage issue is going to be dealt with by that, I would suspect, would it not?
I would be part of that push and pull of working within that building pocket of the setbacks and the maximum site coverage.
Yeah, I mean, we keep on bumping back up against this, and that's why I just wanted to explore this a bit. Is that I'm a big fan of townhouses. I'm a big fan of the way to do those with gentle density, but we keep on bumping into this in the flanking condition. And my worry about this is understanding those townhouses are already allowed. Is by going to UCRH, we're actually making the problems we've been struggling with worse and not better. We're adding this to the size of the wall, and probably most critically, we're allowing it to extend for far more of the length of the lot. Am I missing something? I'm sorry, may I have a time? I don't have my clock up. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, I'm sure you'll need another round. So, yeah. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so again, for me, just to understand, we changed the RF3 zone a couple of years back to require that 3-meter separation, which by actually going to this zone, it allows it to be, like you said, back to sort of the same separation that we would have with a single family home. Is that correct? That's how I've understood that chart, because it wasn't quite clear to me, but.
Right, so the UCRH can go on that flanking side setback up to 8.9 meters to a similar side setback as the single family. It then pushes further back once it gets above that height.
Yeah, whereas in the RF3, the entire 8.9, the entire building has to be 3 meters away instead of 1.2 under the UCRH for the first 8.9. So that's the difference, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So my question, maybe this is more of a process question, because I feel like, particularly with Mrs. Hunt or Miss Hunt's comments, and I think she's raised some very legitimate impacts directly to her, and I'm not sure I share all of the same concerns with the broader community comments that I've heard today. But was there any conversation about having that go to a direct control versus the UCRH to be able to? Because it sounds like in this case, here's a situation where nobody's expressed any concern with the engagement with the developer. It sounds like they've been very willing to work together as best they can under a standard zone. But was there any thought about that after when this first came forward?
There was not. And in saying that, it is our opinion that the standard zones are appropriate in this location. Keep in mind, again, that it's a rezoning and a transition from a UCRH to an RF3, which allows a much larger building, that existing house. It's in the major node of the university area as identified in the city plan. And the Garneau area redevelopment plan also allows rezoning in this area that still matches the character. I can just get one slide before this, and the policy reads that in order to rezone, you have to have ground level access to each unit, which the UCRH allows. It's family oriented, which by definition of the zoning bylaw now is that ground oriented part. It's 3 stories in height, which the UCRH is. And the number of units attached is limited to 4, but in this location, it's actually limited to 3 by the size of the site, and utilizes comparable or compatible architectural designs and roof lines. That is accommodated with the UCRH, but not demanded. So it generally meets the intent of this policy that allows rezoning in these areas.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot to love about the UCRH zone that unfortunately has shamefully not been well used throughout the city in the past. I think it's actually a significant upgrade in a lot of cases. What is different and why I'm just trying to work through some of this piece here is typically any of the UCRH zones have either been on alongside an arterial road, or I think there was one immediately adjacent to a commercial development. Those are the only ones I can recall over the last 8 years, but I could be forgetting it. So maybe this question, and sorry, I didn't start my timer, so feel free to go back to the time there just to be safe. Thank you, so I'm not running long. If this was and I don't know, I'm just interested in this idea, but if this were to be referred to go into a direct control zone, I know there's typically a cost difference to the applicant, but if council refers it back to go to a direct control zone to specifically address some of those very, in my mind, real concerns that Ms. Hunt raised, how would that work from a process perspective? Is the applicant required to pay for that additional cost, or is it, since council referred it, not required?
So that's been a change of practice recently. In previous years, we wouldn't charge, but moving forward, we are, because we are a cost recovery unit within the city. We're also not recommending the go to direct control because of the ask by the applicant, as well as the compatibility of both that UCRH and the impacts are similar to that RF3 zone to begin with.
Okay. I'm pretty much out of time. I might come back for a second. Thank you. Oh, I'll move a second round of questions. Sorry.
Great. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. Okay, I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objections to another round? Hearing none. Go ahead, Councillor Henderson, on the second round.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back, and actually that slide that you put up previously is an interesting one because it sort of leads into the question I wanted to ask. You know, the explanation on the bottom is to encourage innovative family-oriented development on consolidated parcels in this portion. And I think this is why we keep on bumping into this, because my memory when we created UCRH is I'm not sure we really imagined it in flanking conditions. We imagined it as a kind of form that we wanted to see, ironically, in more of a mid-block condition. And I felt for a while that in terms of how we deal with townhousing, we may have got this backwards, that we thought there were real opportunities in flanking conditions, but we keep on bumping back into this problem of compatibility with neighbors. which you wouldn't have in a mid-block condition where you had been able to consolidate land. And I just want to, whether or not you have, I can't remember if you have any memory of what our intentions and thinking was in UCRH. My memory was we really conceived of it as a kind of mid-block condition, and that's probably mostly how it's being used. Is that not the case?
So just to back up a little bit there, like whether or not the UCRH is mid-block or on the corner of a block, you're still going to end up with a flanking condition that creates some of that transition impact that we've been talking about today. You'll still end up with a larger building than what is existing in the neighboring parcel. The UCRH wasn't around when this policy was created in 1982.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we can compare the two in terms of a strict locational criteria where it should be and should not be allocated.
No, understood. But in the larger sense, when we created UCRH, and I'm guessing most of the instances of UCRH being used, and there have been very, very few instances to my recollection in older communities, it's mostly been used in suburban context, in new communities. Is that, I'm right about that, am I not? I think we've had
there's a few instances on some collectors and arterials in the West End, and then the majority of the UCRH is in the suburban areas.
Yeah, which granted was a surprise. I think we hoped it would be more of an urban condition. But I'm thinking again, we also imagined it more in the. Can I do one other exploration? And I haven't had a chance to peek at this, but what an RF5, what difference an RF5 would make on this instead of an RF3?
So the RF5 zone is fairly similar to the UCRH zone. So we don't have that table, but it allows 10 meters of height, and it's not guided by the MNO. The front setback is 4.5 meters, so that's different than the 3 meters of the front setback of the UCRH. The rear setback is actually not guided by any sort of percentage. It's just a minimum of 7.5 meters. So it would actually be a smaller rear setback than what's
okay. Yeah. I just curious. Yeah.
And then the side yard would be 1.2 meters. So it'd be similar to the UCRH, but that 1.2 meters of side yard would go all the way up for the full 10 meters of height. There would be no additional step back.
Okay. And just to explore something else, even RF3 mid-block would play out differently than this is because the rear setbacks would probably align more with, it would align more with what was traditionally there, correct? I mean, it wouldn't flank in quite the same way. It's not turning the entire building.
No, but you would still be allowed to go
further back.
That full 40% of site depth in mid-block.
Yeah, as you would with a single-family residence. There's no difference between them.
Yeah, and if like the conditions between houses change over the years, if you can just go to slide 10, please, 2 more from this one. Like this is a depiction of the current aerial of the site. The houses are very different. There's a wall condition presented by the house to the east, and this is just the natural building over time that people build different houses at different times within different roles.
Yep. No, understood. Great. Thanks. I will. That's it for me. Thank you.
Any other questions for city planners from members of council? Not hearing any. Then how about new information? Mr. Clerk, did we hear from folks wishing to address new information?
We have in favor, Mr. Pinto would like to address new information, and opposed, Ms. Hunt would also like to address new information.
Okay, Mr. Pinto, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to make a few points of clarification. The first one was, I think in Nancy's presentation, there was a picture depicting this wall that was 12 meters, but in reality, there is that step back. And I think that's very important to note. And it should be reemphasized that it's not going to be a straight wall up. It is 8.9 meters, and then we have a step back of 1.8. So that's done to mitigate that wall effect. So I just want to point that out. And you know, I empathize with the community, and we've done a lot of meaningful engagement with the community to get their feedback. And like I mentioned, you can't please everyone, but you know, we're not trying to build a 6-story building here. There's a lot of talk about this beach being a massive structure, but again, you know, the with RF3, what we had proposed initially was basically a 2.5-story development, and so there was a third level that was going to be occupied in that design as well. And also to address the additional volume, it was mentioned that, you know, this is 100% of a bigger building, and that's not true. The increase in volume of the building is closer to about 25 to 35%. And I just want to reemphasize, you know, there hasn't been a lot of discussion about, from an urban planning perspective, 110th Street, while sure, it's not a major roadway, but it is the road that people take to get to Saskatchewan Drive. And there is a lot of traffic on that street. And there is going to be a lot of infrastructure upgrades, like we had mentioned, having a bike lane there, and proper urban design and addressing 110th Street with a facade that, just like the university buildings, addresses that as you're driving along. I think that follows urban design best practice principles. So just wanted to mention that, because I know a lot of the focus has been talking about the impacts on the east side of the neighborhood, which are very important as well. And those are all the clarifications I wanted to make.
Thank you, Mr. Pinto. Questions on any of that? Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just wanted to, since you're here, ask you that question around this idea of the standard zone versus direct control. And so appreciating that there's a cost difference typically in the rezoning of that. Let's set that aside for a moment. You know, in this case, it very much sounds like you actually have a very good working relationship with Ms. Hunt, with the broader community. I haven't heard any concern about that, a lack of consultation as an example, which is great. I think that's really something we should, you know, celebrate. Everyone seems to be at least on board with that. If there wasn't a cost difference, I guess I'm curious your feeling about using the standard zone versus a direct control zone, which could provide, I think, that certainty that, frankly, we do miss when we use a standard zone that is a little out of the ordinary for this particular location compared to other, you know, UCRH hasn't been used in locations like this across the city. And if you went and had this successful and then it was sold tomorrow, which it doesn't sound like you want to do, but that's not, we can't assume that. We have to assume that this is the standard zone. The things that you've worked together with might not be guaranteed. So I wanted to get your thought on that notion of having a direct control zone to provide greater certainty, to maybe address a little bit more about things like that rear setback, which aren't still quite perfect. You know, even the difference of being 1.2 meters up against the property versus being closer to 110th Street. So your thoughts on that idea?
Sure. No, thank you very much, Andrew, for the question. So I'm going right now through 2 DC2 processes with our projects in McKernan, Belgravia, and on the east side of 110th Street in Garneau. So I'm familiar with how intense those processes are, and I know you said keep the money part aside, so we'll leave that aside. But we actually, in this process, I think we went quite a bit above and beyond what a normal UCR or standard zoning would require from a design perspective, and just the amount of engagement that we did to kind of understand the community needs. So when we were first getting into what do we want to do with this site after our development permit was revoked by the board, you know, we had these discussions, and we came to the conclusion that the UCRH made the most sense, because even if we were going to go DC2, it would be, I'm not going to say more costly because we said we were going to talk about that, but it would be a far more time-intensive process, and it was almost overkill for what we're trying to do, right? we're looking for a slight change, which is a better build form. And it was advised to me that the UCRH, because it was revised relatively recently, it accomplishes already all those things that we were trying to do. And I know council, they're not in favor of just arbitrarily doing DC2s when there's already a zone that provides enough of a framework for you to achieve what you want to achieve. And so we felt comfortable that the UCRH, it did provide that framework that was suitable for this area. And we only go DC2 when we have a site and after careful consideration feel that that site deserves something that cannot fit into a conventional zone. I hope I'm answering your question.
You are. I want to ask this just to be direct, just because we're at this point, and I don't want to have to come around for a whole other round of new information or anything. But I am torn on this standard zone versus which in that lack of certainty. So I'm sort of struggling a little bit, and I don't know. Maybe Councillor Anderson has different views, but if this were to be referred back to go to a direct control zone with, and again, recognizing the money piece is a separate conversation that I actually think is a legitimate, obviously very legitimate concern. But if this were referred back to go and sort of put in more firm writing what you've already put together, it might not be the same sort of, you wouldn't be starting from scratch. You'd be starting with what you've got. And ideally, this could be a relatively quick process. So I guess I wanted to get your take if you feel there's any value in that, because I am interested in that sort of conversation.
So as I mentioned in my presentation, this process has actually been a 2-year process for us. And I have to bring the money piece in. That's taken a lot of time and money. And that house is a dilapidated house that's just kind of sitting there right now. It's been boarded up. And, Nancy and I, we've talked back and forth about, I think there's a homeless individual who actually was able to break in, and we had to deal with that. But at this point, after going through so much effort and working with our consultants, doing all the engagement that we've done, it has been a very long process. And so, I understand this is coming before you, and you're just seeing what you're seeing right now. But for us, this has been a very long journey to get to this point. And to say that now let's go and do another direct control for the lot, for how, like, the carrying costs, how expensive it is to develop in this environment, and we have done our best to try to create a project that works for everyone. And clearly, you've heard today, there's people that are still frustrated with it, and we're not all going to agree. But this, it would be very disappointing to have to go, because that DC2 process, it's not a quick and easy process. So that would delay this project. I don't even want to hazard a guess, but maybe another 6 months, and that would be extremely detrimental after everything we've put into getting to this point.
Okay. Thank you. I'm out of time. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Pinto?
Mr. Mayor, if I may interject, I just want a point of clarification about new information.
I'm sorry. Mr. Figueroa, you'd like to offer some new information as well?
Well, my understanding is that at the beginning of the...
I just need to double check that if you wish to present new information, we can do that. I'm going to double check to see if there's anybody else from those registered in favor who wish to present new information. Okay.
Mr. I would like to present new information too. This is Jnane. Yeah, and we have sent the email.
Oh, okay.
That's my point of clarification. We send a lot of emails.
Please just give me a minute here. We're 2 minutes away from the lunch break, so I just need to manage the agenda a little bit. Would members of council be amenable to finish hearing new information from those in favor, or would you like to take the break now and resume, understanding there'll be more new information at 1:30 from additional speakers? What would be the will of council?
Mr. Mayor, I would usually say go on, but unfortunately I have a noon meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, so do I, Mr. Mayor.
As ward councillor, then certainly in hearing there's more than one individual with a conflict at noon, then noting that Mr. Deshpande and Mr. Figueroa would like to offer new information, we'll come back to that at 1:30 sharp. So let's recess until then, and then we'll continue on this item with new information after the break.
We're live.
Good afternoon. We'll roll call in just a moment here. All right, so let's resume just by taking attendance with members of council. Let's start with Councillor Cartmell this time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Zadig.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, here.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon. Do you have a list this time?
I'm working from this at least. It's not alphabetical, but at least I have all your faces to work from. So, Councillor McKean.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Mayor. Welcome
back, Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I think Councillor Walters is still indisposed, but Councillor Banga, last but not least.
I'm here, sir. Thank you.
So that's what you call. Okay.
Let's see about.
All right. So we are back into new information, and I had Mr. Deshpande and then Mr. Figuera, and then we'll hear new information from those in opposition. So, Mr. Deshpande, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to just provide like additional clarification about Councillor Henderson's concern about whether UCR8 zone is being applied in urban areas versus suburban areas. And I'm just going to read the purpose of UCR8 zone for everyone's reference. A quote, it says, the purpose of this zone is to provide for medium density ground-oriented multi-unit housing in a manner that is characteristic of urban settings. So it clearly states that it is for urban settings and can include more intensive development in the form of, but not limited to, smaller yards, greater height, orientation to public street, and greater attention to architectural details. So we strongly feel that like the purpose of the zone itself clearly identifies what it intends for, and our project exactly tries to address all those points that are mentioned in the purpose. There is really no mention anywhere, like in the bylaw about whether the UCR8 should be applied in the urban situations, mature neighborhoods, or suburban locations. Nor is there any additional reference in terms of whether it's appropriate for arterial roadways, collector roadways, or local roadways. So ideally, it can be applied like anywhere to provide that transition. In fact, one example that I'm personally aware of is in Glenwood neighborhood at the intersection of 98th Avenue and 157th Street. That's where UCR8 zoning was approved by City of Edmonton. And in fact, in that neighborhood, the interface of like UCR8 is with RF1 zone. And in our situation, our interface is with RF3. So I think it's a much better interface what we are facing in terms of like this application. So I think this consideration is quite important when you make a decision on this application. My second point is to address Councillor Knack's concerns about why did we not go for like direct control zoning. And I was personally involved in Edmonton's infill roadmap, and it is my understanding that it is the general intent to reduce the number of like direct control zones if there is an appropriate standard zone available to achieve the intended use or urban form. So number of updates were undertaken in Edmonton zoning bylaw, including the UCR8 zone, to address those concerns. And we strongly feel that right now there is enough guidance in the UCRH zone to address those architectural concerns. So for example, if we have to convert this application into a direct control zone, I think the application would remain exactly same. And in addition to that, the way we undertook our public engagement, as per like my understanding, we have taken public engagement as if this was a direct control zone. But the zone itself is so strong because it provides that direction about like providing those additional step backs after 8.9 meters. So which is like really addressed. That's the real architectural concern. So my point is the zone, like this whole concern that probably there is no enough guarantee about what might get built. I want to stress the fact that what we are proposing that is guided by the zone itself. So the urban form that we are proposing here is exactly the urban form. We have presented the worst case scenario. So if there is any flexibility, it would be further improved. Like that's the point that's really critical when you make this decision. The only flexibility, I think, as far as I'm aware of, is like in terms of materiality. That reference is not in the UCRH zone. But again, to our point, we work with the community. We have taken their input and come up with a materiality that works. And we personally like it. Our development permit drawings are ready, like with this design. So we have no intention to change the materiality because it actually adds value to our project. And my last point is, I think administration made this point in administration's report on page number 6. They provide comparison between RF3 zoning built form and UCRH zone built form. And we would like the council to consider that when you make the decision, you compare this not with the existing single family home, but what is potential on that RF3 site adjacent to our site. Although our application has made every effort to make sure that the design works with the single family built form. But ultimately, tomorrow, like anything can happen on that lot where it can be developed to its full RF3 potential. So those are my 3 points for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Deshpande. Questions for on the new information?
Well, yeah, sorry, I thought I put my yeah. I just one thought, because to clarify, my questions were that I agree with you that we designed this to be urban. My point was that this has hardly been used in the urban context. I think maybe we've had 2 in the time since we created the zone in an urban context. And that I think it was in our mind, and this is the real question I'm asking, it's not about UCRH versus other townhousing forums, but we're having this issue with townhousing in general in flanking conditions. And I'm not convinced that UCRH was created to address that flanking condition. I think mostly we had in mind assembly of land that didn't create these kind of flanking problems on single lots. So I understand it allows for that. I just think there's a piece of the puzzle we missed here, because all of the townhousing issues we've had in these flanking conditions have created this kind of concern. And it seems to me that UCRH, because it can go so much closer to the back of the lot, because you can have more height, makes those problems worse, not better. And it's not about the zone in general. It's not about what it would look like if you were going mid-block. It's about when you turn an entire building and use it in a different way, we end up with these kind of clashes. And I just wouldn't mind your thinking about that.
Yeah, and again, my first reaction would be, I think whether UCRH is appropriate for like mid-block situation or a flanking situation, that direction is not there in the zoning bylaw anywhere. It might be an interpretation. Yeah, and then in addition to that, in fact, to address the setback and the transition issues, I think there was a specific effort made in the UCRH zone to require that additional step back after 8.9 meters. So that in itself is basically to address situations like this. And in our design, I think Justin had explained that, like if there are any privacy concerns beyond like from our proposal or people living in this building looking onto the private like backyard, our architectural design is in such a way that it kind of like prohibits that overlook onto the adjacent property. So we are really using what's in the zone to provide that appropriate transition and improving the privacy concerns.
Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to address that first point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Deshpande? Not seeing any, then we'll go to Mr. Figueira next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several points, but I try to go quickly. So the first thing is, in the administration presentation, there was a reference to policy 1.78 of the ARP. If you can look at that presentation, you see the text there. And we discussed this with the administration. That policy is really meant for rezonings that increase density, so it doesn't apply to our case. So the whole issue about consolidating the site or not consolidating the site or being a comprehensive rezoning, it's off table. Like, we are really not increasing the zone as as we mentioned in the presentation. The other, I just want to also emphasize again, the issue about 1.2 meter setback on that side yard. So I think when council approved a smaller 1.2 meter setback between some like small scale multifamily adjacent to a single detached house, like this is just like now implementing what the council direction is on that issue between single detached and a row house. I don't see this application being deviating from whatever council already has decided is the appropriate interface between those two built forms. The other point that I want to mention is talk about this backyard. Like 12 right now, with the CIH, there would be like 12 meters backyard there with no structures. So many of the lots in other neighborhoods, like urban or suburban, they don't have that 12-meter backyard. Like, it's smaller than that. So to say that now it's going all the way back to the property line and it's reducing enjoyment of the backyard, I think that there's enough backyard there. I also want to touch on the issue about the DC2 versus the conventional zone. Jonas mentioned that, but I really want to point it out that from the very beginning, our approach was to use the DC2 process. Like, we asked the city to help us to create a mail out for notification. The first meeting with the community, we just went with a massing block. We went like with no design, nothing. We just said, like, this is what the CRH will create. What you feel and how you feel. The other meetings that we had the community, then we refined the design and refined it again, and we came back like several times. So I think I don't see how this is a different process than a DC2 from what we intended to do. And also there was referencing that the presentation, it's not what's going to in discussion today, but we by no means we didn't try to create any distractions, but we want to really show the potential of the zone and what's like how good the zone is for this contest. And I think Jonas addressed this by outlining what is in the purpose of this zone. And lastly, I really want to talk about the whole problem with MNO versus no MNO. The MNO regulations are embedded in the UCRA zone now. That's the beauty of this zone. And if you were to calculate, like for instance, the front setbacks, it would be 6 meters. That because the MNO doesn't say, well, it has to be the same front setback as your neighbor. There's a process there where it's either the average, or if the lot is empty, then there's other ways to calculate, but it would be 6 meters. This was in the IF3 application, and there was no variances there. Lastly, I really want to say that there was, we even offered Mrs. Nancy to have like a good neighborhood agreement to like stress that what we are showing is really what we want to do, but she declined that. The developer has been trying to work with the community. The SGB appeal, other than the rear setback, which was 11.6, not 12, as we're proposing today, had like two other variances, 0.8 meters on the flanking setbacks and 0.4 meters on the width of the dormers. So like if the community really appeal on those bases, I don't see that there's a lot of room to go to a DC2 and try to come up with a commitment there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions on that? Not seeing any questions for you, Mr. Figuera. Mr. Clerk, did we have any other emails from folks in favor wishing to offer new information?
Yes, we did receive a request from Mr. Pinto to speak a second time.
Okay, well, we'll have to hear first from those in opposition, and then there may be another round of new information, but not necessarily. We shall see. So, but your request is noted that you have more that you wish to say. So, but we'll wait until we've heard from those in opposition. Who did we have? We had Ms. Hunt, and did we have others?
Ms. Hunt is the only one who's registered, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I thought there might be one of the...
I did register, and I got an email confirmation back, Steph Neufeld, that they, yes.
Okay, so we'll hear from Ms. Hunt and then Steph Neufeld. Ms. Hunt, go ahead.
Hi, I have three points of clarification or new information. The first was, I think we were having a bit of back and forth about the measurement and volume numbers. I'll just let you know my assumptions are based on the front setback of 8 meters, which is what I read in the M&O. We don't need to discuss that any further. I think we've seen what 12 meters height looks like. We've seen what a 3 meter setback looks like in the front. It's way more coverage than an RF3. So that's the point. It's a way bigger building than an RF3, and that's how the double the volume was calculated. Secondly, as we've discussed, we are talking here today about a zone and what is possible, and this is why it does present risk to the community and to me to say that we might be okay with that when it could be, the worst it can be. Basically, you can make it the biggest this zone can be. In particular, the designs we were shown in the back, it's just because it's not complete. You don't have the garbage, the bike parking, the vehicle access. So what we're seeing in the back of the building is not complete because it's still got to address all these things. So I think that recreational area is going to be substantially smaller. Most importantly, the other thing I wanted to respond to is there's been a lot of dialogue here about the consultation and the costs. And well, when consultation happens late in the process, it costs everyone. And, Mr. Pinto and his team aren't the only people incurring costs. I work contract. I forego income to be here today. Same as last Tuesday. And the effort for me to figure out what this zoning is, to figure out what exactly is being proposed and what might it look like, it's massive. I've never participated in a hearing like this before. So the cost to me of being here is actually quite huge. It's time away from my work in preparing and in being here, and same with time away from my children. So I'm here because I think we can do better. And I think, Mr. Pinto said earlier, not everyone will agree, but I actually think this is possible to get to a point where we can agree. We have to say no to UCRH. It's way bigger than RF3. That is clear. And I am committed to work together with you guys on, making an RF3 that everybody can live with, because I think it exists. And I think we just need help. And that's why we were at an impasse. We need help from the city, presumably city planning. Maybe there's somebody else, I don't know. But we need help to bring these pieces together to preserve the quality of our community, to preserve my quality of life here, and to meet some development goals. So I just want to say, I'm committed to work together on that kind of a process, and I really think it is possible. So please say no to UCRH. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on the new information? From Ms. Hunt? Not seeing any. Okay, then next we'll hear from Ms. Neufeld.
Great. I just wanted some points of clarification based on what the consultant had said. The first point, meaningful consultation, and the concept was we consulted and everyone kind of didn't agree, but we're never going to agree. I don't think there's one person in the neighborhood who has spoken today or one person in the community who thinks that this is okay. So you can consult, but it wasn't meaningful consultation. And I don't think you're going to find one community member who thinks that was meaningful consultation. The second is, why go to urban character row house? And I think the proponent had said, because it realizes his vision or their vision. The vision doesn't agree with what the community vision is, the neighborhood vision is, and GARP's vision. And GARP actually sets the vision. The reason they want to make it bigger is to make more money. And there's absolutely no concept that a developer isn't in it to make money. They're not in it to develop communities. They want to make money. And the way that you let market forces drive your communities and the decisions in those communities mean that you're going to develop in a way that is not going to maintain the characteristics of the neighborhood. If market forces were allowed to exist and drive these, you would take down my house and put a Dairy Queen in there, because that is a better value and you would get more money. And that's not how we maintain the integrity of our neighborhood. We have a vision, GARP has a vision, and that has to be realized. So I don't think we can, the developer is being honest and saying, well, we want to go to urban character row house because it lets us do something we wouldn't. They want to make more money, and money is based on square footage that you sell, and nobody here can argue that. The third thing is the developers 2 years to develop the property. The reason there was 2 years to develop the property is because they wanted exceedances of the current zoning. Build an RF3 with mature neighborhood overlay, and you would have been done a year and a half ago. The reason you don't want to do it is because you want to make more profit. The developer wanted to make more profit and went through this road and chose to go down this road, knowing full well they were trying to do something that was not in alignment with GARP. And that is not our fault as a community. And so I don't want that, that story to be told as, hey, you know what, we've already tried for 2 years, so now we can't go through a DC2 because, hey, we've already invested. You knew what you bought when you bought it, right? And so what's happening is it pushes up neighborhood prices because developers then can make more profit and single families can't buy into these properties. So the other comment with urban character row house was a better fit. And I think that's a better fit for the developer, but it is not a better fit for the community, and we've heard this. The fifth point, last point, is the parking. And so I don't know how many, 9% of families, 9% of people don't have cars. 1% of families don't have cars. There's no parking in any of these renditions. There is no family, and there's no family who can live in the city of Edmonton in winter without a car. There are very few, 1%. So the argument that this is going to promote family housing by being bigger is just not true. We know this is going to be for student housing, and so by pushing those market values up, you're dissuading family housing. The last point, because I have a little bit of time here, is this concept of what the point of urban character row housing is. The point of urban character row housing in the zoning is to fill in that missing middle. And it is a completely appropriate in neighborhoods where you have very high buildings and single family housing, and you don't have opportunities to fill in that missing middle. Garneau is not that neighborhood. And Garneau is not that neighborhood because GARP has been in there for such a long time. They've provided all these opportunities to fill in the missing middle. You saw that diagram where it goes up and the missing middle is filled in at each of those points. So you need to preserve single family housing. You need to have a variety of building types, and GARP already allows for that. So why would you go and try to to erode the communities that are already there. If we agree that we don't want any single family housing in Garneau and we're going to erode it, that's fine. But we would have not bought in this neighborhood, and we would have and we would expect that our council would support this idea that the GARP matters and that consultation that was done in the 80s matters. And if we go down a different path, then it should be a consultation with the community, because what makes a community is people, and who you attract to live in those places develop your community. And if you start to erode it by letting market pressures dictate what goes there, you're going to lose those communities, and nobody's going to want to come to Garneau. So there's a lot more at risk than Nancy's house. It's the loss of an entire character community. That's it.
Questions for Ms. Neufeld? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Have we had any other registrations, Mr. Clerk?
In favor, yes, but not in opposition.
Okay, well, I'm going to pause here first to see if there are any questions arising from the new information or on process before going to another round of new information. Councillor Knack?
Mr. Mayor, I have a referral motion. I was wondering if this would be the time to put it on the floor.
Yeah, and then perhaps once that's out, then I can go to new information and we can hear from Mr. Pinto. But once you've seen what you put on the floor, so go ahead.
Okay. So the referral motion is that bylaw 19592 and Charter Bylaw 19593 be referred back to administration to have increased interior side and rear setbacks similar to the RF3 zone through direct control zoning, and return to the September 8th, 2021 City Council public hearing.
Second. Seconded by Councillor Nicol. Okay, so referral is on the floor. You want to go ahead and introduce it?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel that, you know, I've heard some very legitimate concerns, at least in my mind, from the immediately adjacent neighbor, Ms. Hunt. And what I had heard is that concern about the impact to that particular area of land on her property. And I think I think it's a worthwhile zone to use. I think there's a lot of value, and I think that what I've heard, and I've heard it from even just in new information, a desire to work together on this. I think there is a pretty easy way forward to resolve this. What I have also learned from administration is a referral back like this is that any money spent by the applicant is credited towards any additional cost, if there is any, on this piece. And I'll add, just because it did come up, the urban character row house, and it's correct that we have used that in the new Jasper Place area redevelopment plan. The one site we did that was a larger site though, and that's why I think it's important to maybe have this more concrete, whereas the standard zone made sense in a similarly placed area in a community where there is going to be substantially greater density. So that's why I'm not quite comfortable with the standard zone, and I didn't just want to say no, because I think there's a lot to like about it. I don't have the same concern as the broader community that has raised concerns about how this would impact the overall neighborhood. I respectfully, I just don't feel that it's that disproportionate from what is currently permitted, but I do very much agree with the feedback from the neighbors. So that's why I wanted to put it forward this way and keep it going.
Any questions on referral before I go to Mr. Pinto under new information? I'm not seeing any. Mr. Pinto?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. The first thing I want to address, Ben Henderson brought up some very good points about really what the crux of the major issues are for Nancy. And I need to stress that with the RF3 zone, it would force us to put the amenity areas on the east side of the property adjacent to Miss Hunt's fence. Because as administration showed, we would be able to have a garden suite, which is a 2-story garage. And I think the crux of Mr. Hunt or Miss Hunt's comments is that she feels boxed in by this building. And I'd like to submit to everybody that this is going to make the problem worse, and it is not what we're proposing is a better alternative that addresses her concerns compared to what the RF3 would provide. The RF3 would provide amenity areas and back doors adjacent to her fence, which she said she did not want, and you would have these open and close all the time, people coming in and out. And then you could have a 2-story garden suite that would cast a shadow for a longer portion of the day. And that boxed in feeling, I think, would be exacerbated. So I don't, and the notion of negotiating with Ms. Hunt, I have to be honest, we have tried to negotiate and discuss this with her for months, and there is no negotiation. She's very clear, like, I want you to build either a single family house or a duplex. Even the notion of a triplex on this, which is allowed with the RF3 zoning, that was in dispute for the longest time by her and the community, that we weren't allowed to do that. And so it was a non-starter. We tried to negotiate, and this is the path that we've gone down. And I understand, Councillor Knack, your concerns, and that you feel that this is going to really impact Ms. Hunt. And I think anytime you're going to be changing the zone, and with the city plan, this is going to be something that occurs in mature neighborhoods. There is going to be impact. There's going to be impact. And Councillor Henderson, I completely understand the concern about that impact, but the purpose of those regulations is to help mitigate that impact. And we've done that through our consultation to try to create a win-win in this situation. And going just back to RF3 is what Nancy doesn't actually want. When I listen to her, what's important to her, it's not what she wants. And so, talking about, Councillor Henderson, her backyard and the boxing in effect, it would be worse under the current zone. And we are trying to create larger units. In North Garneau, it is a special area. We fully appreciate that. It is a unique area. And we are trying to do something, and you're right, the design is not 100% complete. We have to figure out bike parking and amenities in the back and how that's going to be arranged. But we are trying to create something in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And it keeps being mentioned by the community that this is not this doesn't fit GARP. This is not in conjunction with that, with the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan. But administration, which is unbiased, has determined that it is, and that needs to be stressed. That is within what was envisioned here. And, if you look at, in our presentation, slide number 23, which kind of shows Ms. Hunt's backyard, and she has a very, very small backyard just south of her house, but it extends all the way to the back lane. And there's a lot more amenity area actually that is completely untouched, that would be in complete shade if we went with the RF3. So as I understand, people are upset about the height, and people are upset about the size of this building, but looking at best practices with urban design principles in this location, I've tried to address the avenue, we've tried to address the street, and create something that is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and that is appropriate for that site. And it is truly addressing Ms. Hunt's biggest concerns compared to what an RF3 would provide. Mr. Henderson, he talked about, he wants to see UCRH used more, and we use it in the suburbs, but this is a great opportunity to use it in an urban setting. And there are going to be impacts, but us pretending that there's not going to be any impacts, and any impacts, we need to make sure we mitigate all of them. I don't feel that's really possible, but we're mitigating all the ones that we could.
Mr. Pinto, that's the 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Questions for Mr. Pinto on the new information? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Any other new information?
Yes, Mr. Candlish has registered.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Candlish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my points were actually covered by the previous speakers, so we're all covered there. Thank you.
Okay. Any other new information? Okay, then on referral, debate. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I have some misgivings about this because, but I will support it. You know, in my mind, I mean, I think the real issue, and we keep on bumping up against it, this is not new to us, is this problem of the rear setback and what that does in flanking conditions with the neighbors. Everything about UCRH makes that problem worse. It allows the building to move further back, and it creates an even taller wall to do that. So I think Councillor Knack's motion doesn't deal with all of that question because it doesn't deal with the height of the building. And my worry a little bit is it doesn't deal with that kind of transitional piece that will be next to the neighbor, but it does deal with that question of that rear setback. You know that there's a reason we built some of these things into RF3 to begin with, because it helped imperfectly, grant you, it helped to deal with some of these issues when they come up. I think there's a lot more work we need to do on our zoning in terms of these flanking conditions that we are clearly going to have to work out that we have not worked out yet. I'm not the first time I've said that. We've said no to a number of RF1s, to RF3s and RF5s for exactly this reason. And I think, I think it's something we missed in our conception of these zones in terms of the trade-offs when you get in these flanking conditions. And I honestly don't know what the answer is, but I don't think exacerbating it is the answer, which I think going to a standard UCRH does. So my gut feeling is RF3 is still the right zoning here, and that would allow for, we have built into the RF3 zoning some of the mitigations to try and lessen these impacts on people when an entire building changes its orientation on the lot. But I will support Councillor Knack's motion because I think at least being able to get that piece of the RF3 into this, I'm still very nervous about the height, which I think is a significant change because it's not just, because the MNO was there for a reason, and we've defended it for a reason, and UCRH does not have to play by the MNO rules. So, so with some hesitation, I will support Councillor Knack's motion. But I think we have a lot of work to do here still in terms of understanding what happens when we end up with these townhousing, which we want in these flanking conditions, because it keeps on coming back up to us. And there's no question in our responses in the past that we recognize that there are severe implications for the neighbors in doing it. And my concern with the UCRH is it makes those situations worse for the neighbor and not better. And ideally, we need a zone that will allow it to be better.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Bankett.
Thank you. Just speaking on referral back. I definitely agree with some of, actually most of the speakers who came in opposition saying, yeah, it makes a difference. It does alter somehow the way they live, feel, and in that area. I mean, any new development or redevelopment we do in any area is going to affect people one way or the other, mostly in a negative way. People are, I wouldn't want anything changing around my house there. But as far as I'm concerned, we gave administration a set of guidelines to go by, and then whoever the developer might be, they come work with the administration for 6 months to a couple of years, then it's definitely, they're working, I guess, according to the what is allowed. And then administration gives it a seal of approval. And that's what the developers are working towards. And sure, I mean, there's repeated saying every time that, yeah, developers are there to make money. I guess it doesn't matter what job it is. We are all there to make money, but it's legal money. I mean, they're not cheating. They're not, they're stretching the limits in certain cases, but that's human nature. And my last point is, there was a question about the height itself. And then I guess we saw a picture where if you draw attention to from the corner of 9 meters, 8.9 meters to the ground, and then extend it further, you would not even see the other 3 meters because of the step back. And volume, yeah, it is a bigger volume. It's 30 to 40% increase. By different people would interpret that as a different number, but it is definitely an increase. And finally, even Councillor Henderson said that this would this referral would probably not be doing the job that I guess the neighbors are concerned about, all the neighbors, and then referring it back for any reason, just for the reason of referral back. I don't think that's that would be my idea of promoting development in our city. We make plans, we try to set guidelines, and we do, but then we when it comes forward, and then we try changing it at the last moment. I am not going to support this referral back. So, and we'll see what the next motion is. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor Nicol, can you take the chair, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'll take the chair. Thank you.
Where's it Tony's turn?
Yeah, it's been mine since the 6th.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony, for sure.
Oh, I didn't realize that it had changed at that point. Councillor Caterina, then, please take the chair.
Yeah, I've got the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think there are at least two distinct issues here that I think we're struggling with. One is this question of certainty as to form and finish, because we've, as is often the case, we've seen a concept, and that concept is based on some feedback, and then also a sense of what's buildable and realistic under the zone and in the marketplace. And so no doubt referral to get a DC to nail down that certainty, I can understand the argument for that. We used to do a lot of that, and this has been something we've been working through to try to improve our standard zones so that we can use them with confidence. And so the question I'm asking myself here is there something, is there an issue with the application, or is there an issue with the zone, or both? Because the other question that's at play here that's distinct from form and finish of this particular concept is the massing that is allowed in the zone and the particular configuration that's allowed on a site of this size, and what the trade-offs become in terms of amenity area and setbacks front to back and side to side. And on a site of this size, there's not a lot of room to breathe to try to balance those things out. So you end up at one end of the spectrum or the other. And I understand and appreciate what the applicants have said about pushing it as far north as possible. to try to mitigate sun access, for example, on the south side. And ironically, I mean, if the height was the principal issue, and I hear that's an issue but not the principal issue, then maybe we'd be thinking about an RF5, which would come in at 10 meters instead of 12. If the mass is the issue between not what's there today, but what's buildable under the zone of RF3, then what's the right mass for the site? Is it the mass of an RF3 because we wouldn't change it? Is it the mass of an RF5, say, where you'd have a little bit more opportunity? Or is it the mass of an urban character row house? And is this an appropriate use of that zone for that mass to create a transition condition from what's happening at the university across the street there? And I think those are all difficult questions, less because of what happens across the street and more because of what happens next door relative to Miss Hunt and the other historical properties on the street, as well as what might happen over time north and south. Because I think if we were building a street wall of row housing facing 110th Street there over time, then GARP doesn't suggest that. But if we were to redo GARP now, as we're going to go through a district planning exercise and update all these things, that might well be a thing that we would want to encourage as a transition as some of those corner lots change. Now, some of them are heritage properties and are not going to change. So what would work over time if we had a kind of, not a blank sheet of paper, but if we were redoing GARP in that particular area in this day and age? And I think it would include row housing. So to me, the question is whether the appropriate zone here is urban character row house, RF5, RF3, or a DC that borrows from all of them. And if at the end of all of that, what we're going to wind up with is something taller than 8.9 meters with 3 units, with different setbacks perhaps than what the MNO would prescribe, because the MNO doesn't apply to RF5 or urban character row house, then my expectation if this were to pass, and I'm still not convinced I'm going to vote for it, is that something that we would learn from doing this DC would help us in the zoning bylaw review to build better standard zones for this kind of condition. And there might be an issue with site area or minimum site area to be able to do urban character row house, to Councillor Knack's point about what we've done in suburban context and in urban context in the West End. And maybe this site's too small for that. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced yet. And so I'll continue to listen to the debate, but I'm a little on the fence. Want us to figure out how to be able to use standard zones. Anyway, I'm out of time. So
I'll return the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else before we go to Councillor Knack to try to convince me? No? Okay, Councillor Knack to close on referral.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I think you did an excellent summary of what we're dealing with right now. In my mind, the question is absolutely not whether row housing is acceptable on a corner lot in virtually anywhere in the city. That answer was, we had those debates over this term, and the city plan made it clear row housing is the right use, corner lots across the entire city. What I've been struggling with is urban character row housing right for this size of part and parcel of land and the impact that creates? Because when I think back to that example, and I am thinking back to the only other sites I can recall us doing urban character row housing in within mature neighborhoods are sites that were at least, I think, 2 lots or larger. And in the case of the Glenwood example, I didn't mention, but in that case, it was on the north end of a block. So the additional height and the massing of the building was better dealt with because of how it was situated. Recognizing we're going to be accepting more row housing on corner lots, I'm not opposed to the notion of urban character row housing being that row housing form that we allow on corner lots going forward, but not unlike we did with the RF3 lot or RF3 zone this year or this term, when we went in and made an adjustment to that interior setback. I do think we need to think critically about if we're going to allow it on a single corner site as set in the zoning bylaws. So where I come down on is that I'm not convinced that the massing is perfectly appropriate on a site like this, a single lot. But I didn't want to say no because I don't think it's wrong either. I just don't think it's properly addressed what we need to. So I felt like I debated, should I just say yes or no to this? And I didn't like that idea because I actually think this is a zone that we can be using across the city in mature neighborhoods going forward. And I think if we think a little more critically about this, this could help inform that zoning bylaw work. So, and again, so this is one of those motions that I realize probably doesn't make a lot of people happy because for the rest of the community who's not the immediate neighbor, they don't want this based off what I heard. But I respectfully don't agree with the perspective that was raised that it is a completely inappropriate zone in mature neighborhoods. I don't think that's the case. But what I think is very unique about this is the direct impact to Ms. Hunt. And I think this is a way that we can actually resolve that immediate concern and then maybe provide some additional guidance for other single lot rezonings to UCRH going forward, because I just don't think we've had single lot UCRH zones like we've had RF3 over this term. So that is why I think this requires a bit of a different approach, a bit of a different look, and so that I would encourage council to support this. I know folks might be doing it grudgingly or not, but I think it's the right thing because I think it can be the right zone. We just need to work through a few specific details that can make address the immediate neighbor's concern and then more broadly be used going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on referral.
Yes, for Zadek.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Councillors Katarina and Paquette, please.
Mr. Clerk, it's a no for me.
Thank you. And Councillor Paquette, may we have your vote?
Councillor Paquette?
Mr. Chair, I don't see him in the list of attendees right now.
Okay, well, we'll have to call it without him. So display the vote, please, from the 11 we have. And that's carried 9-2. Okay, so referral is blessed, and this will come back later in the summer then, all other things being equal. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so now we're going to start in on Garneau 2, bylaw 19480 and 19481.
Mr. Mayor, on a point of order,
Yes?
can you re-show me the vote there? Because I thought Councillor Katarina was a no, but I only saw Councillor Banga and Councillor Cartmel as no's. Am I incorrect in the screen I saw?
I think it was Councillor Banga and Councillor Katarina that were listed as a no.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a third, but there was a name covered up by the which I couldn't see either by the icon.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry, I'm just to get to the bottom of this. Mr. Clerk, can you just confirm what the vote was previously?
Yes, it was, there were 2 absent. No, just a second here. What was it?
It was
No.
9-2 and 2,
Who was
right?
absent? Yeah. Councillors Banga and Katarina voted against. And Paquette and Walters were absent.
I apologize.
Okay, I think that settles it. Now let's start in on the next Garneau item. Before I get the presentation, I'm just going to take attendance here on folks registered to speak. Mr. Delaba.
Afternoon.
And I have you down for questions only.
No, there is a presentation as well.
Okay, noted. And Croy Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Tracy Bell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. And then in opposition, I have Byron Prochnow.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we have a new registration in favor, Kim Shepard on behalf of Eileen Jang.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Kim Shepard on behalf of Eileen Jang.
Okay, we'll add Kim Shepard speaking in favor as number 4. Any other registrations?
Only in opposition, that would be Ryan Batty, and he would be the first to speak. That's B-A-T-T-Y.
In ahead of Byron Prochnow or after all the others?
Mr. Mayor, can I just, Dr. Ryan Batty was our transportation consultant on this. And he was supposed to be here, but a conflict with his schedule permitted. So he actually was in support to this as a point of clarification.
Okay, so Ryan Batty is also registered in favor, but will not be able to attend. Okay, understood. Then I'm going to run through those in opposition that I have from before, and then if there are any additions, we'll take those at the end. So next in opposition would be Byron Prochnow.
Yep.
Welcome. Lisa Pashniak. Lisa Pashniak.
I just spoke to her on the phone. She should be here. I'm not sure.
We'll have a few minutes before we get to her, so hopefully she can join us. Megan Rich again. Hello, welcome back.
Still here, thank you.
Thank you. Thea Moss. Thea Moss.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Dana Miller.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Alexandra M. Benitez.
I am here, thank you.
And Alexandra C. Benitez.
I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And then I have Sharon Watanabe on behalf of Sander Veldhuizen Van Zanten.
Yep, present.
So is this Sander then instead of Sharon?
Sander, yes, Sander Van Zanten.
Okay. And is Sharon Watanabe not joining us then?
I don't know what she signed in. She was my backup speaker given the uncertain times.
Understood. Thank you. David Buchanan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome back. Angela Seahagen.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hello. Chris Stiles.
Yep, I'm here.
Welcome. Ellen Armstrong.
I'm here.
Welcome. Sarah Dawson.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Andre Jasson.
Here.
Welcome. Bonnie Reeb.
Present.
Welcome. Robert McVeigh. Robert McVeigh. No? Okay. Let's see when we get to Robert. How about Greg Miazga?
I'm here, thank you. And I'll check on Robert. I've been in contact with him just a few minutes ago. So
great. And Michelle Mulder?
Yes, I'm present, but I'm a backup speaker if needed.
Okay, understood.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
please.
Ms. Orbell has just shared the speakers list, the updated speakers list, with you. There might be a few changes in the order of the speakers. Some of the speakers who were part of the same group asked to be heard in a specific order.
Understood. Okay, I'll work from this list. I struggle to print things sometimes, so I'm going to have to flip through screens. Bear with me a little bit if I get this wrong, but thanks for your patience. Did we have, does that cover everybody? I think All right, so I think we can get started. I'll just ask you all to mute yourselves again, just to cut down on the background noise and the echo till we come to you. Just a note again, please to refrain from using the chat function in the Google Meet, just as it can create issues of fairness and decorum, as well as technical issues with the live stream. So if you have questions, please reach out via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And let's launch in now with the presentation from city planners. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This application is primarily for a high-rise residential building proposed through a DC2 site-specific development control provision in Garneau. The proposed building would have a maximum height of 80 meters, or approximately 27 stories, and 245 dwellings, of which a minimum of 7 would have 3 bedrooms and no less than 20% would have 2 bedrooms. When reviewing rezoning applications for new towers, there are 2 main questions that administration's review strives to answer. First, is the proposed location appropriate for a tower? And second, does the design of the tower properly respond to the surrounding context? With this application, administration's opinion is that the answer to both of these is yes. Next slide, please. There are actually 2 nearby sites proposed for rezoning, currently connected through a DC2 site-specific development control provision, one on 109th Street and one on 108A Street. The 109th Street site is proposed to change to the CB1 low-intensity business zone with the main streets overlay. Sorry, is the next slide up? Thank you. The zoning fully complies with the 109th Street corridor area redevelopment plan and is the same zoning that exists in the majority of the corridor. Due to the straightforward nature of this zoning change, no intent by the applicant to change anything on this site, and because no concerns were heard about this part of the application through public engagement, the remainder of this presentation will focus on the 108A Street site where the residential tower is proposed. Next slide, please. The proposed tower site is located in close proximity to Garneau School and the University of Alberta to the west, the North Saskatchewan River Valley to the north, and the commercial corridors of 109th Street and White Avenue to the west and south. 109th Street is a frequent bus route under the new bus network redesign, and the site is within close proximity, but not currently directly connected to the bike network. This will be changing soon with the completion of the new rail trail shared use path that will be run through the east-west lane directly north of the site and is being built as part of the Building Great Neighborhoods Garneau project, starting construction this year and completing in 2023. Next slide, please. When looking at location, the city plan identifies the University Garneau area as one of 6 major nodes strategically located across the city. While no specific boundaries exist, these major nodes are generally considered to be up to 2 kilometers across. This site is within 1 kilometer of both the University of Alberta Hospital and the core of the University of Alberta North Campus, and it is therefore reasonable to consider this part of Garneau as being in this major node. Moreover, this site lies at a key junction with its proximity along the 109th Street corridor, a transit link, and 87th Avenue, the main connection from this site west through the rest of the major node. Next slide, please. Major nodes are large-scale urban centers that serve multiple districts and support higher density development and a wide mixture of land uses. The desired overall density in a major node is 250 people and/or jobs per hectare, and the typical massing form is high-rise and mid-rise. Given its close proximity to high levels of transit service, the existing commercial corridor, the main east-west corridor into the rest of the major node, and existing high-rise development, this site is considered more appropriate to be a high-rise than a mid-rise. Next slide, please. While the city plan supports a high-rise building at this location, the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan does not. This statutory plan, approved in 1982, but still in effect, directs a low-rise built form for this location. High-rise buildings east of 109th Street are restricted by the plan to Saskatchewan Drive, and this is exactly what has happened over the last many decades with that land now fully built out with towers, many of them built since the Garneau ARP initially provided this direction. This is a good example of how the Garneau ARP has been successful in accommodating density according to its 1982 vision. However, as Edmonton is constantly growing and changing, there is a need to address the challenges of today and the needs of tomorrow, and additional tower and higher density opportunities are a part of that. As such, administration believes in a prioritization of the city plan over the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan, and that this site is appropriate for a tower. Next slide, please. Just because the location is appropriate for a tower, that does not inherently mean that any tower design will work. This site has somewhat unique shape, limited access points, and a wide variety of surrounding land uses that must be carefully addressed in the site layout and building design. At just over 1,600 square meters, the site is considered just large enough to accommodate a residential tower, and there are some places where the proposed building is pushing the envelope with regards to what is considered sensitive transitions. For example, the minimal ground level setbacks extend much closer to all lot lines than would be allowed in a comparable standard zone, such as the RA9 high-rise apartment zone. However, attention has been given to ensuring that the areas that require a more sensitive transition, such as to the south and facing 108A Street, are prioritized over areas that don't require as sensitive a transition, such as the rear of the adjacent strip mall across the lane to the west. Next slide, please. When looking at the building above the podium, best practices for sensitive infill tower design focus on sufficient step backs from the podium, adequate separation from other towers, and a slim tower floor plate. When looking at step backs from the podium to the tower, the same prioritization of transitions is seen as was done with setbacks from property lines at ground level. Larger step backs are given to the south and facing 108A Street, while no step back is provided to the west, facing the rear of the adjacent strip mall across the lane to the west. From the tower to the lane north of the site, the step backs are considerable, with 9.6 meters being the closest point. Next slide, please. One of the main reasons so much space is given from the north is to help ensure a proper separation from the adjacent tower to the north, Strathcona House. The applicant has proposed their tower as far south as possible, providing a separation between the two towers that varies from 24 meters at the nearest point to 37 meters at the farthest. There is no set citywide standard for what appropriate tower separation is, with examples ranging from 20 meters to 35 meters in places like the RA9 zone and the residential infill guidelines. In recent practice, administration has generally considered 20 meters to be a minimum, with preference for 25 to 30 meters. Therefore, the proposed tower separation here is within this acceptable range. Moreover, the orientation of Strathcona House facing southwest, its concave shape, and the proposed sawtooth facades of the new tower all help reduce any loss of privacy, one of the reasons proper tower separation is important. Next slide, please. During public engagement, a lot of concerns were raised about how this proposed tower would reduce access to sunlight and obstruct views for residents in Strathcona House to the north. In response, administration analyzed these impacts in detail. While there are no standards or guidelines specifically for these items, considerate tower separation and orientation, along with slimmer tower floor plates, can help ensure these impacts are minimized. Combined with a carefully planned tower separation and orientation already mentioned, the proposal includes an 800 square meter tower floor plate, which is considered a relatively slim tower. The older residential infill guidelines suggest 750 square meters, while the recently revised RA9 zone allows for 850 square meters. When looking at the sun shadow study, it was found that specifically for Strathcona House, the dwellings on the west side of the tower will maintain their evening sunlight but lose some midday sunlight, and the dwellings on the east side of the tower will maintain their morning sunlight but lose their afternoon and evening sunlight. Dwellings in the middle will still get a bit of both morning and evening sunlight. Very few dwellings in Edmonton, from houses to towers, receive unobstructed sunlight throughout the entire day. And so the existing condition for Strathcona House is an exception, and the new condition, if the proposed new tower is built, would be a common standard. Next slide, please. Similarly, while the proposed new tower would obstruct views from the south-facing units in a Strathcona House, because of the slim design of the new tower and the orientation of the towers relative to each other, all units in Strathcona House would maintain between 69 and 73% of their existing views. Again, a very common scenario for areas of the city where there are higher concentration of towers, like in Oliver, just across the high-level bridge from this site. Administration's analysis of the tower design and its impacts shows that not only is this location appropriate for a tower, but the applicant has demonstrated a strong effort to ensure the tower design responds to the surrounding context and mitigates impacts on surrounding properties as much as possible. Next slide, please. After an initial response of non-support from the Edmonton Design Committee, the applicant responded to the feedback given and had their application reviewed a second time. After the second review on August 4th, 2020, the committee recommended support, citing only that the applicant should continue to work with the city on the integration of the project with the upcoming neighborhood renewal, and specifically the new rail trail shared use path that will run through the east-west lane directly north of the site. The proposed DC2 provision is required to provide affordable housing in line with City Policy C582, where the option will be given to the city to purchase 5% of the dwellings at 85% of market value if dwellings are put up for sale for the purpose of operating affordable housing units. To comply with City Policy C599 for community amenity contributions and direct control provisions, the proposal includes 7 3-bedroom dwellings designed to be suitable for families, repaving of the north-south lane to the west of the site, and a contribution of $109,557 towards the creation of or improvement to an off-site public amenity such as the rail trail, a high-level line, or parks, gardens, or open spaces within the boundaries of the Garneau neighborhood in consultation with the Garneau Community League. Next slide, please. Due to public health precautions related to COVID-19, an in-person public engagement session was not held for this proposal. Instead, the main form of engagement on this application took place between August 5th and 26th, 2020, where online feedback was collected through the city's Engaged Edmonton webpage. The page was visited by 677 people, 112 of whom either asked questions or left comments. Of these 112, 13 indicated support and 99 indicated opposition. In addition, letters of opposition representing groups of people were received from the Garneau Community League, Strathcona House, and the Garneau Estates Condominium Association, which is the row housing development immediately south of the rezoning site. The most common topics for feedback were related to parking and traffic impacts, loss of sunlight and views, and the area redevelopment plan not being followed. A full breakdown of the concerns and how they were addressed is included within administration's report. Next slide, please. To conclude, administration is in support of this application because the location is appropriate for a high-rise residential building in accordance with the city plan, and the carefully considered podium tower design and building orientation ensure off-site impacts are no more than what should be expected in a core urban environment and that are necessary to achieve recent infill and density goals focused on nodes and corridors. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will hear from Mr. DeLampa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. There should be a presentation. Thank you very much, City Clerk. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We're excited to be in front of you this afternoon to present our very first high-rise development proposal in Edmonton. We knew that this application would be contentious from the very beginning, given our experience. Anytime you build any type of high-density built form in any infill or existing neighborhood, it's often met with a high-level opposition and concern. It's a major change, so it's to be expected. Next slide. This map provides with some additional context showing the location of our proposal and its proximity to the University of Alberta, downtown, transit infrastructure, and other amenities. The orange area indicates where existing high and medium density apartments and or mixed-use buildings are located. As you can see, the majority are clustered along the eastern edge of the university, along White Avenue, west of 109th Street, and Saskatchewan Drive. Next slide. The existing DC2 governing the site affects two areas. As referenced by administration, the one site fronting 109th Street is an existing single-story commercial building that will remain in place and operating a restaurant. The other two sites are on 108th Street, which is currently a gravel parking lot, and the lot to the south immediately adjacent to the row homes is a 5-unit rental building. We had originally included the parcel that is zoned DC2-128 with our application. Unfortunately, after months of negotiating and working with the landowner, we were unable to come to terms, which is one of the reasons why we made a request to defer this public hearing to this date. Next slide. From a planning policy perspective, there's no doubt that the new city plan has set the stage to encourage higher intensity development to take place within this area and the 6 other major nodes throughout the city. The new plan includes a number of big city moves. One which hopes to accommodate roughly 600,000 new residents within existing neighborhoods over the next 30 years. If we do the math and we assume 25% of this growth occurs within our core area and the university and Garneau major node areas, this will require roughly 2,600 new housing units a year over that 30-year period, which most likely will be delivered through higher intensity development forms. If we assume that 30% of those 2,600 units are higher density, and between a typical mid and high density building is 150 to 250 units, that requires roughly 3 to 5 new high density buildings per year. Keep in mind that it takes time to design, approve, construct, and deliver a tower in these areas. Next slide. I also would like to address the Garneau ARP, specifically policy G3, which we believe paves the way for us to develop a high-density housing form in this location. The policy states that high-rise, high-density residential development will be considered on designated sites, and there are 4 criteria. On sites which are located at the northeast and northwest periphery of Garneau, this site is clearly located within the northeast portion of the plan area. On sites which have good access to public transit, the site is within 40 meters of 109th Street, which is a high-frequency transit route, and obviously within 600 meters of the University LRT station, multiple shared use paths as well. On sites which act as a transition from major arterials and commercial areas into lower residential areas. The site is located between the 109th Street commercial corridor to the west and low-rise, low-intensity housing to the east. Thereby, we would consider that a transitional location. And number 4, on sites which are adjacent to physically compatible forms of development, which include transitional housing, land uses, or open space. This site is approximately 20 feet south of an existing high-rise residential building that has been there for the last 50 years. I also want to comment on the height transition policy in ARP. The difficulty with this policy, it actually lacks direction as how it's ultimately to be applied. It doesn't reference where the height transition is to start from. Is it along corridors or from existing high rises? It also doesn't provide any details as to what constitutes an abrupt change in height. Is a 6 or 8 story building adjacent to a bungalow or 2-story too abrupt? In fact, I'd argue that this policy really restricts where any type of higher density development can go within the ARP, given that there is a significantly high portion of properties developed that are the 2 and 3 stories, which is the predominant built form in the ARP. I also believe that this type of policy was created in response to the tower in the park built form, which was how many mid and high-rise buildings were designed 40, 50 years ago. During this time, many of these buildings didn't fit in well with lower intensity built forms. Using a height transition policy was an actual tool to help manage this. How we design mid-rise and high-rise buildings today has changed dramatically with the incorporation of podiums and improved tower designs, which have helped sensitively integrate these higher density built forms in lower density contexts. These improvements have ultimately reduced the need for such a policy. Next slide. This is showing our site plan. There's a few design considerations worth noting as referenced by administration. We have about a minimum 24-meter separation between the 2 high rises to the north and our building. The jigsaw facade was deliberate to reduce the direct overlook between our tower and the tower to the north, also provides some visual interest. There are various step backs incorporated into the design to create a varied podium. Next slide. We've designed the podium to establish a very strong 2 to 4 story built form along the public streets, which is consistent with the 2.5 story townhome development immediately to the south and the low-rise apartment buildings to the east. The 3rd story is stepped back to provide further relief of the massing along the street. The tower is set back from the east lot by 60 meters and 5.3 from the south. I also should bring to your attention that a significant number of mature trees along the boulevard and on adjacent private properties, specifically the housing development to the east, that actually will obscure the majority of the building above the podium from view, even during the winter time, considering just the sheer volume of branches and size of some of the trees. Next slide.
Mr. Dulaba, excuse me for interrupting. Mr. Chair, time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
I was pretty much done. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson with questions. Go ahead.
Well, it'll probably be a surprise to you, but I actually, for the time being, because I think there's a whole other question around height, but I want to start by talking about the podium. Because my worry about that podium is, because it's a constrained site, yes, you've got, good setbacks from the podium, but the podium itself seems, to my eye, is pushing way further and closer to the street, is taking up, has less air and space around it than what we would be approving in a mid-density building or in a standard zone. So in that transition sense, I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that because it's one of my larger concerns here.
Certainly. Mr. Clerk, can you turn to slide 15 in my presentation, please?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Henderson, as you can see, the townhomes on the west side of 108A Street, although the majority of the facade is set back around, I think is about 4.5 meters, there is a large step that actually does sort of encroach about roughly maybe 2 or 3 meters away from that facade, what actually provides a bit more of a presence that seems like that built form is closer to the street. Our step back here, ultimately, as our envision for this plan was as this site gets further north and becomes more of an intense urban form, that street wall would ultimately become a little bit more urban and then ultimately wrapping around the lane, marrying itself to the rail trail, and ultimately which is going to become an urbanized corridor in 109th Street. So we felt that this location at the northern tip of 108A Street warranted that type of closer setback to the 108A Street street.
I'm suspecting, I'm anticipating some of the questions I think we're going to get in particular from what's basically an RS6 stacked townhousing co-op that's been there for years across the street, lots of families in it. That sense of space, that sense of room on the road, that sense of what makes Garno Garno is going to be one of the things we're going to hear about. And, you know, we've had this debate recently in terms of the RA8 forum, you know, with the one we did just around the corner, and that sense of the street wall on a narrow road. And it seems to me this is going even beyond what, in terms of diminishing that space from what the RA8 did, and with a similar kind of street wall on your podium. I understand it steps back probably before an RA8 would, but you know, it's going to change the feel of the width of that street, and it's probably the people across from there that are going to be the most impacted and that we're going to hear the most from about it. And I get it. I get, you know, in order to get the step backs you needed, ironically, you had to bring the podium had to be bigger. But it's, you know, it's the one thing that really jumps out at me, which is feeling a little bit like we're shoehorning a building into a space that's pretty constrained. So thoughts about that?
Councillor Henderson, as I referenced earlier, we believe that this built form, as you head further north, adjacent to a very high density built form already, and the fact that 109th Street in itself will, I think, intensify in terms of being more urban, we felt that it was an appropriate type of transition. I also believe that the height of that podium that we provided, the 2-story height volume, stepping back the third, does provide that visual relief. As I referenced earlier, there is a significant amount of large trees along the boulevard that will obscure a lot of what's happening above that second story. So in addition to the step backs, and I think that we've done a pretty good job with the podium to really provide that relief and ultimately allow that tower to float back above and away from where the typical, you know, most people engage with a building, that first story to the fourth story. And that was really the idea, is to provide for the step backs.
And that's why I'm asking these questions, because that first story to fourth story are way closer to the road than they would traditionally be, and then we would be asking for in standard zoning, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. And then, you know, you talked about transition in my dying seconds. I mean, the reality is this probably would have been a transitional height down from the tall ones to the shorter buildings further to the south. We lose that ability to do that transition and using this site for something that isn't, say, an 8-story building, correct? I mean, that's going to be, it means forevermore there's going to be abrupt transition, correct?
Councillor Henderson, correct. I think if ultimately, you know, the problem with that policy is it doesn't provide any real direction in how it is intended to be applied. And it's a difficult policy to implement. And I think if you really look around Garneau today, I mean, even go back to the 6-story building approved, you know, a few weeks ago further east. Is that an abrupt transition between a 2-story home adjacent to it? One could argue it is. It's just there is
people that did. Right. Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks. I just wanted to give you a chance to respond.
Any other questions for Mr. DeLamba? Not seeing any. Then next we'll hear from Corey Johnson. Corey Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like his microphone is giving technical difficulties. He was here just to answer questions only.
Oh, okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Johnson? I sure hope not, if we can't hear from him. I don't see any, so dodge the bullet there. Tracy Bell is next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to first start by saying thank you to Mr. Mayor and Council that you've made every effort for hearing from public under these restrictions and pandemic. So thank you for that. I just was here to demonstrate our support for this development, because to us, community matters. We've lived in the community for just over 20 years, and we do own several properties, mainly single-family dwellings that are multi-tenant. And so I just wanted to talk about the type of tenants and folks that are coming into the area that we've seen over the last 20 years. We have enjoyed basically 0% vacancy. Our properties are never vacant and very little turnover. Primarily, we have PhD students from the university. We have hospital staff and also locals that work in businesses locally. Very few of our tenants own cars. For the most part, parking has never been an issue because most people are enjoying public transit, biking, and walking. In fact, anecdotally, the tenants that we have in approximately 18 suites in the area enjoy walking, ravine, biking, boutique restaurants. They appreciate the character homes and character buildings, also the dynamics that university campus brings. And so I think these things demonstrate how important it is to have such developments as this in this, what we call the area, the rink that they're talking about, this major node, we call it the rink. And I will say that the gravel parking lot that sits there now is very underused and quite often just a garbage collection rather than, having a lot of frequency, because people, at least our tenants, are using public transit, as I mentioned. We really need to have a higher population base in the area to sustain those boutique restaurants and shops that we desire in the area. And what it needs is to have, not only guests coming into the area, but also folks that can walk about right from the front door. The last point I'll make is around the tax base and the necessary need to have that higher tax base, especially in that corridor where we want to see fancy lamp standards, or we're doing sidewalk upgrades that really impact tax base individuals. So more tax base would certainly help on those fronts. And so I know that, Edmonton is a big city with big city ideas, and that's one of the things we like about this city. But with it sometimes comes change, and I recognize that this is a difficult change. Even for us, but I think to make a better community and a better city for citizens, this is a prime spot and a prime area, and I would support this and ask that council gives every consideration to support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Any questions, Ms. Bell? Not seeing any. Kim Shepard is next.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Shepard from AIM Real Estate Corporation, and I'm just speaking on behalf of the owners of the 109th Street Shopping Plaza that is located on 109th Street and 87th Avenue. It's just a small center, 5 restaurants. It's been there for years and years. I'd like to note that the owners don't disapprove of this development. They're in support of it. However, they do have grave concerns about the parking, which is already a bit of a nightmare, not only for residents, but also for the small commercial centers in that area. Right off the bat, the Hive development shows access from 109th Street into the alley just north next to 100th Street Shopping Center. Now, that it shows like they can just turn right and go right to the parking lots and underground parking. However, that's not really what happens. What happens is they turn right into 109th Street Shopping Center, use it as a thoroughfare, and then they turn right into the alley to go to Strathcona House or other residents. And that's just going to get worse. Over the years, these owners have spent a small fortune on active monitoring of their lot so they can ensure parking for visitors to the restaurants and customers. That's also been a really difficult thing for that neighborhood. What happens is people going to other centers park there. If they're visiting people down the back, they park there, and then they walk off, and then they get ticketed. And quite often they get angry. Just last week, actually, they went into one of the restaurants, yelled at the staff, and kicked in the front window, the door, broke the glass. So, and this is not unusual. So while they approve of the development and think it could be good for the area, the size is a concern, And the amount of parking that the development is offering for their 240 units, from what I can tell, they've got 23 surface stalls, 66 underground stalls only, and 6 barrier-free. So that's 95 stalls available for their residents and for their customers for those 2 floors of what I believe will be commercial. So overall, what the owners are asking is, could we look to consideration for this development to provide more parking than is planned, specifically for the use of their residents, so that we can mitigate any kind of negative impact on the shopping centers and the restaurants, and for parking for the residents in that area. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak today. That's what I have today to say.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Questions on that? Doesn't look like it. Thank you very much. And then Ryan Batty was registered but not able to join us, I understand. So that's all of the folks we have registered in favor. We'll now start working our way through, and let me just get figuratively and digitally on the right page here. Oh, no, pardon me. Yes, okay. Megan Rich is going to be up first in the revised order. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. The Garneau Community League Planning Committee opposes the rezoning of this proposed site for the Hive. Firstly, I'm going to address a couple of ways the impact of this development will have on our community as a whole. First of all, the rail trail mixed-use path. Mixed-use path is supposed to go from the east-west alley from 109th Street to 107th Street. So between the Strathcona House and the proposed developments. The diagrams show these as being the main routes to and from the building for the traffic, service vehicles, everything like that for the new development. And their front drop-off would actually force drivers dropping people off to go over the mixed-use path to do a U-turn or cut out through an alley. This alley is 8 meters at some points and 10 meters at others. With the 0 setback on the north side of the proposed tower and the increased traffic it will bring, we cannot see how this is feasible to be a safe route to the park area. The design of the rail trail is not the community leagues, but the city's. The community is very much looking forward to this amenity and wholeheartedly agreed to it in discussions with the city neighborhood renewal team. But we don't feel it would be a great draw for all of Edmonton with this unsafe plug in the middle. Secondly, I'm going to address sun shadows. The sun shadow studies provided by the Engage site show sun shadows up to 109th Street, but not on the west side. The shadow will not only cover the front of Strathcona House Co-op during the hours that they actually use their front yard, but will also be covering a new amenity space with the neighborhood renewal on the corner of 88th Avenue and 109th Street on the east side. There are the restaurants, the Sugar Bowl, everybody like that are there, and they were going to be putting tables there. Now that covers right over lunchtime from 11 till 1, and considering that these are supposed to be to help revitalize the businesses on that block, 4 out of 5 of them are food service, lunchtime would not be an appropriate time to have it in the shade. I can't even tell from the sun shadow diagrams how it's going to affect the schoolyard, but it looks like it's going to affect it in the morning. Drop-off is from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., and that's exactly the time that that tower will be shading the entire east schoolyard for Garneau School. And I can't even begin to figure out how it's going to affect the rail trail once it hits the green space. These are communal spaces, not just for our neighborhood, but hopefully the entire city. Keeping these spaces sunny is extremely important if we want these to be used year-round. Sunlight and sky view must be protected. To protect these, there must be consideration for the surrounding context, street, parks, public, and private spaces. This proposal does not take any of these into consideration. There also must be comfortable, safe, and accessible pedestrian and cycling routes. Again, this proposal does not take these into consideration. The Garneau Community League has a problem with this proposal and with the city plan. We are still working with the Garneau ARP because it is our and supposed to be City Planning Office's legal working document. The GARP does fit the city plan, only it has better detail. The city plan is just goals with no direction yet. It is an abstract idea with no roadmap. Density is a great goal, but there needs to be better direction from the city as well as community consultation for how we get there. a physical map that takes communities and the people who live there or want to live there into consideration. The GARP already does that. Good city planning is deliberate, every aspect of it, from businesses to attract, to sewer lines, to roads, to waste disposal, to bus routes, to parks, to buildings, and how we interact with them. This constant spot rezoning of our neighborhood shows that there is nothing deliberate about the city plan except the end goal. It is not only wearing our community volunteers down with the hundreds of hours each development application takes to evaluate. Council approval of these developments not only set precedents, but the approval of this proposal would be detrimental to our community. It is too tall and it is too big for this site.
Thank you, Ms. Rich. Questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any.
Maybe just a really quick one, because I'll go back and check this when we get to administration. Do you know, when you guys looked at the shadow impact across the other side of 9th, what the current impact is from Strathcona House and how this, how that fits into this puzzle?
Yeah, we did look at that. Of course we did, because we had to see which building was making the shadow. The Strathcona House, during the time, the new amenity area is supposed to promote the restaurants there and have a nice outdoor space once you ride up your bike off the high level. Strathcona House at that time for lunch is more towards the route up. It doesn't hit where the benches and the tables are going at all.
Okay, great, thanks. I just thought I'd check because that was new information for me. Thanks, thank you very much.
So no further questions for you, Ms. Rich. So next we'll hear from Thea Moss.
Hello, I had provided a slide. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Mayor Iveson and councillors, I'm Thea Moss. I'm a resident of 108A Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of my fellow members at Strathcona Housing Cooperative. We have 22 households and there are 15 children aged newborn to teens. You can see my kids there in the photos. We live directly across the street from the proposed Hive Tower. As Krista Lauber suggested we do, if you looked around Garneau today, you would have seen a dozen young kids playing in the sprinkler in our co-op's front yard. I'll speak from the lens of families and children about how the proposed rezoning and development relates to how we see Vision Zero and the way we grow. But specifically, I'm going to talk about how this development is a threat to the safety, enjoyability and sustainability of Strathcona Housing Cooperative and its members. Megan already did, and other neighbours from 108A Street are going to talk in detail about alley traffic and future rail trail pedestrians and cyclists and e-scooters. And as they do talk about these things, please keep in mind the children and families that play in the area and use this whole network to walk to school, restaurants, shops, the River Valley, all through this alley intersection. Many of the housing cooperative children are small but play independently and are outside constantly. They're smaller than parked cars and which line the street. And so vehicles coming into the area won't be expecting kids on a thin car-lined and high-rise dominated street and alley section. And that's a high-risk scenario. It just takes one kitten, one ball, one wobbly amateur cyclist, like you can see my kid learning to cycle in that middle picture. It's not a Vision Zero design. Next, the way we grow, and as the city says, moving forward with focus. All people benefit from living near to where they work, learn and play, and Garneau is absolutely ideal in this respect. But there's a missing middle for families in options and affordability. Our housing co-op provides the ultimate solution for families. But what if we have a high-rise looming over us and our neighbours? The feel of the street will change fundamentally, and the wind and reduced sun hours will diminish our ability to enjoy our large and beautiful front yard and make growing our own food impossible. Afternoon and evening sun helps our tomatoes grow. It warms our houses in the spring and fall and provides an incentive for everyone to get outside after school and work. We're already seeing that even the potential of the high rise has reduced the attractiveness of our housing cooperative to new members, especially families for whom our grounds are a specific reason for joining. Our viability is at risk, and Edmonton cannot afford to lose a housing cooperative to a high rise. I want Edmonton to increase density in places where people work, learn and play, but I want us to move forward with focus, not a carte blanche vertical rising where it doesn't support the neighbours. So the photos displayed here are taken in places and at times of day and the year that it's likely, should the high rise be built, will all be in shadow. Another neighbour is going to address this in more detail. But for kids and families, the morning walk to school, the gathering in the Garneau schoolyard on 109th Street, you can see there, that's taken at 8 a.m. Afternoons in the co-op front yard, all in shadow, greatly diminishing our enjoyment of daily life. Fewer families will want to live and play here at Strathcona Housing Cooperative. So please, Mayor Iveson and councillors, vote no. Give future generations of housing cooperative children on 108A Street their time to play in the sun. And perhaps we can take a leaf from the kids' books and find a way to all play together to see 108A Street thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Questions? Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, just one quick one because I can't remember, and I apologize for this. I have a really good sense of the inside of your building and the front because I had friends who used to live there, I confess. I should probably say out loud at the public hearing, but also I know the front, but I don't have a good sense of the back of your building and what's there, if anything, in terms of amenity space.
Nothing at the back. The lower units have very small yards. And then outside of that is a row of our car parks, and then it's the alley. And actually, the alley is where people will come up 108A Street, then come around the back, and then circle around. And that gets really busy. And that's also where the rail trail people will walk, bike, e-scooter, that's all happening. There is a lot happening out the back, and we actually don't let our kids play out there because of the cars whipping around.
Yeah, and on the street itself, it's an oddity, and there is an access from the north, but it's private. Actually, it's Strathcona House's exit ramp, is it not? And actually, so you can cut through there, but you're cutting through Strathcona House's land. So in terms of your current situation, it's not a through road in any sense of the word, is it? Is there any traffic moving through there?
Yes, constantly. I know that every day we get at least a dozen delivery vehicles parking. So they're all coming through, and then a lot of.
The road is, any road anybody who comes through there that's its destination. There's not a lot of traffic through for any other reason, I'm guessing.
That's right. Yeah. Deliveries and residents. Yeah,
to go to 108A, not to try to get somewhere else or get further up the block or.
There are more buildings that way with parking. So people who live on 108th Street, they park there as well. So.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Moss? Pardon me. Not seeing any. Next, we'll hear from Dana Miller.
I did have a presentation. I'm not sure if there we go. You can go to the next slide, please. So a lot of what I'm going to say will be similar to Tea's because I also live at the Strathcona Housing Co-op. That Strathcona Housing Co-op 25 years is actually long gone. We're 33 years old now. Again, my name's Dana and I live at Strathcona Housing Co-op right across the street from where the Hive is going to potentially be built. We are a really tight-knit community. Again, as Tea mentioned, families, singles, and senior citizens. We watch out for each other, we support one another, and our children have that freedom, as Tea said, to run outside and play without parents having to unnecessarily worry about their children, which I think is very important. Next slide, please. It's a street really, and the co-op is unlike any other that I've ever lived in before. It has kind of a small town feel. Here you can see we had a little jam outside, had a little band come and play some music for us. This change in bylaw and potential building across the street will have a major impact on our community and the lives of the people in the community. Like I said, I have lived in the co-op for 16 years and East Garneau for almost 30. And I love the community feel and the connection that I have within the community. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kind of going off slide, but next slide, please. I've been involved in the Building Great Neighborhoods, Garneau, and there are many wonderful changes happening, especially the shared use path behind us. Just to keep the kids safe, as Tambo was mentioning, there's a lot of movement on the north side of our building, and to keep pedestrians and cyclists safe as they travel along the alley from our street and from the north street to 109th or to the railway path. I know that increased density is really important for all of us as we consider the future of our city. Everyone speaking here today does, but 27 stories and 245 units is just too much. It's too much for this area. Constructing a low-rise building in that location would add value actually to the neighborhood without negatively impacting the quality of lives of our community members. Next slide, please. The recent rezoning of 3 nearby properties contributes greatly to the already densely populated Garneau neighborhood. I believe Edmonton can reach the density goals of the city plan without approving such a massive high rise that pushes that boundary of GARP. We don't need excessively huge buildings. We need reasonably built, aesthetically appropriate, family-oriented buildings and units. And I'm going to just go to the next slide because I think we've actually talked a lot today about GARP. So the Hive does not fit with the Garneau redevelopment plan at all. It's not compatible with the existing residential character and will not be an asset to our street, to 108A at all. The possible change in the bylaw is precedent setting. I'm afraid that if you agree to approve the bylaw change, that other buildings within a few blocks of our home will also build much higher and will completely change the character of the neighborhood, as well as create increased traffic, noise, and safety issues, not only for the children, but pedestrians and cyclists. The Hive goes far beyond anything we've ever seen built south of Saskatchewan Drive and will significantly affect the use and enjoyment of our community. Next slide, please. So the VP of Finance from our housing cooperative made a really good point, and I wanted to share that. Co-ops exist on the strength of their membership. There's no fiscal rewards to be gained by members. The co-op cannot be sold to benefit the membership. Membership affords people to learn skills that allow the co-op to function. Loss of members leads to loss of expertise and understanding. Approving this building will not be good for the long-term health of our co-op. Next slide, please. So over the past few months, we've interviewed potential new members to join our community, as Tia has mentioned, and there have been concerns brought up regarding the Hive building across the street. We have had individuals turn down invitations to become members of our cooperative, which offers affordable, family-centered, conveniently located housing because of those concerns regarding the Hive. I've also spoken to several long-term members who have shared that they will move out of the co-op if the Hive is built, which is really, that's how we survive, is with that knowledge base, as I mentioned. The impact of the Hive will have on our housing co-op could be detrimental to the functioning and survival of our community. Please consider voting against the Hive proposal and the building of the high rise. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Iveson and council members. I appreciate you listening to us today.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. On the presentation. I'm not seeing any coming in. So next will be Alexandra M. Benitez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson and members of council. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alexandra Benitez, and I'm speaking on behalf of members of the Strathcona Housing Cooperative, where I've lived for over 25 years. The first thing I want to talk about is an ongoing problem that we've had at the co-op, which is parking. And we are very concerned that this high-rise development will exacerbate this issue. For years, we've had issues with people who don't live at the co-op using our parking spaces just to the north and east of our building. There is already a lack of parking in the area, so we often get people illegally parking in our private parking spots, many of whom are university students looking for free parking, as well as many people who are either visiting buildings or businesses in the area. It's been frustrating for our residents to come home from a long day's work and see someone has parked in their spot. It hasn't been such an issue now with the pandemic. However, when the pandemic has passed and this building is finished, we can imagine the headaches that will come from so many residents of this building not having enough parking for residents and for their guests, and from students being back on campus, and from people visiting businesses in the area. We also worry about the precedent this building will set and how other new development projects will also pass the problem of insufficient parking to others, mostly surrounding residents of this community. We are well aware of the fact that the city has open option parking and that it allows developers and landowners to choose the number of parking spaces they provide and assumes the market will determine parking needs. This strategy doesn't consider the community and the effect it will have on their quality of life when others are parking illegally in their spots. Calling a bylaw officer isn't always convenient and something that you want to have to do continuously. In addition, the street parking on 108 A Street is always full because it is obviously needed in the neighborhood. And I don't think that the city or BeltGen has adequately considered the congestion that currently occurs when someone stops their vehicle on 108 A Street. No other cars are able to pass because the street is not wide enough for street parking and 2 lanes of traffic. And this proposed high-rise has its main entrance on 108 A Street, and with all the extra vehicles stopping in front of the building to pick up or drop off people or to make deliveries, 108 A Street will be constantly blocked. Another concern is the alley between Strathcona House and the proposed lot. It is the main route to and from Garneau School and 109th Street. Many of our residents ride their bikes and our kids walk to school through this alley. In fact, there are numerous families that live further east of us that walk along the rail trail and through the alley to the north of our building and through the Strathcona House alley every morning and afternoon. This route is already well used in the neighborhood, and we worry all the time that one of our kids, a pedestrian or cyclist, will get hit by a car backing out from one of the parking spots or by any other passing car. We feel that this alley is already unsafe, and as a result, we are very worried how all the extra traffic coming from BeltGen's 27-story building will allow pedestrian and cyclist traffic to transit through this narrow alley safely. Finally, I want to add that we are not opposed to development. On the contrary, we welcome any family-friendly, affordable housing project that respects the history, community atmosphere, and character of the street and neighborhood. A new development should add value to the community that we love, and it should not negatively impact residents' quality of life. We feel that this proposed high-rise would negatively impact our access to our own parking, the flow of traffic through the area for residents, and put pedestrians and cyclists at greater risk of getting hurt, in addition to the other problems mentioned by members of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Benitez? Seeing none, then we'll hear from Alexandra C. Benitez next.
Hello, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak up today. A couple of years ago, I attended the meeting with the developer and Mr. Bulava. When we asked how many parking slots are you gonna put in that building, he said, we are aiming the millennials, and millennials only need an iPhone and a laptop. So millennials don't need parking. Okay, so you just heard my daughter. I have lived here for 33 years. We raised our family and we want to continue living here. So We are going to keep fighting for this type of developers because we want to keep our neighborhood the way it was. Please, please, build something that is lower, not at high rise. We're going to make a little presentation here to you, and I hope that you really, really help us. City Clerk, could you please put the video we submitted? Hello? We submitted a video.
Hello, it's my understanding that correspondence was sent to us by you, but that it did not include a presentation. Is that correct?
No, I confirmed this morning that they do have a video that we submitted.
A video?
Yes.
Well,
It was a link.
Oh, it appears that we do have it. One moment, please. And
okay, thank you. Sandy, do you have it?
The clerks are just accessing it. So stand by, please. We've paused the time. So.
Apologies for that, Ms. Benitez.
This is Strathcona Housing Cooperative, an affordable multi-family building in Treaty 6 territory. It's run by its residents, landlord-free. And soon, actually, there's going to be a multi-use trail put behind our building for pedestrians, people in wheelchair, e-scooters. And my kids and my family will use it to get to and from school and to play and to just have fun on our street. When there's a large building here, it'll really increase the service and delivery vehicle, construction vehicle traffic. And I'm really worried that when there's drivers
Clerk,
who aren't familiar with this small street.
Yes.
Thank you. So we've already heard from Ms. Moss, and so we have access to the video in council correspondence, but to have videos that contain other speakers, I think will create a bit of a challenge for us just in terms of the way this process is defined. So unless there's any objection from a member of council, I'm going to rule that we can't watch a video that also includes a speaker who's separately registered and presented for 5 minutes. So not hearing an objection to that. We do have the video. It's included within council correspondence. But Ms. Benitez, you'd still have about 2 minutes if you have anything more you'd like to add.
Well, that would be fine, but we just wanna request that the council please take into consideration that we have been here for 34 years. We have seniors, we have children, and we want to remain in this place. So please, this high rise is going to be rentals, and probably lots of them are going to be students. And we can put up with the noise of the students because there's lots of students in the neighborhood, but having to put up with 27 floors of people we don't even know, with the extra traffic here, when we have the trucks delivering food to the restaurants, sometimes they block the alleys for an hour and a half, and that is too much to take. So please help the families to remain where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. So I note now that we are at 3:30, just about, which is when we would normally take a break. And I think we should take the break just to be able to do some jumping jacks or whatever we need to do. It's been a long day on Zoom here for all of us. So let's take 15 now, and we'll come back at, let's try for 3:45 sharp to carry on with Senator Veldhuis and Van Zandt. let's roll call here. Starting
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
with Councillor Katarina. Thank you very much. Councillor Zadek.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Hello?
Hello. Councillor Henderson.
Yep.
And Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
How about Councillor McKean?
Right.
And Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette. How about Councillor Walters? We're still down Councillor Walters. And Councillor Banga. Councillor Banga. How about Councillor Cartman?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, well, that's 10, I think, so that's plenty to get started. So let's resume with Sander Veldhuizen Van Zanten on behalf of Manhattan Lofts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I admire your stamina for these very long days, but it's very, very important to us. So I live in Manhattan Lofts, which is the building on Saskatchewan Drive right next to Strathcona House. However, I'm going to summarize some of our traffic concerns that this received widespread input from the community. Next slide, please. Now, you've seen this particular picture now many times, but I would like to point out two things. So one is the alleyways immediately surrounding the proposed structure will continue to be extremely narrow. And then the second thing is, both from a historic perspective, but also from a traffic perspective, the corner of 109th Street, the high-level bridge, the road going down to the Walter Dale Bridge, and then the turnoff on Saskatchewan Drive is already a very busy traffic hub, not only for cars, but also for pedestrians and cyclists. And this is going to, I think, significantly increase with the proposed new railways, the road structure and bike lanes that the city is proposing. Next slide, please. So the corner of 109th Street and Saskatchewan Drive is already very, very busy with traffic, particularly in the normal era. So not during COVID, but during rush hour in the morning and in the afternoons, an enormous amount of cars going both ways. Now, 86th Avenue is a feeder road. Lots of traffic goes through there in the morning, and it was completely excluded from the traffic impact assessment. And I think you've heard enough how important 108th Street is for the neighborhoods with kids and parents walking back and forth from school. Next slide. So rush hour is an enormous traffic density around 109th Street. Yeah, many people use 109th Street, but also the turnoff on Saskatchewan Drive to walk to and from the university, the hospital, school, and work, and so on. And even right now, there is already an enormous density of cyclists, both for work and leisure, that is causing problems. So cyclists coming down from 109th Street, facing the high-level bridge, they don't use 109th Street. They all bicycle on the roads. Similarly, people coming from Saskatchewan Drive, going across 109th Street, use not the river side of the sidewalk. They use the housing side of Saskatchewan Drive, and the reason is that the crossing on 109th Street, the crossing on Saskatchewan Drive, is already a light that has a 10 seconds delay because of traffic risks, and this is going to get worse with construction of the highs. Yeah, and this is also true on weekends. Next slide, please. So we believe that this is a matter of accidents waiting to happen. Now, specifically coming to the transportation assessment, we believe this was done based on flawed assumptions and outdated information. So intersection traffic was excluded, particularly feeder roads such as 86th Avenue. I would say that the number of observations on which the impact was based was very limited. A single observation on April 8th for 3 hours, And then turning counts were collected on 2 days in 2015. However, the number of trips that is used in the traffic impact assessments, bases this on what is allowed based on multi-family housing, which is 2.07. But the reality of the height building is that it should be based on a count of 581. So significant underestimation of the traffic impact. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we live in the era of service vehicles, and I think COVID has taught us one thing, is that there is an enormous increase in the number of home deliveries, which is here to stay. Yeah. 108 Street is very narrow, and as soon as a garbage truck or a delivery truck stops there, basically all traffic comes to a halt. Yeah. There's no real opportunity for side parking for these vehicles. And I'll show you two pictures. The visibility from the alleyways is very limited. And you heard that lots of walking traffic and cycling traffic is going both ways through these alleyways. Yeah. And also already mentioned the new city corridors for bike lanes and improved walking experience, which also centers around this particular corner in the city, is not taken into consideration, all of which will lead to more traffic through this area. Next slide, please. So we also believe this is an enormous building, way too big for
Mr. Van Zanten, the time is up. So I've got to stop you there. Questions for Mr. Van Zanten? Okay, I'm not seeing any, but thank you for your presentation. Next is David Buchanan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I live west of 109th Street in Middle Garneau. I've lived in or near Garneau for 15 years now. My children attend Garneau Elementary. My wife works at the University of Alberta, and my family frequently shops, walks, and bikes in the area of the proposed development. So I'd like to address several aspects of the report by administration. Administration's rationale for support of this application is vague at best. The stated reasons for development are that the tower replaces a parking lot, contributes to local business, minimizes local impact, and is in accordance with the city plan. Not one of these points provides a strong argument for a 27-story tower in this location. Any residential development would replace the parking lot, contribute to local business, and fall within the wide parameters of the city plan. More importantly, an 80-meter tower in a space zoned for a maximum of 4 stories cannot possibly be construed as minimizing negative impacts. Further deficiencies are evident throughout the report. The report notes, for instance, that the setbacks for the tower are overall sufficient to transition the tower down to the street and adjacent properties. The north setback of 0 is not acceptable. It makes the creation of comfortable, safe, and accessible pedestrian and cycling routes in the adjacent alley, which is part of a larger transportation network that accommodates families traveling along the rail trail connecting East and West Garneau, impossible. In other words, it is not safe. The east setback of 1.7 meters is also not satisfactory. As noted in the administration's own report, it does not allow the development to follow the pattern of front yards that is seen in the row housing forms to the south and across the street to the east. Put otherwise, it is not a good fit for the neighborhood. The south setback is perhaps most objectionable. The main impact is at ground level, that is, where people actually live. And the proposed 70-meter tall portion of the tower, set only a few meters back from the property line to the south, is a massive intrusion on the lived experience of nearby residents, but also those living further afield. Administration's report repeatedly minimizes the overtly negative impacts on local experience through omission and insufficient reasoning. And here are 3 examples. So first, according to administration, the decrease in sunlight is acceptable because, quote, very few dwellings in Edmonton receive unobstructed sunlight throughout the entire day, unquote. The message, I think, is disturbing. It seems it is not a problem because it is a common problem. Second, description of the view impact is no less empty, for it is merely a truism to state that obstructed views are common in areas where there are higher concentrations of residential towers. Third, the report adds that the tower increases the opportunity for more Garneau residents to have river valley views. If providing river valley views to more Edmontonians is a priority, building a new tower behind an existing tower is not an effective approach. Whether sunlight and shadows or view impacts, the report's inattention to the surrounding area, including park space, sidewalks, and schools, is notable. Regardless, access to light and vision are things to be protected and consciously crafted, not dismissed as collateral damage or wishful thinking. The most egregious comment in the report is that the applicant has demonstrated a strong effort to respect existing views from Strathcona House as much as possible. This statement, too, is problematic in at least 3 ways. To begin, the minimal adjustments by the developer result in nothing more than a higher tower in a different shape. Next, administration's comment makes it seem that a tower in this location is the only option. In fact, it should not be an option at all. And in response to administration's earlier comments, the tower is not necessary to meet the density goals of the city plan. In relation, the community plan calls for 4 stories and the application is for 27, which does not respect either existing views or existing residents. To sum up, administration's report indicates a severe disconnect between high-level policy and livability. Following the imprecise rationale that begins the report, approval ultimately depends on nebulous references to the city plan as an overall guide to development defined by density. The livability of Garneau depends not on the rapid accumulation of residential units to support a future city of 2 million, but on quality of life. That is, a focus on community-sensitive attention to best practices in urban development. I respectfully ask that the administration look at the report carefully, listen to local residents, and reject this application.
Right on the money there, Mr. Buchanan, time-wise. Thank you. You've had some practice of late, though, so thank you. Questions for Mr. Buchanan? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Next, then, in the list that I have is Lisa Pashniak. Lisa?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Please excuse my slower speech. I suffered a stroke and I now have aphasia, so I'm going to be a little bit slower. I moved into a rental apartment directly to the east of Strathcona Building Co-op, and I've lived here for 21 years. Strathcona House is on a corner of its own, but the lower elevations of the rest of the buildings in the area gives a feeling that we don't live within the city, as a member of my visitors tell me. I appreciate the sun as I work from home quite a lot because I can't drive right now because of the stroke. And all in all, I know I'm not against a lower rise. I simply like living in this neighborhood. The trees, the sunshine, the gardening, and above all, the good neighbors at Strathcona Housing Co-op. The precedent that this Hive building will set is, quite frankly, frightening. And I think it is unfair to those people who were expecting a certain level of their community when they were bought. That's it all. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Any questions? Not. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to let you know that I'm back. That's all. Thanks.
Oh, okay. So noted. Thank you. If there are no questions for Ms. Pashniak, then next up will be, I think, Angela Sehagen.
Yes, hello.
Go ahead.
All right. Hello to Mayor Iveson and City Councilors. Thank you for listening to all of us today. My name is Angela Sehagen, and I've been living in the Garneau neighborhood for nearly 7 years. I own property on the south side of Strathcona House, and I'm speaking today with the support of the Condo Board of Directors and fellow residents. And I'd like to focus on the impact that this rezoning would have on our access to sunlight and views, specifically for the 93 south-facing suites in our building. Next slide, please. We invested in our properties based on the current zoning of the 108 A Street site. Many of us would not have purchased here if that site had been zoned for a high-rise development. An extremely valuable feature of our south-facing suites is the incredible sunlight that we receive year-round. For suites on higher floors, our panoramic view of South Edmonton is also very important to us. Sun shading and loss of views will significantly reduce our enjoyment of our properties, as well as our enjoyment of the private outdoor garden, which is just on the west side of our building. Sun shading and loss of views will also reduce our south-facing property values, which will ultimately reduce property values throughout our whole 220-unit building, and this is a major concern for us. The applicant has not adequately addressed our concerns, and we do not support this rezoning. Next slide, please. In their report, administration reviews the sun shadow study but focuses on data from the March and September equinoxes. I'd like to talk about the December 21st winter solstice data, as it's the time of year that the proposed development would have the greatest shadowing impact on our properties. Living in a winter city, we believe that sunlight access is very important in those coldest and darkest months of the year. Looking at the December 21st diagrams from the study, you can see that owners on the west side of the building would be shaded all morning, and owners on the east side of the building would be shaded all afternoon. I've calculated that the shadow's leading edge takes approximately 3 hours, 15 minutes to pass over the face of Strathcona House. The National Research Council Canada sunrise and sunset data for Edmonton on December 21st shows a total day length of 7 hours, 26 minutes. This means that the proposed development would decrease the sunlight we receive on December 21st by approximately 43%, which is significant to us. Next slide, please. As I've mentioned, the shading would impact us by reducing our enjoyment of our properties and reducing property values. But additionally, reduction in sunlight can impact mental health. Exposure to sunlight helps us to maintain those positive outlooks in the winter months when many people do struggle with the winter blues and seasonal affective disorder. And having sunlight reduced by up to 43% could have a negative impact. This is especially true in years like this one, where many of us are working from home and battling other forms of isolated depression and anxiety. Next slide, please. Administration's report notes that our south-facing properties currently have unobstructed 160 to 170 degree views of the entire southern half of Edmonton. This is something that we highly value. Due to the concave shape of our tower, we all face the 108 A Street site. The closest point, the proposed tower, is only 24 meters from our tower and would have a large impact, with view obstruction ranging from 27 to 31%. And it appears that these obstruction percentages are based on that 160 to 170 degree view that we have from our balconies. I just wanted to point out that due to the design of our building, the views that we have from our bedroom windows are more narrow, so that view obstruction would be higher than that 27 to 31% from those windows. As per the planning and design guidelines for mature neighborhoods, the towers should be separated by a minimum of 30 meters if they're offset and 35 if they face each other, and this development does not meet these guidelines. Next slide, please. Overall, the site needs a building that's respectful to the existing neighborhood, doesn't significantly impact the enjoyment of our properties, and whatever is built on that site will have an impact on our lives. And we would just like the opportunity to work with the applicant to come up with something that just follows that Garneau area redevelopment plan, addresses our concerns, and it's just a better fit for the neighborhood. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Sehagen. Questions? Not seeing any. We'll go next to, apologies. After Ms. Sehagen, we have Chris Stiles.
Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson and members of the City Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear from the surrounding community that will be impacted by this development. My name is Chris. I am a south-facing resident of the Strathcona House, and I will be speaking on the behalf of myself and 4 others who are strongly opposed to this new development. I want to start off by saying we are not opposed to development of this site. Belgian Development has built some wonderful buildings in the past, including a renovation on 109th Street just recently. However, we are fully opposed to a development of this size in such close proximity and in the historic neighborhood of Garneau. Many people of the surrounding community were not opposed to the initial 4-story development that was planned. In fact, I think such a development would revitalize the area while keeping the values of family living in line with nearby complexes. Belgian might even be a developer of choice for me personally, as many of their projects in the past have greatly complemented the surrounding community, such as the Oliver Exchange, the Hulbert Block, and the Strathcona projects. However, there are many reasons why we think this particular development would be a detriment to this neighborhood. Parking and traffic have always been an issue around this area. As stated in the administration report, around 60% of Garneau residents commute in ways other than by driving cars, yet Garneau is still one of the highest trafficked areas of the city, again, according to the report. I fall into this 60% that doesn't commute with cars. However, on rare occasion that I rent or when I have visitors, parking can often only be found many blocks away, sometimes further. Even the businesses in support of this development also admit that traffic and parking already are a problem. A development of this size would surely increase traffic load and only make the parking problem worse. Making a more walkable city is beneficial to everyone, but Garneau is already a walkable area, with the majority of people not commuting by car, and it is still one of the highest trafficked and congested areas of the city. Construction is another area of concern, and while we recognize that this comes with any development, we are concerned about the length for this project, especially when it comes to noise and dust. This would likely take many years to complete, and such noise, so close to Strathcona Tower and nearby complexes, would severely impact quality of life, especially now that many people are working from home. We have personal experiences with construction not long ago, with the recent repaving of the nearby strip mall parking lot just west of the 108A Street site, which resulted in significant noise for long hours that disrupted working from home and virtual meetings. We believe that the scale of this project is inappropriate for this site, especially considering the roadways leading to it. A tower of this size would be more suited along a larger roadway such as Saskatchewan Drive. In addition, a project of this size would result in a long construction period that would have a greatly negative impact on this community. There are many other reasons against this particular development, which have been echoed by the community and through letters to City Council, such as wind, sunlight, loss of property value, and the drastic increase of density. But I wanted to talk a bit more about my personal experience with the Garneau neighborhood and why I choose to stay and live here. I moved to Edmonton from Calgary to start my undergraduate degree in physics in 2012. After 4 years, I decided I would also do a graduate degree at the University of Alberta, which I finished in 2018. Now, 3 years later, I have made Edmonton my permanent home because I genuinely enjoy living here. We love this city, and my 2 roommates, like me, decided to stay in Edmonton after graduating from the University of Alberta. One big factor that led us to stay was the Garneau neighborhood. Its charm, its large forested avenues, its warmth, its vintage atmosphere, and its people. The plan to grow Edmonton's population over the next decades is a great idea. We would love for people to enjoy the city as we do, but you cannot sacrifice the parts of the city that make it unique and remarkable. The proposed development plan and rezoning initiative puts this in jeopardy. The tower itself will become the new face of Garneau as it looms over the rest of the neighborhood, but most importantly, rezoning Garneau sets a dangerous precedent that would allow for dramatic and permanent changes to the entire area in the future. Mayor Iveson, I understand that you are not running for re-election. We just wanted to thank you, as well as members of City Council, for helping shape Edmonton into what it is today, into a place we are proud to call home. I respectfully ask that you and the rest of the City Council carefully consider what Garneau means to the people like us who have decided to move and stay here, specifically because of this neighborhood, and to consider the permanent and dramatic changes that would result from rezoning this historic neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
You're muted, Mayor Iveson.
Sorry about that. So a minute ago, I said thank you for those kind words, Chris. And then next, we're going to hear, oh, sorry, Councillor Henderson, do you have questions for us?
Yeah, just a quick question, because I think you're in an interesting situation, and I feel this question needs to get asked. I mean, this is way before my time, but you're in Strathcona House. I'm guessing when Strathcona House was built, a lot of these same issues came up, around, and we have to understand that, that was part of the planning at the time, that if we were going to have high-rise towers, that's where they would go. But I'm guessing for a lot of people that were built around, the same kind of issues and same kind of concerns about the preservation of the neighborhood would come up. So, and it's one of the challenges that we have. This has come up in Grandin and Oliver and a number of other places over time. And I just wouldn't mind your thinking about that, because there has been change over time. I completely understand that the planning, that there was agreement and the planning anticipated Strathcona House being built. But I'm guessing some of these same issues were raised at the time, and I would just like to hear your thinking on that.
Yeah, sure. So I think the main reason why we moved was we knew that we knew about the development plan in Garneau, and we knew that there was sort of a vision for the neighborhood, similarly to the Strathcona neighborhood. It's a historic area. It's just very pleasant to live in and to walk around. We definitely would not have moved here if we knew that there was a threat of rezoning this whole neighborhood to allow for such dramatically high rises. But I understand that change is needed, of course, in every neighborhood, especially if we want to grow the city. However, I think that it could be done in a more appropriate manner. A lot of the Belgians' developments previously, as I mentioned, in Strathcona neighborhood and elsewhere, really fit into the neighborhood very well. But this tower proposed will literally tower above every single other building in Garneau right now, and it definitely would become the new face of the neighborhood itself, and that's what I'm sort of concerned about.
Yeah, I guess I'm just sort of giving voice to something I suspect we'll hear back from our planners, that the irony though is that same argument. I mean, it's taller than Strathcona House, but arguably Strathcona House and the buildings that are along Strathcona Drive right now, do the same thing. I completely understand you're enjoying, what's the rest of the neighborhood, but ironically, those towers are already there, and arguably are not part of what creates that feel. And I think that's one of the things, we're going to need to struggle with here in terms of how those go together. I mean, I get it from your building as well. There's other big impacts on you, but I'm struggling a little bit with understanding why this building makes an impact that yours doesn't.
Oh, yes, I understand. I think that that's true. Along Saskatchewan Drive, there are a lot of high-rise developments. However, I guess maybe as they intrude in towards the center of the Garneau neighborhood, I think that's where there could be potentially a problem, because rezoning this area, by my understanding, would allow for potentially high-rise developments elsewhere in Garneau as well to this extent. The other thing is that the other high rises along Saskatchewan Drive are, as I said, along Saskatchewan Drive. This 27-story building is going to be in a relatively small area with just pretty much back alleys leading towards it. Now, I understand that they're going to widen back alleys and maybe remove telephone poles, but the traffic around there is still significant, and it is still fairly narrow. So that's the other issue that I have with the.
No, I completely accept that there's a whole bunch of other things at issue here. It was just the character of the neighborhood piece, and how I just wanted to explore with you, because you're in a building that that I suspect at the time it was built, it was accused of being out of character with the neighborhood. So I just thought it was an interesting question to be able to ask of somebody who was in Strathcona House. So
I'm sure. Yes, no worries. And if I could just add, I think that. Also, the architecture type of the new building that's going up, it doesn't really reflect the spirit of Garneau either. It looks, I mean, this is more of a minor point, but it looks very, very modern. And a lot of even the projects that Belgian have done in the past, they really suited their neighborhoods that they put them in as well. So it's bizarre to see, I mean, in a historic neighborhood, to see the next landmark of it being such a monumentous modern building. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
No further questions for Ms. Stiles. So next we'll hear from Ellen Armstrong.
Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson and City Councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Ellen Armstrong and I live in Strathcona House in a condo I bought over 30 years ago. I'm speaking with the support of the President and Board of Directors of the Condo Association and on behalf of 70 residents of Strathcona House. Today I will talk about traffic, parking, and pedestrian use of the alley behind Strathcona House and the impact of the Hive, particularly on safety. First slide, please. Hang on. Okay, Strathcona House and Belgians property is an alley that runs east-west, extensively used by Strathcona House residents, school children going to and from school, and traffic exiting 108A Street. This alley is used much more extensively than most alleys throughout the city. The entrance and exit to the underground parking is located on the west side of the alley. There are 65 residents who park underground and regularly use this entrance. Next slide, please. Sometimes the alley is congested, making it tricky to exit or get turned around to head west to 109th Street. Access for delivery and service vehicles is located on the south side, which you can see on the left of this photo. This is where service trucks park daily, residents drop off groceries and supplies daily, where garbage is picked up and moving vans park. Next slide, please. In addition to the service vehicles on the south side, there are 14 residents with parking stalls who back out into the alley. This is already a safety concern with the children going to school. There is additional parking at the east end of the alley and above ground, and residents use the alley to exit the property. Strathcona House has 222 units, and every unit has a parking stall. Next slide, please. The shared use rail trail path has been approved by the city to pass through the alley, a pathway that is already actively used by many. Once complete, there will be a huge increase in pedestrian, bicycle, and scooter commuters. This photo illustrates what the path might look like. Based on a measurement of the existing rail trail of 3 meters, pylons were placed along the north side of Belgians property line and along Strathcona House property line, which I obtained from a property survey. This leaves only 5 to 6 meters left for traffic. Next slide, please. To access the entrance of the proposed high-rise, vehicles would have to cross over the rail trail several times on 108th Street, in the alley, and again when leaving. As most residents are not expected to have vehicles, there will be a non-stop onslaught of deliveries. Skip the dishes, Amazon, groceries. Congestion will be horrible as the traffic tries to get turned around in this intersection of 108A Street, the alley, and the rail trail. And this front entrance will be the entrance that delivery vehicles access from Google Maps. The city's rail trail will just not be safe for commuters along this massive development. Next slide, please. 108A Street is a narrow lane that ends where it meets the alley. North of the alley is a ramp that is privately owned by Strathcona House that the public currently uses to access the street. There is a weight limit for this ramp, and for safety reasons, should this high-rise be approved, Strathcona House would have to limit any additional use of this ramp, resulting in all traffic on 108A Street using the alley to exit. Next slide, please. In the city report, there is an illustration of what the Hive would look like. And if this is what you've been picturing, it's misleading. The exit shown on the right side of the image is the private property of Strathcona House, where the ramp is. Notice the 3 rows of parking parallel to Strathcona House and how spacious the alley looks. And notice there is no place for delivery vehicles to the high-rise to park. Next slide, please. In reality, parking is perpendicular to Strathcona House and the alley is narrower than depicted. So picture this now. In the morning, the kids are going to school, residents are backing out into the alley heading to work, other residents are exiting the underground parking, service vehicles are arriving to Strathcona House. Now add to this the large-scale construction equipment. The additional commuters using the rail trail, and after construction, traffic to and from the high rise. Next slide, please. In reality, the congestion could be worse than this. Safety is paramount, especially for the school children, and I hope you will all seriously consider this when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Armstrong? Not seeing any. Next up will then be Sarah Dawson.
Thank you. I believe I sent in a new presentation yesterday. Okay, awesome. Please go to the next slide. I'm Sarah Dawson. I live in the most northern townhouse directly adjacent to the proposed development with my partner. We've lived in Garneau for almost 8 years, and we both work in the neighborhood. When we bought our first home, we only looked in this neighborhood. We have serious concerns about the proposal right next door, including side yard setbacks, loss of property value, loss of privacy, and reduced use and enjoyment of our home. Next slide, please. The proposal requests a 2.4 meter setback from the property line opposite my home and 0 setbacks towards the west. Next slide. 2.4 meters is a very small setback for such a tall building that'll feel claustrophobic. The comparable setback for a standard RA9 zoning, like high-rise buildings, has a minimum of 4.5 meters, as I understand it. I think earlier today, someone said the developer's pushing the envelope. I think that was a city representative who said that. And yeah, I do think it's an abrupt transition from our building, which is 2 stories, to 27. Next slide, please. Being so close to such a massive building will reduce the use and enjoyment of our home, especially on our side and back decks. In absence of a backyard, a key feature of our home is the back deck, which extends right to the north edge of the property. Our enjoyment of the deck will be negatively impacted by the request for such a small side yard setback on a high rise right next door. Next slide. Units in the proposed development directly overlook our back deck. This will reduce our privacy, reduce our use and enjoyment of the property, and reduce property value. It does really make a difference to us whether there are a few units overlooking the balcony, like in a 4-story or 6-story building, versus up to 240 dwellings in a 27-story building right next door. Next slide, please. Although we're the home that's right next door, this would also affect the privacy of the other 9 units, my neighbors in Garneau Estates, who similarly have this back deck, which is really important for the enjoyment of our home. Next slide, please. Another concern is that the proposal allows the underground parkade to be built right up to the property line. This construction has great potential to undermine the shallow foundations of my home, potentially causing structural damage and/or settlement. A lawyer even suggested that I seek a professional engineering assessment ahead of any construction in case of any damages, and that would obviously be costs that I would take on. I do worry about the future value of my property and living through construction of a huge building with a massive parkade pit right up to my property line. And I think that would be really nerve-wracking. Next slide, please. I'm not against development next door or in Garneau, but I would hope that developments would suit the neighborhood and follow the city's own Garneau area redevelopment plan. I agree with many other speakers who say that this tower is not a good fit for the community or the historic nature of Garneau. And in conclusion, I'd hope that Garneau development plans respect the use and enjoyment, property values, and privacy of their community and neighbors. I don't believe this proposal does those things currently. Next slide. Please don't approve this proposal in its current form, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Questions? Not seeing any, so a comprehensive updated proposal or presentation, obviously. Next, we're going to hear from André Giasson.
Hello, Mayor Iverson and members of council. My name is André Giasson, and I'm an owner since 1998 of one of the 10 executive townhomes known as Garneau Estates that line the western side of 108 A Street, of which Belgium's proposed 27-story high-rise apartment tower, named the Hive, would very closely abut, most definitely loom over, and hence so dominate the skyline to the immediate north of our very close and tightly knit community. The first slide depicts this lovely and so unique development of ours. I was drawn to the historic East Garneau neighborhood with its lovely tree-lined streets and avenues and its so important central location within the city of Edmonton nearly 25 years ago, as it was a neighborhood in transition and undergoing a healthy and so needed renewal with interesting projects such as Garneau Estates. Since then, other great infill projects continue to be reasonably and harmoniously developed, two of which are situated on our very own 108A Street, namely the quite eye-catching triplex constructed very recently upon a single lot at the very southern and eastern end of our street, and a couple years back, the brand new 2-unit home situated right next to the Strathcona Housing Co-op. The next slide shows these two new developments, which were constructed being very sensitive to their surroundings and in harmony with the existing streetscape. During the remainder of my presentation, 5 more slides of photos will appear that will better highlight my comments, observations, and very serious concerns with regard to this proposed mammoth development. The one unfortunate drawback to our lovely part of East Garneau is the non-existent on-street parking, coupled with the ever-present traffic congestion, mostly due to the number of frequented businesses that are situated along 109 Street, as well as our very close proximity to the University of Alberta. This continual roadway congestion is further exacerbated by the fact that 108A Street is effectively a dead end at its northern periphery, coupled by the two very narrow north-south and east-west laneways that join two sides of the small parking lot upon which Edmonton wishes to construct the Hive. As an aside, I was quite taken aback to discover that the car door of my 2-stall garage measures 16 feet in width, whereby the just referenced north-south lane measures just under 14 feet in width. Hence, I am quite flabbergasted and indeed very perturbed to learn that Belgian is once again before council, this time proposing to construct, having managed to garner, retain the support and approval of city administration, up to a 27-story high-rise apartment tower, which would comprise up to 245 units. With this high number of dwellings, I believe that at minimum, some 350 residents would, as a result, move into our neighborhood and residing at the northern end of 108A Street, and of which I repeat is effectively a dead end. Agreeing that not all of these residents would actually own cars, nevertheless, a good number of them would. Moreover, there would be the many and ever so constant vehicular deliveries being made, such as by Amazon, by Skip the Dishes, etc., as well as the regular ongoing municipal services such as garbage collection. And finally, the never-ending stream of numerous visitors to this huge complex. So not too surprisingly, I am very disturbed by the assertion being made by city administration, as found on page 442, of the City Council public hearing agenda that, and I quote, vehicular traffic resulting from this development will have very minor impact on area roadways. The compilation of photos now appearing in succession, mostly of subject very narrow north-south and east-west laneways, certainly indicate otherwise, while once again giving undisputed credence to the age-old adage, a picture is worth 1,000 words. To conclude, and as previously stated in my recent letter dated April 29th of this year, having been addressed to the mayor and to all councillors, I firmly believe that Belgium's proposed the Hive development, along with required major rezoning, is most assuredly not at all reasonable or desirable. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to share my thoughts and concerns in this important matter, while also extending my best wishes for everyone to stay healthy and take good care. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Jasson.
De rien.
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Je pense pas. Okay. Next, we'll go to Bonnie Reed.
Hello. Good afternoon. I just want to acknowledge my colleagues that have spoken before me. They've addressed many pertinent and relevant issues in opposition to the high density building. My name's Bonnie Reeb, and I would like to be able to share with you in part my experience of actually living through a building being built in a high density residence in an established neighborhood and community. I was born and raised in Edmonton, and with an extensive research in 1998, we selected Garneau to raise a family. Well, why Garneau? The Garneau community was cohesive, happy, free from poverty and crime, offered high quality of life with a continuous culture of transgender learning. So we chose to build a home here as part of Garneau Estates. As it happened, I moved to Toronto, interrupted my stay here in Garneau Estates. However, 20 years later, when I made a choice to retire back to Garneau Estates, it still had all the attributes of the Garneau community that were in place in 1998. When I moved to Toronto, we searched for a neighborhood with similar attributes to our beloved Garneau, and I was able to find one. Purchased a home which was very much a Garneau, very much like a Garneau Estates establishment, tastefully styled homes within an established community, and happened to be on a dead-end street like 101A Street. We were very happy with the community and the lifestyle, but it only lasted 7 years. The community was, unfortunately, a decision was made to build a high-density building off of our street of 321 units, and of course with very little consultation. The 2.5 years of building noise was unbearable and highly stressful, leading to mental diagnoses, especially with residents who were retired, were stay-at-home, and were stay-at-home workers, shift people, and stay-at-home moms. Walls, basements of houses were cracked, everything was structurally compromised, and art fell off our walls regularly every day. Heavy equipment broke our sewer lines, and the sewer line that we happened to have there was the same sewer line setup as in Garneau Estates, and in the end, being Toronto, causing houses to be infested with vermin. So what were the outcomes? Well, as it happened, the Toronto buildings had 3 large levels of parking, plus ample visitor parking. Even with that, we could no longer park on our street. This would have been way worse if the building had not had substantial parking. The crime rate increased due, including damage to and theft from our cars, especially with the increased visitor foot traffic. We learned quickly not to keep anything in our vehicles, but they still got trashed. Police did nothing, we just stopped reporting. Our private balconies became fish bowls to be observed by a solid wall of balconies and windows. While entertaining important guests, I could always be guaranteed tenants would be yelling down, asking me what I was cooking and do I deliver. We went from having a great view of the CN Tower and the sunsets to not having a single ray of afternoon sun, living in the shade from 11 a.m. till the end of the day. Ultimately, the new residents did not gel with the community. The building was simply a place to reside in. Many of the established residents, including myself, chose to sell and move away because the neighborhood we all love was no longer cohesive, happy, free from poverty and crime, no longer provided high quality life, and lost the culture of the transgenerational learning. This will happen to Garneau as well if rezoning to the size and high density of the Hive is approved. So I encourage City Council to look at the huge negative impact of this on our community. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Ms. Reeb. Questions? Not seeing any. Then next will be Robert McVeigh.
I have one slide, Mr. Mayor. There it is. It's kind of tiny. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Bob McVeigh. My wife and I moved into a townhouse in Garneau Estates just over a year ago. We're quite fortunate, 3 weeks before the lockdown. I practiced law in Grand Prairie for 40 years, but we maintained a part-time residence in Garneau for over 15 years We fell in love with the neighborhood and knew this is where we wanted to live. But now we find ourselves surprised, 2 doors away from a proposed 27-story tower. We've owned our townhouse unit for 7 years. We so badly wanted to get into this development that we bought the first opportunity we had to be in this neighborhood. Now we are going to be in a situation where our poor neighbor is just over 2 meters away from this development. We certainly would not have purchased here had we known this, and we strongly oppose this type of development. We are in favor of development and very much support densification. It's one of the reasons we live here, because of the density of the neighborhood, but we feel it must be done gradually and in a manageable fashion. And we, like Ms. Dawson, we have a very private patio on the top of our garage, which will occupants of this tower would look directly down on. For many reasons, this is the wrong development for this site. This project will set a precedent for further high-rise development in the Garneau and Strathcona neighborhood between Saskatchewan Drive and White Avenue, which are currently not zoned for high-rises. And here are some technical reasons I want to share with you. There's 7 points here. Number one, this development completely abandons the well-established planning principle that high-density, high-rise towers are to be in arterial roads at the outer edges of the neighborhood, locations with the greatest efficiency and the least impact. My second point, city planning has historically accepted that the trolley rail tracks are a suitable break between the high-rise and low-rise districts. There is no planning reason to change that, and there are still lands north of the tracks that have not been developed. My next point, this is the first high-rise intrusion into the Garneau's interior areas where only mixed medium-scale infill housing is supposed to go. Nextly, the proposal would be the first high-rise building immediately behind the existing high-rise buildings along Saskatchewan Drive and will irreversibly alter the building configuration around the high-level bridge, a city landmark. My fifth point, all existing buildings on both sides of 108 A Street have been built following the adoption of the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan and are in keeping with this direction. It's unfair to those living on 108 A Street who will be faced with the land use change proposal that deviates so drastically from existing development and current zoning. Number six, the developer will be removing the boulevard trees along 108 A Street and not replacing them in front of the tower as the Garneau ARP now requires. Under that C2 rezoning, if a boulevard tree cannot survive the development, it must be removed. I'm concerned they will not be replaced and there will be no input from the community. Number seven, lastly, the proposal does not align with the policy known as the Way We Grow regarding fitting with the existing neighborhood context and respecting scale and form of structures that create a transition between the new development and the existing neighborhood. In fact, as shown in the drawing, it's a little hard to see here. It's fairly close to scale. The proposal is a radical, dramatic departure from this policy in any measurable metric, including the expectation that there should be a transition down from the river valley, where the high rises are on the arterial roads, gradually down into the middle. The upper portion of the slide shows the outcome when the planning principles are followed. It's Strathcona House on the outside, a lower dense height building next to it, and then into the community. It shows both height and separation expectations, which allow breathing room between buildings. The lower slide, you see two little townhouses beside it. Well, mine is the one on the left, which is approximately to scale, shows a severe abrupt transition from the high rise that would result in, and that the transition expectation from the highest at the river valley edge going towards the south would be ignored. There really doesn't seem to be a densification plan for this development. It's a grand experiment, where no one knows how this is going to go. I mean, we've identified some very negative aspects to it.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you.
Questions for Mr. McVeigh? Not seeing any. Next, we'll hear from Greg Myaskin.
Mayor and councillors, I'm Greg Miazga, also in Garneau Estates. I'm the president there. So you know by now that we're directly south of the Hive site. It is a big ask. Let's just say it, asking for 27 stories in a site zoned for 4. Given the magnitude of this ask, I would say it is fair to assume there should be significant reasons to warrant this request. And of course, the city report does give reasons, gives 3 reasons for its support of the application. So let's examine them. Other people have touched on them a bit, but here we go. First slide, please. Reason number 1, it facilitates the replacement of a surface gravel parking lot with the residential building to better support the pedestrian-oriented commercial corridor along 109th Street. You've heard others say any building of any size would facilitate the replacement of a gravel parking lot. So let's go to reason number 2. Next slide. The proposed rezoning invokes a podium tower design and building orientation within the site to minimize negative impacts on surrounding properties. In this reason, we're directed to look up high at the step backs while ignoring the maximum negative impacts that occur at the ground level. You've heard other people comment on this. The proposed setback facing 108 A Street, I'm holding my arms out. You can't see them, but my arms actually extend wider than the proposed setback for 108 A Street. And you've heard also about the proposed side yard setback to the property line shared with Garneau Estates. Again, you've also heard this is where people like us, neighbors, live, breathe, feel at the ground level. So I say reason number 2 is a distraction. Look up there while ignoring the obvious elephant in the room of unacceptable ground level setbacks. Next slide, please. The third and last reason given in the city report, the location is appropriate for high-rise residential building in accordance with the city plan. The big issue I have with reason number 3 is the word appropriate. Mayor and councillors, I consider this site to be inappropriate, unsuitable for the construction of a high rise, for actually trying to build it at this site. And this is the main thing I want to pass on to you today. So let me explain. I'm a retired civil engineer with over 30 years of experience in the design and construction of all types of buildings. I've been on technical committees for national and international building standards. High-rise construction requires deep earthwork and foundations, a steel or concrete frame structure, large-scale equipment, and so on. 108 A Street and the alleys that surround the site are narrow, constrained, offer limited access and egress, limited turning radii, and very limited access to arterial roads. Attempting to build a high-rise on this site would overwhelm the small street and alley infrastructure around the site, and of course require several years of construction. Next slide, please. This slide shows the north end of 108 A Street, which dead ends at the north alley. Ahead and to the right lead to private parking. To the left is the alley. You've seen this slide already. Next slide. This is looking from up high, the northwest corner towards the south and east of the site. The north end of 108 A Street is at the top of the photo. One gets a better sense of the site constraint in this view. Next slide. The lower right is the continuation of the north alley towards 109th Street. The last half-block portion of the alley narrows in width to only 5 meters. The strip mall also feeds into this alley before the alley connects to 109th Street. The alley to the west of the Hive site, shown on the left here, dead ends at the north alley. Next slide. This photo shows the alley to the west of the Hive looking south. This alley could theoretically be 5 meters wide, which is narrow in a construction sense, but a total of 9 utility poles down to 86th Avenue limit the clear width to about 4 to 4.5 meters at pole locations. I know I measured them all. Because this DC2 requests 0 setback along the alley, I am unsure of where poles adjacent to the Hive could be moved to allow even a 5-meter alley. You can end the slides here. I'll just talk, please. Simply put, the notion of constructing a high-rise at this site is a full stop in my world. Unfortunately, a constructability review is not part of the rezoning application process. I've confirmed this. I've tried with city planning, and they've confirmed to me that it's not part of what they do.
Thank
And
you.
I believe this kind of review would reach this conclusion. And after corresponding with the development officer who would be on the file if the application proceeds to a development permit,
Not be there, Mr.
it does not appear that a constructability
Mayaska,
review is part of
please.
that process either.
Time is up. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Mayaska? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Next then will be Byron Procknell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize, my camera's not working right now for some reason. We are a family-run business who have been operating in Edmonton since about 1957, and we currently own 2 properties in the Garneau area within 1 block of this development, sitting next to adjacent or vacant lots presently. So we could be directly impacted by whatever decision is made here today. We have also built other numerous properties in the Garneau area going back as far back as the 1960s. Were either sold as condominiums or built for other investors. We have grave concerns regarding this proposed development for the following reasons. This is a tremendous radical shift from the current land use and would set a very bad precedent for future developments in Garneau. I know there are other developers awaiting this decision who have vacant parcels in Garneau and to see which way council will go. If this is approved, it'll simply open up the floodgates for these large mammoth developments that really are not appropriate for this particular area. Anytime in the past where we have had approached the administration about rezoning and increasing the height and density of any development, and I recognize it might have been, a few years back, we were told flat out no. End of discussion, don't even bring it up, don't talk about it. So I'm actually quite shocked that this proposal would even get by administration and be presented to council to make a decision on. And I know you seem to adhere to your city plan now, but obviously it's just completely ignoring the current land use. The other thing that really bothers me is the fact that you're basically potentially picking winners and losers in regards to some developers and certain parcels of land while ignoring the current concerns of the residents. If you approve this application, I would suggest that, why bother having land use bylaws, because they obviously mean nothing. And if you're going to do this, you might as well just apply it, just blanket to the entire Garneau subdivision and allow for high rises everywhere. If you're going to apply the rules equitably, fairly, and equally. My question is, I know what this developer does, but what's so special about him that they would get special treatment over others? I don't understand it. And it's really not the residents or anyone else's fault that certain developers who have overpaid for these parcels of land, anticipating the administration and council would bend the rules. I'm starting to see an alarming trend of certain developers overpaying for certain parcels of land, knowing that obviously seemingly knowing that the current rules won't apply to them. But I'm sorry, but you can build a 4-story structure like every other developer has had to do so prior to, in the past. I also feel extremely sorry for the owners in Strathcona House, obviously who bought their units assuming that they would see potentially a 4-story building, maybe something slightly higher built to the south of them. Now, obviously, maybe not. This reminds me of my time when I lived in the 1990s in parts of the United States. The single-family subdivision that I lived in, there was an undeveloped parcel of land, zoned single family. It ended up being rezoned commercial, and a lot of people had a Walmart supercenter right behind them. I mean, this is really no different than that, is how I see this. So, I guess one of the last points too is we've seen a substantial increase in crime in the Garneau area, and I just think that this would just certainly, this higher density would definitely contribute to that. We've had so many break-ins in our 2 buildings in the last 2-3 years. I have so many police reports, they're too many to mention. The last thing too is we're not against any development. In fact, we support all new development, but under the same rules that apply to everybody else. I understand how difficult the development building process can be for a developer, but the decision should be made on the rules of the game, what they are now, not what you can do to bend them to meet the profitability projections of certain proposals you'd like to bring forth. To me, there's no amount of change that this current proposal can undergo that would be fair and right, other than abiding by the current rules as they are. Hopefully, saner heads and common sense will prevail in council, and you will reject this proposal outright. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Procknell. Any questions? Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Prochnow, just trying to get a feel of your statement in regards to crime.
Yeah.
What do you anticipate would bring the crowd?
I just think the more people you have, the more buildings you have, potentially, there's just more opportunity. There's more people to harass, more I mean, it's just, you know, I'm not saying there's a direct link to necessarily development, but I do know when you have more density, you got more people, there's just going to be a higher incidence of crime. You know, I can't say exactly what's driving it. I mean, I have some ideas what's driving it in that neighborhood recently, but that's just, you know, that's more of a side comment, I guess, more than my other points, which I think were a little bit more important. So.
Okay, when you stated that crime is already increasing or it's higher than the other neighborhoods, what are you basing that on? Is it?
Within a 3-month period between two buildings, one a 15-suite apartment, the other one a 9, I had 13 police reports that I filled out for attempted break-ins, assaults, damage to vehicles, break-ins, graffiti, you name it. And I hadn't seen that. I mean, these buildings have been there, some of them since the 1970s and 80s. I hadn't seen that in previous years anywhere near those types of levels of crime. And it's, you know, it's quite frightening. And I got security cameras in all these buildings, so I see exactly what's going on. I think you might be shocked as to what you might see in the evenings that goes on there after hours. It's kind of frightening, to be honest with you. So.
Okay, so with the more eyes on the street there, do you think that situation would increase or increase the crime or decrease?
Well, I mean, but you're talking about what, 240 units, say an average of at least, let's just say 1.5 or 2 people, like an extra 500 people. Yeah, you just got more opportunities for criminals, I guess, more places for vagrants to hang out. I don't want to focus too much on the crime. I think I said that's a side issue. It's the size of this development and the precedent that it's going to set. That's what I'm concerned of.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Prochnow? No? Okay, then I think Michelle Mulder was a backup speaker at this point for someone else. So I think we have completed the speakers at this point. So we will now move it to councillors' questions of city planners, and I'll go to Councillor Winston.
Here we go. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of questions, and the reason I wasn't asking a lot of the people presenting is because I think you were all quite clear on what the issues were. So I thought this was a chance to be able to ask those questions. So maybe I'll start with where I started with Mr. Dlaba, because one of the pieces, there's two issues here. I think the size of this, or 3 issues, but the size of the site and how constrained it is, which is pushing that podium out to its absolute limits. And I just want to explore that a little bit first, because, and then I think the second issue is the height, and then the third issue is probably what the traffic implications are. So, I mean, to my eye, particularly on the east side and on the south side, these are setbacks that wouldn't even pass muster under RA8 or RA7 under much smaller zones, let alone RA9. And I'm really struggling with how that isn't an overdevelopment of this site, and what the implications of that are for the neighbors to the south, and as well as for the width, what's already a very narrow street.
Councillor Henderson, I think that's a good observation, and we were clear in our report and our presentation that the pushing out of the podium is also one of the things that we've identified as a potential negative side of this design. With regards to 108A Street, it's definitely proposing a very tight setback there. The RA9 zone would require 3 meters. RA8 would be 4.5. So this is tight. It's basically just enough space to have that kind of separation between what's public and private and defensible space, but it's a very urban type of townhouse that's very close to the street. The street in general, especially on the west side, does have pretty limited front yards. The townhouse to the south, the zoning for those required 6, but allowed a reduction down to 3, which I think is what's been established in those cases. So go ahead.
Yeah, ironically, if we were approving townhouses, and we've had this conversation once already today, I'd be amazed that we would approve them for their own privacy issues. We would approve them that close to the street, would we? I mean, do we have any other instances where we have residential townhouse dwellings that we think it makes sense, and that's as much for the protection of the person in the townhouse as anything else? Do we have other instances of that?
I think there are definitely instances where we have setbacks that are very minimal like this. And like I said, this is definitely pushing the envelope. I said that earlier. And it's tight, because it's at the end of the block, it's not mid-block. And because, when you talk about a privacy issue, I mean, obviously the developer has probably factored that into their thinking in terms of selling or renting those units. That's a little bit less of a concern. It's not an intrusion into if it was a mid-block location, into a very well-established setback. I think this block does have actually quite a variety of setbacks on it, and this would be the smallest of them.
And on the south side, given the massive transition, I think we can't pretend this isn't a huge transition. These are not buildings that are likely to be redeveloped on the south. They're relatively new. That setback, and what that impact will be on those buildings, because that setback is virtually non-existent. Am I wrong?
At ground level, there's minimal setback at the front of the podium from the south, and there is some setback.
So the step back that would exist happens above the height of what those townhouses already are, though, doesn't it? I don't even know if they'll sense that setback, because the wall that will be there, is higher than them, is it not?
No, the main portion there is at 5 meters, which I don't believe is higher than those townhomes, and then it increases to 8 meters and 11 meters. So they have a combination of those 3 heights in that area. I don't think any of those heights are incompatible with the townhomes. I think that obviously the tower.
No. I'm only talking about I'm not talking about the incompatibility of the height. I'm talking about the distance away between the buildings.
Yeah, so there's a minimal setback for directly beside those townhomes, and then it goes to 0 for adjacent to their waste collection area and parking area.
And then I'm going to be out of time shortly. I'll have to come around a second time, or probably a third time, to deal with all of this.
Any other questions on the first round?
I'll move to second round. Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor McKean, then Councillor Knack. Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Mr. McClellan, I'm a little surprised, to be honest, by your recommendation on this one because of the constrained site, the fact it's not on an arterial, potential impacts on the neighbors. So I get that on all of these, we're going to have privacy concerns, but this one sounds like we're really pushing the limits. And it's felt a little bit like that since city plan got approved. Are we in a new era where we have relaxed the rules a lot because of our density goals? So, explain to me what you were thinking on this, or Mr. Pollock or somebody. I'm a little bit confused.
Sure, I'll start with that, Councillor. I think it's close. Absolutely. One of the first things I said in my presentation is that the 1,600 square meters is just big enough to support a residential tower. And there have been examples where we have not supported residential towers on sites smaller than that, closer to 1,200, 1,300. And I think if I recall, in your ward as well. So, and it's not uncommon for us to think about towers and look at the site size. Here, really, it's just a combination of the site being just large enough and a lot of thought going into the design of the tower. I know that's everything from the floor plate and the step backs being sufficient to the sawtooth design of the facades that helps reduce things like windows directly facing the south, for example. So yeah, it was a combination of all these things. So I think it's actually is pretty consistent with what we've done recommendation wise before the city plan, at least in terms of tower design. Obviously, you've heard the city plan in terms of the location certainly made a difference, but I think it is pretty consistent otherwise.
Okay, yeah, I remain still a little bit nonplussed by this. And I think it was the Garneau community that came to us at one point and said, good building, good design, good site. And I think you're right. I think, first of all, Beljan does interesting stuff. No quibbles about them, and it might be a really interesting design, but the site is weird and constrained, and the communication or transportation links to and from it are really constrained too. So what about that? What about, I know there was one person who raised the issue of the alley being pretty well utilized for active transportation. Did that not raise a concern for you as well?
Councillor, we've got Ms. Sabo here to answer questions on the technical side of transportation, but maybe just to introduce that part of the conversation, I agree that the lanes, the roads, the sidewalks are well used by active modes of transportation, pedestrians, cyclists. Many speakers have spoken to that. And so I think it's important when we are thinking about this new tower that we have to remember that that's probably going to be the case with the new residents there. And, it does feel to me like there's been an assumption that for whatever reason, this tower is going to produce a huge amount of vehicle traffic. And it's well established that the people that live here use these other modes of transportation. But I'll let Ms. Sabo chime in on the more technical side.
Great.
Thanks.
So thank you very much. As Andrew had mentioned, the overall generation of vehicles from this site is really quite a drop in the bucket in the big scheme of traffic volumes in the area. There was a TIA that was done that looked at the lanes in the area, and as far as the capacity of what the lanes currently experience with traffic volumes and with the expected traffic from the development, there's still capacity. It's not going to be extremely congested. As far as the limited space, especially for that north-south lane, we do recognize that it is constrained. It ranges in 5 to 6 meter widths, which is typical of our more mature neighborhoods. And there are so essentially it would act as a local road that has parking on both sides where vehicles would have to pull over to let another vehicle pass through. In the case of the yeah.
I just want to just about to run out of time. When you look at an alley, especially an alley that gets utilized for active transportation as this one does, like I know that we look at residential streets a certain way and then collector roads and arterial roads a certain way. This is a sensitive space, is it not, for transportation? You add 10 more cars per hour on this is quite different than adding 10 more cars per hour on a residential street, or am I wrong?
No, certainly. And part of the neighborhood renewal for Garneau is having a connection from 109 through to the rail trail that's going beyond the Strathcona Tower. And so the east-west lane would be a shared space. And it's going to be designed as per the city's complete streets guidelines. And so these guidelines essentially dictate that vehicles, like it would be designed keeping in mind that the active modes, pedestrians have the predominance in the realm. Vehicles would have to travel at the same speed as the pedestrians.
I'm out of time. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Councillor Benga.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, when I guess you were hearing the same thing from a lot of these speakers today, about the traffic and garbage collection, especially. So where would the garbage collection would be on this one here? Would there be still enough room for other cars to go by?
So Banga, we did actually look at that in a lot of detail. We looked at a swept path analysis of the city's waste collection vehicles. The collection area is along the north-south lane to the west of the west of the site, and so that was looked at very closely. The city's waste collection vehicles are able to maneuver, turn into the site. The developer will be required to relocate at least one utility pole to make that happen, and it's possible there could be more adjustments done to make sure of that when we get really detailed drawings at later stages of this, but those were analyzed and that's able to be accommodated in terms of waste collection. And I would also mention in terms of loading, the development does provide one on-site loading space. There were a lot of images shared earlier of loading vehicles obstructing the lane. I don't believe some of the other buildings around have on-site loading spaces, and that's maybe why you see that existing condition. But I don't think this building with its loading space would contribute to that very much.
Okay. And the other concern quite a few people raised was overlooking into their properties, privacy issues and whatnot. And could you be able to tell me how that jagged design would help this situation?
Well, I think it depends on which property you're referring to. But in general, when we have a grid of roads and blocks that are oriented north-south and east-west, building facades typically tend to follow that and face either directly north or directly south at each other. And so this sawtooth pattern allows that offset. So if you're looking directly out the window of some of these units, again, depending on which one, you're not looking directly across the street, you're looking at an angle. I would also add that this building is not proposed to have any balconies, and we often hear that balconies have that additional overlook projecting out into setbacks. And so I don't think that's really much of a concern. And as has been noted in the past as well, I mean, I don't think people spend a lot of time staring at the windows into the yards and spaces, private spaces of the people around them as well.
Okay. By the way, is this alley you're talking about, is it one way or two way?
I'll let Ms. Sabo talk about the alleys.
Yeah, all of the alleys will remain as two-way.
Okay. And there's, so basically if, let's say 2 cars coming from opposite side, then one would have to wait.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot.
Any more questions on the first round? Councillor Knack apparently was prepared to move a second round, was why he was on earlier. If you'd go ahead with that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move a second round.
Second by Councillor Nicol, I think. Any objections to a second round? Then by unanimous consent on the second round, go ahead, Councillor Henderson.
Well, my second set of questions, then I guess I want to follow up a little bit more on the, and I don't usually often worry about traffic, but I do understand that there's severe constraints here. And there's 2 different lanes, just to be clear, I mean, I'm well aware of it, but I'm not sure that council understands. There's 2 different lanes that are both going to provide different sets of problems to them here. The 108A is essentially a dead end cul-de-sac street that has a lane at the bottom of it that we're going to turn into a multi-use trail because it's the only way at the moment, because of the way the railway goes underground there, to complete the railway path, correct? So we're borrowing a lane in order to complete what I'm guessing is going to be a pretty busy multi-use trail connection, correct? And it's going to have to share it with that lane already. So how do we see doing that? How do we, I'm just trying to remember what the design of that looks like right now, and how we see that fitting together safely, given that this is not going to be just a small shared piece. It's the end of a fairly major multi-use connection, correct? And how in design of that multi-use trail, I'm trying to remember how we see that happening safely, even with current conditions.
Yeah, so that east-west laneway has a wider width than the north-south one, which is constrained to about 5 to 6
absolutely.
meters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are we actually going to take part of it and make it multi-use trail, or is it going to just be a shared space?
It's, as far as I understand from the renewal, neighborhood renewal drawings, it's going to be a shared space. So I don't have the actual details that I can see as far as if there's delineation, but generally based on what the Complete Streets guidelines say, those shared spaces, there's a low differential between the speeds of all users of it. And so they don't need to separate the different users.
Okay. And that's going to be one of the two ways in to get to the parking for this building, correct? You'd have to go that way, or you'd have to use the north-south lane.
That's correct.
Yeah. And going out, the egress out onto 9th is already problematic because it's very close to what's a very complex intersection. We probably would never design it that way now. I mean, we wouldn't consider putting a lane out onto, within meters of a complex intersection as a kind of, on an arterial road, a kind of safe condition, correct? It's not ideal.
That's true.
Yeah. So the north-south piece, it backs, just looking at the pictures, and I had forgotten this piece of the puzzle, but looking at the pictures, we've got 0 lot line to a number of businesses. That's their back of house. That's how they load in and out. And that's going to become the primary entrance and exit. And I'm just wondering how those two things go together, because I can't imagine that those kind of loading into those businesses, a lot of them are restaurants, and that loading is going to be pretty consistently daily, I suspect. And how that fits with the ability of people in this building to be able to get in and out. Have we looked at that?
From what I recollect in the traffic impact study, the number of vehicles per hour, like in the peak hour, I think it's like 1 per minute in the peak hour, and otherwise it's quite low.
Yeah, no, I hear this isn't about number. This is about the fact that that's the loading bay for a number of the businesses along 9th. They're using the alley as the loading bay because they don't have another one. They can't load into their businesses otherwise. So, and I'm just wondering if we factored that in, because that's going to really affect the ability of the people in this building may be blocked for a period of time. It's may not always be free flow. I think that's currently the condition. Did we factor that in?
Well, actually, Councillor, the current condition is, I actually did a site visit yesterday, and there was some loading into that area, and it's essentially blocked up the alley. So I think that would be, it would still be the case where if there is a blockage, then people would have to retreat and use one of the other alternatives.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is there aren't a lot of alternatives, and that's part of the problem here. I have one more set of questions, and it's around the height question in the Strathcona house. Understanding, and Mr. Johnson, maybe this is for you. I recognize that the change in value of a neighboring property is probably not something that we're supposed to pay much attention. We can't pay much attention to. But when there is zoning that creates an expectation and we change that, what does that do?
Councillor, you can look at the economics of a neighborhood as a whole and how that is listed in the MGA as part of this. I would leave it to the planners to discuss what the impact of that is.
Okay, I'm out of time. Sorry, I will have to do one more round to deal with the height questions.
Need a motion for a third round?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol, seconded by Councillor Banga. Any objection to a third round? Not hearing any.
Great. Thanks for everybody's patience on this, but there were really 3 sets of questions. So, I'm interested then, because I know we've had this issue before in terms of putting towers next to existing towers. In this case, arguably, everybody in that tower could have looked at the zoning, could have looked at the plan, and would have had a reasonable expectation that there would be a building built there, but it'd be unlikely to impede their view. There's no question that's going to have an effect on both the enjoyment of their property and the and probably the values of their property. I realize that this building tries to mitigate that, but we can't pretend it's not going to have impact. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to that issue a bit. I know it's not the first time this has come up, but In other instances, it has come up in places where there wasn't a clear planning indication of staggering buildings down, as opposed to putting up another high rise. I think it would have been reasonable to believe that we would never put a high rise on this land.
Thanks for that question, Councillor. So you are quite correct in that the existing ARP talks about a transition in height here, but cities over time evolve, planning policy evolves. Just recently, we passed the city plan, which is looking at major infill goals, and this is a major node within that area, which is expected to handle some of that density increases. So in any infill scenario, there is going to be tensions, and there's going to be a change to that existing condition. What we look at is that change, and has that change and that impact of that change been minimized appropriately while balancing those goals of meeting our targets of population increases in inner city as well as around major nodes, and the expectations of development in these areas where you are essentially next door to a university that has 40 to 50,000 employees and students. You're next to the River Valley high capacity transit networks as well as entertainment cores. So there is a balance there. And this tower has appropriate separation that allows for appropriate views and sunlight into the Strathcona House.
I would agree in part. I just would go back though. I mean, I think, we recognize that there were really good planning principles in place in terms of significant densification that's already happened in this neighborhood. I think we could never argue that Garneau hasn't taken willingly a huge chunk of the city's densification over the last 20 years or 30 years, thanks to this plan. And it was based on the idea of stepping down. And the opportunity to step down goes away in this particular area if we do this, because I don't think we'll see redevelopment for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years further south of this. They've recently been redeveloped. So that kind of planning, which I think was good planning, quite apart from, the GARP was based on good planning, would have anticipated a step down. And this is a pretty big shift from that. There's a lot of ways we've done density in Garneau, including high rises. So I'm just questioning that a little bit in terms of the expectations around good planning, which I think had a different vision for how we would do high rise and how we would step away from that. And I'm not hearing anybody argue that we shouldn't be doing something a great deal more than what's there right now. But I think medium height was legitimately what could be expected.
So, Councillor, if you look at it in whole, we have a site that is viewed as it's basically in the corner of two corridors. 109th is a major corridor, and then it's on the northwest side of Saskatchewan Drive of where they meet together. So you have two meeting policies where you want to transition down, but at the same time you also want to be high. And looking at the overall neighborhood and how it has evolved over time and how city planning policy has changed, this location is deemed appropriate for a tower because of its edge condition on the corridor as well as the inside the major node.
Well, and that brings up one more question really quickly, because the 109th Street plan, which was done by the last council, it's pretty fresh, actually is calling along 109th Street for medium heights. This would be way out of scope and scale for if this was actually out on 109th. And that creates another complexity here that I just wouldn't mind hearing you talk to, unless, maybe we should be throwing that plan out as well. But that's a very fresh plan. It's not an old plan. And it was signed off on by everybody. And that would be calling for 8 or 9 stories or 10 stories along 9th, let alone buried half a block into the neighborhood. Am I missing something there?
No, you're correct that 109th Street, that plan was approved in, I think, 2012. And that height varies from 4 to 6 stories as you go north-south on 109th. So there's two schools of thought in terms of how you treat these main streets or these corridors. One of them is you load them up with the highest density of uses. And the other is that you place that density just off so you maintain that pedestrian-friendly character of the main street, as well as provide that density that is needed to support the commercial activity on it to keep those businesses going.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks. Thank you very much. I will rest there and wait for new information.
All right, so it is 5:20. Mr. Clerk, have we had any folks register by email for new information?
We have not, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, am I able to speak to a couple of points here as new information?
Yes, but before you do, I'll just indicate an invitation to email city.clerk@edmonton.ca if you do have new information, and then please do that while Mr. Delaba is speaking and answering questions, and then we are scheduled to break at 5:30. So in the next few minutes, we'll have to figure out where we're at agenda-wise here. So Mr. Delaba, in the meantime, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Clerk, can you please turn to slide 10 in my presentation?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you very much. I think this is an illustration that kind of gives a little bit clearer an idea exactly how this tower will ultimately look and feel while standing on both of the north and the southern points of 109th Street. You know, when speaking about how an area is intended to evolve over time, and as Mr. Pollock alluded to, you know, keeping that mid-rise form between that 4 and perhaps 6 or 8 stories along 109th Street with density off it, similar to the approach we have taken on White Avenue with keeping that 6-story volume and allowing densities to increase from there. This was the similar philosophy and approach to 109th Street. In my earlier comments, I made that we feel that really the built form of 109th Street over time should change from what it is today, which is a hostile to pedestrians, more or less, with a large road right away and a very spotty, street wall with a lot of surface parking fronting 109. I think over time that will intensify, but I think this shows really how this tower, looking from the pedestrian level, will actually integrate with its surroundings of that high density housing. Mr. Clerk, can I get you also to change to slide 15? I do want to make a brief reference about changing character. And I think this image gives a good indication exactly how this block has changed character over the last 50 years. We've got the Strathcona House that is well over 50 years old at the back end. We have the Manhattan, which is that mid-rise building, multicolored building to the back, which is about 10 or 11 stories. We've got a mixture of townhomes, some singles, some multi-unit 3-story apartment buildings and fourplexes on this block. This block really is a medley of uses. And in my previous comments, I also talked about how we think this site does meet the 4 location criteria for the ARP. It's not like we're just making an assumption, well, we're going to amend it to high density. I think it actually fits where high density wants to be. You know, there are no more high density land uses designated in the plan that are not developed, notwithstanding McLeod's development further to the west on 112th Street. So any subsequent intensification of land use, may it be mid or high rise, will require an amendment in order to allow that from the ARP standpoint. But I will argue strongly that we do meet those 4 points in policy G3 of the ARP. So we're not totally taking a disregard to this plan, which we have all said has done its job. And I think it has done that over the last 30, 40 years. But we know now there's a new chapter with the city plan. And the fact that, you know, you need 600,000 new people in the core neighborhoods in the next 30 years. And a lot of that is going to be, it would be a total, I think, misunderstanding that if a large portion of that will be high density housing, particularly in areas like this in major nodes and in the core.
Thank you, Mr. Delaba. Questions, Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, just really quickly, because your argument brings to mind another thought. That we call it missing middle for a reason. And I think, one of the reasons we started talking about missing middle is because we were doing an awful lot of high density, which I think arguably this is, and we had an awful lot of low density, which, and arguably, if there's a place where missing middle has tended to happen over the last 20, 30 years, is Garneau. Oliver is the one other place I think that could be made true of, although Oliver's probably has tended to do what it's done more to high density than the medium density. But it strikes me that, your argument being stated that this is probably a completely appropriate site for that missing middle. rather than continuing to do the extremes, which is what we do. And that's the one thing that's missing on the street, ironically. And just I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
Councilor Anderson. Mr. Clerk, can you please turn to slide 19 in my presentation? Thank you. I do really want to talk about how I think this tower does provide the massing and attempt of missing middle housing. Missing middle housing, I think, can become, it can be interpreted many ways. Is it 6 to 8 stories? Is it just townhomes? Is it single detached or fourplexes? We did put an enormous amount of thought in how this tower, from those first 4 stories, integrates and creates that sense that it is sort of that low-rise form. And I think it shows here with that first 2 stories of the podium, which really is in alignment with the first 2 stories of the townhome to the south. That doesn't include the peak roof portion of the townhomes. The peak roof actually does extend a little bit further beyond the area gray on the left. The darker orange is kind of that stepped back low-rise podium, again, to give the sense that we are creating, obviously we've got several, family-oriented dwellings in the building. We've got a child-friendly play area, which made a commitment in the DC2 to ultimately provide for both indoor and outdoor space in an effort to provide housing more accommodated to families. And it was one of the things we heard at our multiple meetings that we had, open houses prior to COVID, was, high density housing should provide a housing for families. And I think we've done a very good job at trying to address this and to really create a strong podium. Although our setbacks from the grade are tighter, I think through the step backs and the tower spacing, this really has created the right type of tower design to accommodate that. So the missing middle has come in many ways in terms of the unit types that we're providing. I don't think missing middle necessarily needs to be in terms of the form. I think it can be, delivered in multiple ways. And I think, townhome podiums with high rises achieve that, particularly when we're a site right adjacent to a high density node. I mean, again, if this isn't where we could put some of this high density housing, then again, I think we're really going to struggle to even reach, a quarter of the goals that you guys have set up already through the city plan, notwithstanding, further details through district planning.
Great, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. DeLava? No? Okay. Mr. Clerk, did we have any other registrations for new information?
We've received 2 for people in opposition, Ellen Armstrong and Greg Miazga.
Okay, then I'm going to suggest that Council appropriate next Wednesday morning at 9:30 a.m. to continue this matter.
Do you need a motion to that effect, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Nichols. Seconded by Councillor McKean. So we're at the end of the day today. I have a 9-year-old little girl's birthday party to attend, so I am unable to stay, and I trust you'll understand why. So if you all want to carry on without me longer, you can do that, but I've got to go. So that's my recommendation. We have overflow time for council. Hopefully council will finish on the 17th, but this would be effectively time specific to continue at 9:30 a.m. on the 19th. So we need the motion to adjust orders for that council meeting accordingly. If that's satisfactory, Mr. Clerk, and then if we need overflow time, just to flag for the clerks, if we need overflow time for council on the 19th, we won't need all of the afternoon of the 19th for interviews. So we can continue, please, to hold all of the 19th morning and afternoon in your calendars, colleagues, so that we can get through all of our business. So reconvene Wednesday, May 19th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. Is that satisfactory in form for you, Mr. Clerk?
We will clean it up and for the minutes.
You'll clarify it as needed, understanding that impacts the council agenda. But The thrust is understood. So is there any debate on Councillor Henderson?
Just a quick other alternative. I haven't really had a chance to look at our next public hearing. That would be the one other time. I don't know how busy that public hearing is. It's hard to predict. It's hard to predict. I get it. Yeah.
Then if we couldn't make it time specific, though, it'd be the end of the
Fair
agenda.
enough. Okay. All right. Okay. No, and I think at this point, we've asked these people back so many times. I think it's only fair to make it time specific. So I'd hate to make them sit around again. So
hence,
yeah. Okay.
Benny, let's finish.
Fair enough.
Any other questions on the motion? Debate? Not seeing any. Please vote on changes to the orders of the day.
Mr. Clerk, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Me as well, Denis.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Banga, please.
Yes, for me too, please. My e-token expired.
Thank you.
Happens
We
to
have all
us.
the votes.
Just to be clear, it's a birthday party with 4 people in attendance who are the immediate cohort. So I did have a question on whether this was a large and therefore legal and irresponsible gathering, and the answer is most assuredly no. So
You can have one more.
you want to come, Mo? Just bring a gift. All right, display the vote. If we're able to.
We already have Mr. Mayor
I missed
displayed the
that.
vote.
Okay, then I'll presume it carried. And
Mr. Mayor, just with your permission, if I could just say something really quickly to the speakers, is that okay? Because I realize it's sort of a bit out of order, but
well, it depends what it is. And
I
strictly
have to go
speaking,
now. So either this meeting's adjourned now or not. We have to go.
yeah, no, it's the point of order.
it's just a courtesy. As a courtesy, I know that people have been.
Councillor Henderson, you can send a note to the clerks to
Okay,
send to the
fair enough.
registered speakers.
Okay,